Hey everyone, and welcome back to another episode on Lumber Capital Log Yard. My sister and I are back at it running the sawmill after a break last week, but now we are in it for the long haul because it's going to be really hot this week. I got all kinds of heat warnings on my weather app because it's going to go up to like 101 on Thursday. Oof, I hope not, because I don't know how we are going to survive, but considering we've done it every other year, I have faith in us. Now, we just got done with lunch. We're moving on to the second half of our day, doing the same thing we did during the first half. We're running the sawmill, and we have lots of hemlock here, plenty to make us through the rest of the day. Right now, we're just milling for inventory. We did have a couple small orders that I got done earlier on in the day, but now this is all just going out for sale out front. So let's get to moving our booties and see if we can get all of these done. I did want to give a thanks to Daniel who got us new mics. I know a lot of people were complaining, so was I, honestly. The constant clicking that the other ones were making. Not to mention, what you guys didn't know was that they actually really struggled to turn on. I would spend a long time trying to turn the mics on. Sometimes I was just like, I don't know if the video's even going to happen because I cannot get these things to turn on for the life of me. And because that was such a constant struggle, we really needed a new set or a new pair. So hopefully you guys notice a difference. If you do, leave a comment letting us know if it sounds better. I thought during the test run that it sounded a lot better to me, but yeah, I'd like to get everyone's opinion on it. They're the same brand, but just a lot newer. Definitely needed. So thank you, Daniel. I hope everyone enjoys better audio. looks like it's too hot even for technology. My phone gave out, turned off, told me it was too hot to videotape, so, yeah, the last clip there kind of cut off, but, yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do if it's too hot for it right now, because it's not even that hot out, not as hot as it's gonna be Wednesday and Thursday, so hopefully my camera does fine. If not, you know what happened, I suppose, but yeah, it's really bad for your phone to overheat like that, so I guess I'll have to bring its own ice packs for this week to keep it cool or something. I don't know if you guys have any suggestions for me, but I'm just changing out the fuel tank right now, putting the new one on before we run out, and yeah, it kind of slowed down there. So I don't know how much more we're gonna get done. It's already 3, but Grandpa stopped by and he wanted me to cut a special piece because he's doing yet another renovation to my parents' house and needed a special beam. But yeah, I'll show you that at some point once there's enough of a transformation to actually be noticeable. I mean, he's been working on it for quite some time, but we still have a while to go before it's looking at its best. But at some point I do want to show you what Grandpa's been up to because he's been hard at work in my parents' house. But all right, we got the new fuel tank on, back to mowing. Alright, I'll make this short because I don't know how long my phone will last. Thanks for watching today's episode. I hope that you guys enjoyed. If you did, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. Other than that, we'll see you back here Wednesday. Bye.
So I'm back in Montreal at the Atwater Market area. Right behind me, you'll notice, is the open air injection site. But this is the Atwater Market. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It's historic. They've got farmers market, flowers, restaurants, everything. And right across the street, and I mean right over my shoulder, is the open air injection site. And it is right next door to a playground. And I mean right next door. That's a playground. That's the open air injection site right behind us. You sit here and you watch what happens, and we just saw someone breaking up a fight. But as I was crossing the street, I saw this. I'll get run over by a car. This is Atwater Market right here. I see this. I don't know what that is. I mean, I have an idea as to what that is. Just in the middle of the street. I don't know if it's crack, heroin, fentanyl, crystal meth. Just a little dime bag of white powder in the middle of the street. Playground right there. Open air injection site right here. Atwater Market right here. It makes sense, right? If you live in Looney Tune land. Unbelievable. Now I'm going to the playground and we're going to just have a look in here. Oh, yeah. It says throw your trash out, right? This is the playground. And that's the open air injection site. They thoughtfully blocked it off with a fence. It's very nice. Open air injection site, playground with kids. See where this guy's going? Oh, he's pulling into the gas station. I just talked to a woman in the playground who's with her kid in the swing, and she said literally one of the guys was just at the fence doing his thing. That it's terrible what they've done. Just terrible. She's a Montreal woman, and just that's it. Unbelievable.
What's up, Dad? We're at. Oh.
Fuck.
Beasley's going to get it off. One last shot. How about Beasley? 21 points.
So Malik Beasley was just indicted in a sports betting scheme like prop bets and point shaving. He was bribed for his performance, mainly when he was on the Bucks, including 4 games. He agreed to completely sell out. There were texts between him and former player Ed Davis, who he was in debt to. There's other suspicious footage out there, like this. Here, he doesn't even try on defense. And then here, he randomly goes all out on a fast break just seconds before the game was over to cut the lead to 7, when the spread was 8.5. But I want to focus on one game in particular where Malik Beasley's associate was worried that Beasley was going to miss his line. This is based off some of his text messages. This game took place on March 10th, 2024. Malik Beasley's line was over 3.5 rebounds, and man, this game is damning. This is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen watching sports. So let's break down the game. Malik Beasley was obviously very aggressive going for rebounds, crashing the glass every chance he got. He was leaving shooters open, just focusing on the ball. But that doesn't mean he was gambling, right? Well, later in the fourth quarter is when things started to get even weirder. Beasley started getting even more aggressive crashing the glass, like it was his number one priority. There was a play where he was so aggressive, he just fell all over James Harden.
States fades away. Not there. Rebound back to Harden.
He even switched off of James Harden to better position himself under the basket, and then left his new assignment, Norman Powell, wide open in a close game.
Lays to Powell alone for 3.
He also made sure he was boxing out on every free throw. There were 3 players taller than him in the lineup, but no matter who was shooting the free throw and who else was on the court, Malik Beasley was the one and only player that stayed for every free throw. It was always Malik Beasley and somebody else. Then Malik goes for a rebound late in the fourth with no luck. The next possession, he crashes the offensive glass, but Dame made the deep 3 to ice the game, and he is not happy about it.
Bucks by 10.
He continued crashing the glass with the game already decided.
Freezer content. Coffee.
There was even a moment in the game where the Clippers made a tough shot, and Malik Beasley thought he was going to get the rebound, but he couldn't, and he just threw a full-on tantrum. Damian Lillard had to say, "Hey man, we're still ahead. It's a winnable game. We're up 4." And he's like, "But dude, my parlay, you don't understand." Just very strange behavior. Until eventually he got his final rebound, let out a big sigh, and cashed out his parlay. In one of the messages, Ed Davis said that Malik Beasley almost costed them thousands. Yes, former NBA players who made millions of dollars in their career, and Malik Beasley, a current player making millions of dollars, are worried about their parlay losing thousands.
Well, my book, The War on Conservatives, which came out in November 2023 and immediately broke into the Amazon top 10 bestseller list, reaching number 4, was banned by the book giant 2 weeks ago. Stay tuned and I'll explain why I'm just going public with it now. It wasn't just banned, it was dumped down the memory hole, preventing me from listing copies, preventing anybody who read the book from listing used copies for sale on the Amazon marketplace, deleting the thousands of 5-star ratings, the hundreds of written reviews, making it as if the book just never even existed. Luckily, the listing and all that information was saved in the Internet Archive, the Wayback Machine, and so I came up with a 4-stage plan to try to help Amazon do what was right and stop censoring my book. And so phase 1 was just appealing the ban. They sent me an email and they said, "We recently reviewed your book and we found it violates our content policy." And so I wrote a very detailed, very friendly and professional appeal, which they then denied. And so then I found the CEO's email address, which is public. And so I sent another second appeal to him that was then forwarded to the Amazon executive review team. And they then later emailed me, said that they conducted their own review and they were upholding the ban. The only explanation they gave was a ridiculous lie saying that it might be causing a disappointing customer experience. So then I moved on to phase 2 and started reaching out to my contacts in the media. And big shout out to the Daily Caller, which wrote this great article. Amazon delists conservative YouTuber's book over potentially disappointing customer experience, then claims error, and goes into the details. Now, I'm going to leave this article linked up in the description and in the comments below. Copy and paste this article and tweet it to all of the big news outlets in the media and conservative media, all the big podcasters, all the big YouTubers, because apparently none of the conservative media outlets other than the Daily Caller care about little old me, because they were the only one so far that published this story. And it wasn't until this journalist reached out to Amazon's PR team or their media relations department asking for a quote and an explanation of why they are banning another book, another bestseller, that they miraculously discovered that they had just made a mistake. It was just a little error. Because, well, they knew that it was about to turn into a big news story. Just like when they banned The Camp of the Saints, I think it was about a month ago. The book came back into print in English. They banned that. It's a novel from the 70s in France about how a bunch of migrants, million migrants or so, travel to France and ruin the culture there. So that's offensive. That's xenophobic. That got dumped on the internet too. But then after social media and some media outcry, they just miraculously realized they made a mistake and reinstated it. And of course, the liberal media was very upset once that book came back into print. The Atlantic complained that the return of Maggie's favorite forbidden book is just absolutely terrible. And then they banned When Harry Became Sally back in 2021. That made some headlines. Even Ted Cruz started tweeting about it. It's a book that's critical of the gender bending agenda. And then miraculously, last year, they reinstated it after the media pressure had died down. And then they issued a statement saying that they had reevaluated it. They, once construed it as hate speech. So probably what happened is some executive at Amazon probably realized that one of their children came down with the woke mind virus and then realized, you know what, maybe we should actually allow books on the world's biggest bookstore to actually discuss these issues. So I'll take a look at this fantastic article. Big thanks to the Daily Caller because Amazon thought that they could just sweep this under the rug. They didn't realize who they were messing with. And this was
Poker's a mental game, and acting like someone else doesn't belong isn't standing up for women. It's actually insulting to them. It's showing your mental weakness, and this opinion brought me a ton of hate last night online. My inbox was full of hateful messages, but I did get one DM from someone named Paul that I would like to share right now. Paul said, "Last night you all became heroes in our home. The poker community showed my transgender daughter what I had been telling her for years. The real poker community welcomes all. I'm 55 years old, married to my wife for 29 years, and mostly conservative. When our daughter Luna, now 20, became Luna 5 years ago, it was a world I knew nothing about. But Jenny and I know about love. And Luna is one of the most loving people on the planet. I also have a passion for poker. Luna does not yet play poker outside our home, but she does watch the World Series of Poker with me. Last night, we watched every hand, and more importantly, at least in our family, we watched the reactions of those at the event. We heard the support for Aubrey. We witnessed that support, not only in the room, but also in the broadcast booth. Luna is a great mathematician. I believe she would be great.
Until they received media inquiry from the Daily Caller, realized it wasn't going to happen quietly, and was about to turn into a major news story. Noting that it was ironic that the book, was written in part to call out cancel culture and the censorship of conservative viewpoints by major technology media platforms in itself, had then been censored by the world's largest bookseller after years of successful sales, positive customer feedback, and documented reader satisfaction. I won't read this whole article, but it really is a very well-written and in-depth report on what it is that happened. And so here's the big call to action. Like I said, just go copy the URL, go share it all over social media, shame the corporate conservative media, tip off some of my peers who apparently just won't care that a best-selling author's book banned down the memory hole by tweeting to them, posting this article in their responses on Twitter, on X, on Facebook, the other platforms as well. What's especially disappointing about this is I sent a press release about the book ban to most of the human filth. Sick. Go on, go. You stink, John. Oh, hi. It's me. Welcome. Welcome to Potatoes. Yeah, let's watch it again. Who wants to watch it again? Don't pick on Chad today. Sorry, Flat Cat. It's Canada Day. And every Canada Day, it's tradition. It's tradition. See, good morning, everybody. It is Canada. Happy Canada Day to those who celebrate, to those who partake. A happy Canada Day. For those who don't partake, and that's probably most of you, I do have to let you know about some Canada Day traditions. And one of the biggest Canada Day traditions is, as a country, united, we look to the south. We look to our neighbors to the south. That's America. And we look for their weakest citizen in all categories. We spend most of the year grading Americans, going through every single American citizen and trying to find the weakest of the weak, the loserest of the losers, so that on Canada Day we can pick on them. And ladies and gentlemen, we've done the research. The entire country is united. Chad Zumach will be the topic of conversation this Canada Day. Good morning, everybody. It is Canada Day. This will be a quick show. I have Blue Jays tickets today. Blue Jays and Mets. A big Canada Day, the annual Canada Day Blue Jays Mets game. They do this every year. Not really. But if you'll be at the game, bring your Cardiff merch to get autographed. I'll be there signing autographs between the 6th and 7th inning. 6th and 7th inning, I will be there signing autographs for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're having an emergency show. It's not really an emergency. I kind of planned yesterday. I was going to do a show today. When I woke up, and I did sleep in a little bit, and I said, let's go. Let's go. Because Chad last night on MLC Chad did a couple things yesterday. He struck an LO, and LO had a video taken down, so that's not good. Should be striking people's channels. Yeah, Chad does not like when he gets struck or his Patreon gets struck or anything, but it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. But he also started to discuss how he might have to increase the goal on his GoFundMe. Now, why is this interesting? Well, because Chad insisted he put up the GoFundMe weeks ago and then did all the calculations and met with people and did all the maths. He did all the maths and he made sure he had everything covered. He had a budget, a rock solid, amazing, tight budget, ready to go. This is all he's going to need. He can get this done. And unfortunately, he's learning that he's going to need more things. He might need more things. He might need special cameras. Again, don't waste your money, Chad. Just put up 3 iPhones, record the thing, and put on YouTube. Don't fall into the trap that you think this is going to end up on Netflix or Amazon or whatever the fuck. It might end up on Tubi. If you're lucky, this special will end up on Tubi. And you should be thankful for that. But don't invest, Chad. If any of the Clippers are watching, please clip this for Chad. Chad, do not invest in yourself. It's not worth it. Okay? It's not worth it. Go to philelmore.com, get a resume, and get a job at somewhere. Don't invest in yourself. Don't invest in yourself. Have a GoFundMe for a resume. That's what you should do. But Chad is seeing the GoFundMe money coming in and has decided I might have to raise it a little bit more. I don't think I calculated everything I'll need. Luigi Greenberg, thanks for the $1 over. Happy Canada Day, you hoser. Happy Canada Day to you too. I know where you live. I don't know why I threw that in there. It's creepy. Rick from New York. Who's going today? Jimmy Key versus Sid Fernandez. He was a hero. Hero of all of us. All right. Let's get into it. Like I said, we got super tips. We got super tips. Oh, I got the super tips. Supertip.gg/com if you want to send money to the show. Yeah, you know what? Today, I have a goal today. Cardiff, little baby boy Cardiff. I remember when I was 5 years old, went to a Blue Jays game, and I looked up at the jerseys, and I said, I want a jersey. I didn't get a jersey. I said, Mama, I want a jersey. I said, no, little Cardiff. That jersey's well over $100. Can't get you that jersey. So maybe today I can get a jersey. If you go to supertip.gg/com. Enough jerseys. Stupid. So stupid. Grown man wearing a boy's name on my shirt. Tom R, this is the super tip from a few days ago, but thank you anyway. 80 sheets, 0 jokes. That would be a reference to Chad's Sunshine Girl Notebook. If you didn't watch Thursday night's Hackdown, and if you didn't stay all the way to the end, please go back and watch the ending of Thursday night's Hackdown. Thursday night hacks down. Thursday night's Hackdown? Thursday night hacks down. Yeah, Thursday night Hackdowns. That's it. Thank you. Sean coming in with 5. That's going towards the jersey. That's going towards the jersey goal. Thank you, Sean. I'll get a Bichette. Actually, I have a Bichette. Traitor.
Happy Canada Day. I got nothing else to say.
Yeah, thank you, Much. Happy Canada Day to you too.
You can't claim independence as a nation and still bend your knee to the monarchy, dude. Geese on your money? Fine. But shot? The Queen, bro, that's lame.
Yeah, it's a system. The system makes sense if you're in the system. Just, it's fine. It's meaningless. It's ceremonial. Mostly.
You're a loser and a liar, but also a loser and a liar. Did I mention you're a loser and a liar? I win. Now back to my fake special and lack of career and tiny apartment where I sit alone all day.
Thank you, EO. Thank you to Daddy Koopy. Thank you. Previous Super Tipper insulted my country. All right, let's get to this. It's a Wednesday morning, a special Wednesday morning. It's Canada Day here. It's Wednesday morning everywhere else. So happy Wednesday, happy Canada Day. Let's move on. All right, let's get to this. This is MLC from yesterday. This is a great clip from. I want to thank for clipping this. Thank you. And yeah, this is a. Of all the clippers, he's the best. Check him out. His name is Pest.
Yeah, you're such a liar, man.
Break down what happened with the strike.
Well, I mean, like you said, he hasn't done a podcast in 3 months, and since I got a
Oh yeah, just to update everyone, Chad Melton came back yesterday and started sniping Chad. I mean, he wasn't just sniping. He wasn't just playing the show. He was up. He was on the show. And Chad, I have the episode from yesterday. We might do that maybe Sunday morning because it is kind of funny. There's a lot. There's a lot to break down from yesterday's show because I watched most of it through Melton's show, of course. And yeah, so we start the channel, and the episode is in fact down. And look, I'm not here. We gotta strike back. We gotta fight back. Melton's fine. He's gonna appeal it. He's gonna win like he always does. The episode will be back. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. But just for Chad to play the striking game when he cries when people strike, it's very stupid. Guys like Kevin supporting striking for sniping, very stupid. Very stupid. 90% of Kevin's show. Well, not 90. 50% super chats, 50% sniping. That's what Kevin does. You're gonna support this? Get the fuck out.
all this heat on me because of Comey and everybody. He wants to jump in on it like he always does, like the Rodney's thing. You know how he came back for Rodney's? So he wants to get, a payday for not doing anything. And I said, listen, dude, do a show. Do your own show. Don't just steal my content and rebroadcast it. And I said, I'm going to put a strike on your I'm warning you. I'm going to strike your channel.
But you said as well as sniping you today?
Yes. I go, I'm going to strike your channel because this is just lazy content. You're just trying to collect gripped off haters of mine. So I was doing it.
Oh, look who's here. Look who's here. Mm-hmm. Don't make me say your name. I literally thought it was K. I literally thought it was K until Chad gave out your name. Again, ladies and gentlemen, just remember, use Lady KB as an example. If you give Chad any of your personal information, if you get a shirt from him, if you give him your phone, if anything you do, any information you give Chad, he will eventually use it against you. Just so you know, ask Lady KB. She will tell you.
You go, okay, strikes in, letting you know it's gonna go through. And sometimes it goes faster. Some people go to, like John takes down Truly Network a lot live, and it eventually went through. And I told him, I go,
look who he's looking up to. Just like John. Just like John. Bryce are coming in.
Going through a breakup after 8 years and moving out today. So thank you for this today. Cardiff, you're starting my day positively, and please keep the content coming. Potato World Order.
This is for you, Bryce. I hope you got the cats. Or whatever else. Hope you got the car. That sucks. Breakup after 8 years. Sorry to hear. Well, now I'm in the downer. This one's for Bruce.
Take it down. But I warned him. I just warned him, and he didn't believe me. He was even mocking me, saying, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's an idiot. He's like, yeah, okay, I believe it. Now he has a strike. I don't know what to tell you. I gave you every warning in the world to just do your own shit. You're allowed to, watch.
Well, again, so Riles, I want to explain this to you. So Riles, stupid Riles, 223. It won't stick. It was transformative. Yes, it was transformative. Number one, it was transformative. B, see, here's the thing. When someone strikes, so Chad strikes Melton, right? This is the process. Chad strikes Melton. YouTube says, okay, we got to take this down. The content owner has struck it, saying this is their content, and we got to take it down. YouTube generally doesn't make a decision. If the content owner says this is mine, he's stealing it, he's playing it without it's not transferable, blah. All Melton has to do is appeal. He appeals it, right? And then the ball is in Chad's court. And now, once the ball is in Chad's court, the only thing that can stop that episode from going up after 2 weeks is Chad taking Melton to court. If within 2 weeks of Melton's appeal, which I'm sure he's already done, so the clock is ticking, within 2 weeks, if Chad does not take him to court, the episode is back up, strike is gone. Fact check. So even if it's not even if it is transformative, again, Chad issuing the strike would have to take Melton to court to keep the episode down or to have him actually have a strike on his channel. The channel is not down. And it wouldn't go down unless he has 3 strikes. Please. AO1012, thanks for $5. The special will end up being a cell phone recording with no connection to the mic. The jokes will be hard to hear. The GoFundMe money is just Chad's pay. Absolutely. It's exactly what it is. I mean, Chad's already bought a TV. Chad has already bought a TV and had it mounted to the wall with your GoFundMe money. There you go, Dr. Steve. He's buying TVs and having men come to mount his television because he can't do it himself.
My stuff from Clippers, but you're not going to just sit there and do a watch along and steal my super chats. That's exactly what you're doing.
So how do you strike it when you're live and he's live?
Well, that's another thing too. Is watching the numbers. Chad had about 250 people watching live, and then when Melton started sniping, it dropped around 100. It went below 100 at one point. It was around 100 and whatever. So that's the legit number Chad has. The 100 are the people that actually watch Chad for Chad. There's an extra 150 people in there that watch just to goof on Chad, just to shit on Chad. And then as soon as Chad announced that Melton was sniping, half his audience disappeared. More than half his audience disappeared and went over to Melton's channel. So Chad, again, very stupid. Very stupid. If he ignored Melton, he would have kept all those people. Beef McPeas Pudding, formerly McLarge, thanks for $3. Chad shaking hands is my Swartzen. Keeps him around. Yes. Michael J. Fox gives a great handshake. Is that what you're saying? How dare you? Take that down, JT.
I have a thing, and somebody sent it to me. While he's live, I put my we'll be right back thing up, and I just took his video. I took mine. Copyright infringement. I'm the owner of this. He's rebroadcasting it.
Someone sent me a thing. There's a thing. There's a button on the fucking video. Somebody sent me a thing. I just do this thing. It's a form. I fill it out. You click a fucking link, idiot.
And that's that. You can watch old clips. That's fine. You can put a montage together. Do some work. Quit being lazy. Quit grifting everybody. You're literally taking money from everybody. You haven't done a show in 3 months.
So you just go to your YouTube studio and you go to whatever it's called, not copyright, but let me see what it's called.
You go submit copyright application. And again, I'm only on for a little bit. I just popped on because I can't stand Melton. And he just lies so fucking much, and his audience buys his bullshit. It's so frustrating. It's the most frustrating thing ever.
Content detection?
I'll send you the link.
It's fucking idiots.
I don't know what it is off top.
It's not a link. It's on the fucking. You could do it right now.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
If you look, okay, go look down. Look down on this YouTube channel or on this video right now. The button's right there. Report. The button's right fucking there. So stupid. Don't do it, please.
Simple to do. You can submit a copyright claim and.
While you're live and he's live.
Yep. During when he's live, and Stuttering John has taken down the Shuli Network a couple of times. So.
Oh, 35.
Wow.
And right now, Stuttering John is being sued, Chad. Stuttering John is currently being sued by the Shuli Network. So again, don't follow his lead, idiot. He's the last person whose lead you want to be following. But again, you get mad when I say it. You get mad when I say it. But you are exactly the same person as Stuttering John. No fucking difference. No fucking difference between you and Stuttering John. Actually, the only difference is Stuttering John at one point.
Call of the year at the World Series of Poker. Let's break it down. Williams limps the button with Queen 9 of diamonds. Chen raises Ace 10 of clubs. William calls. Flop, Jack, 8-3. Their heads up in the ladies event or the bracelet. Now Chen checks. Makes sense with Ace High. She's trying to get to showdown. Williams could bluff. She checks back as well. Turn, deuce, it's a break. Neither player really has a hand here. Chen with Ace 10 continues her plan, checks the turn. Now this is where Williams starts bluffing. She bets pretty big here with Queen 9, the gut shot. Chen is a non-believer and makes a great call on the turn. River is a 7. Chen checks and Williams goes for all of it. She bets 150% of the pot in a massive overbet, repping a slow played set, 9-10, 2 pairs. Chen is suspicious. She tanks and makes the call of the summer unbelievable.
I thought it had to be up on your YouTube channel to get a copyright strike.
But I'm sick of him just rebroadcasting stuff. That's all he's doing. It's the laziest thing you can do. It's just so he can super chats.
I'm sick of him not doing anything for 3 months and then rebroadcasting something. It's so lazy. Chad, if you're so annoyed that he's doing something lazy, I'm annoyed that you're doing a GoFundMe instead of raising the money yourself. That's lazy. Should I strike your GoFundMe? Like, fuck off. Stupid.
Okay, but you gotta check out Marsha's show now. It's truly sad. He's explaining why he took back the girl who publicly left him for his best friend. He did? Oh, that's fucking sad.
Yeah. Clippers will clip it. Apparently Melton took Ice Dancer on a cruise, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news.
I'm sick of seeing myself on all these shows. Chad, 1 hour ago. What does that mean?
Oh, Tookie wanted me to go on a show, and every time I go on a show, it's always a problem, and it's just, I'm not interested in fighting with the potato, and Clippers going, oh my god, I can't believe this, and then Carl has to cover it for 2 hours. I was just like, I'll skip it. Every time I go on a Tookie show, something bad happens. I get my special canceled in Colorado. I get in a fight. It's just, I'm not interested.
Plus, he's best friends with Melton.
Yeah, it's just.
So why would you help Tookie?
And it's always 4-on-1 when I go on a show. I'm just not interested in fighting. Like I did.
4-on-1. It's 4-on-1. The only Chad will have a 1-on-1 argument with me on a show, and Tookie and JT are just laying back, letting it happen, and it's a pile-on. You guys are piling on. Thank you, Tim42, for $3. Tim42 has been a member for 18 months. Thank you. Again, yes, because of JT, we can't be members on this channel anymore. So send a super tip and let me know how long you've been a member. Card Defender member. Oh, you're touching my fresh.
Did it all week last week. I'm good. I don't want to fight this week.
I'm sick of. Oh yeah, you already read that. Mel was trolling you. The strike didn't work.
It did. Go look, you dumb fuck.
It's not. It says it right on the playboard. What happened?
I got an email from it.
What they say?
Yeah, you're right. He's trolling me. This guy knows. Thanks for the $2.
No, Melton has these fans that like think he's some kind of cult leader. Like everything he says is gospel. It's like
we're in upside down. I was on the phone with somebody today. I was like, I don't get it, man. They believe everything this fucking loser says. Like this guy's a piece of shit. Like why can't people see? I don't know. It is just they don't want to open their eyes. They just want to be blindly led. And I'm just like, I'm not cut out for it.
Who the fuck was Melton on the phone with today? Or who the fuck was Chad on the phone with today talking about Melton? I was on the phone today talking about this guy's praise. Who the fuck? I thought he was embarrassed of all this Dabbleverse shit. I thought he didn't want anyone to know about his Dabbleverse connections. He's on the phone talking about, again, very, very, very Stuttering John. The similarities are fucking endless. And
Amazing. I'm sick of people just rebroadcasting things. They're just losers and liars. All right, guys, let's watch old Spider-Man while I just sit in silence.
Thank you, Elon.
I just see a piece of shit.
This is Melton. It was removed following copyright removal request by a third party, which that don't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know why it says that. I don't know why it says that.
Why wouldn't it say that? Why wouldn't it say that?
It should say Chad Zuma. I want credit.
But did somebody do it for you?
No, I did it myself. I warned him like for 45 minutes. This is what's going to happen.
Happy Canada.
And I said, okay, if you're going to keep sniping, you might want to take down the video. And dummy just let himself get struck. I'm like,
So he come and played it the whole time, didn't interrupt it, didn't transform it, just watched it.
I wasn't watching it, but he was just doing a watch along, just staring at me, like just sitting there. And the thing is like he was baiting me, saying he doesn't know what he's doing. It's not going through. He's an idiot. And I just kept saying, okay, dude, I did it.
Oh, great point, Danky Dankenstein. Chad's lying. He struck it from a sock account. Very good point. He might have struck it from another account. Again, just to keep his protected by submitting false claims. Thank you.
When you're fucking little loser anonymous twats that booze mock when he was just rebroadcasting my shit.
You can see this thing. I guess I could play this because it's not on his channel.
Yeah.
The hack first thing.
No.
I know why they think it's an insult.
Yeah, I really don't.
Why do they care if he is a cop?
Queen of McShort is back in the news.
Is this the Bonds Undies ad campaign?
Yes, it is. So fresh off the American deportation. What was that, about a month ago? Something like that?
Yeah, access denied.
He's landed more than a brand deal. He's landed an ambassador ship for Bonds underwear. Now, are Bonds in America? I'm not sure.
Well, I'd be pretty disappointed if they weren't an Australian brand anymore.
Well, Bonds is like a popular underwear brand in Australia. They do like t-shirts and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, they're the brand.
Yeah, and it's as cringe as you'd expect.
Oh, no. I have to close my eyes. I can't. Look at the third one. I've got my eyes closed, and now I'm just refusing to look. Do you think that's stuffing? Has he had a cock stuffing?
It might be. I don't know.
It's like, all right, Adam, we don't have enough to work with here. We're going to have to put a little bit of stuffing in your cock.
Well, it might not be. Who knows? I don't really want to sit here and debate Guido McShortass's cock.
No, you roped me into this video. We're discussing the cock.
No, we're not. So people all over social media are calling for a boycott. They're saying we should boycott Bonds.
Yeah, I know.
And I understand the sentiment. I really do. He's done some shady shit. Like, he's more said some shady shit. And it all revolves around Abby Chatfield.
Yeah, under the influence of Abby Chatfield.
Yeah, he's talking about sending people to jail for having, like, the wrong political opinion. All sorts of stuff.
Yes, my favourite quote was, don't breed, don't procreate, you should all just die.
You're a fucking racist. You're a piece of shit. You belong in fucking jail or worse. I mean, you just all got fucking pea brains, tiny cocks, and dumb skulls. You fucking idiots. Don't procreate.
And Bonds are no stranger to controversy. Do you remember a few years back when they did the non-binary underwear campaign?
Oh, they didn't do that shit too, did they?
They did. They were pushing non-binary underwear, and it was in conjunction with -18. Do you know what -18 is?
It can't be good.
So -18 are an LGBTQIA+++XYZ advocacy group.
For under 18.
Well, I don't know, but it's fucking suspicious that it's called -18.
Yeah.
Isn't it? I mean, imagine setting up like a swingers sex club and calling it kindergarten.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like chunky yogurt. Cougar. How he's always banging on about how genocide's awful, yet he calls his show The Young Turks. Those motherfuckers like genocide of the Armenians.
Yeah, it's like -18. We groom real good.
-18, buy our underwear. Isn't that fucked? So yeah, Guido McShortass and Bonds, no stranger to controversy. Let's look at a video.
There's a video.
There's a video.
Let me hold your hand I'm a hairy motherfucker. I'm a hairy motherfucker. I'm a hairy motherfucker. I'm a hairy motherfucker. I'm a hairy motherfucker.
So yeah, just as disgusting as I expected.
I like the song though.
The song slaps.
Yeah, it does.
Anyway, let's have a closer look. You ready?
No, of course not. Of course I'm not ready to have a closer look at his dick.
You're ready. Let's go. There's another one.
No. I'm so much pain here.
Last one, I promise.
I feel every ounce of my femdom just leaving my body. I may never get sexually aroused again.
Well, that's all good.
No, it's not for you.
Gross.
You made these songs, didn't you?
Yes, of course I made the fucking song.
I thought someone else posted it and put that song on it, but as soon as you said Guido McShortass, I'm like, okay, this is Bearing's responsible for this.
No, I made hairy motherfucker as well.
Okay.
So yeah, there's no public comment or anything like that from Guido McShortass. He's a pretty private person. Like, he's a public person, but he doesn't have like a TikTok or a Twitter or anything like that that I know of.
Yeah, his girlfriend does it enough for the both of them. He probably hates TikTok.
Yeah, so whenever we talk about Guido McShortass, Abby Chatfield's like a afterthought kind of thing, like a close afterthought. Like when you think about Guido, you go, what the fuck is Abby up to? Because you know if Guido's doing something cringe, Abby's like not far behind. Or in front. They're always doing cringe stuff. They're the cringest people in the fucking world. So this is what Abby's been up to.
Announcement. Anytime I do a video face to camera and I plan to show any emotion, particularly when I have no makeup on, my hair in plaits, my glasses on, or I'm wearing a t-shirt, I'm going to put a watermark over my face so that Daily Mail, News.com, the Korean Mail, Murdoch Media in general cannot use a screenshot of me doing this and say that I was screaming or on a rampage or on a rant or that I'm delusional or that I'm manic or whatever they do.
Oh, the neck. Oh, it's what I imagine Guido McShortass's balls look like. But yeah, I love that. She's saying all this while doing like a manic, crazy pose.
Yeah, but she thinks the watermark is going to save her. That's the fucking hilarious thing.
It's not. She's not heard of AI.
Yeah, no shit. That's exactly what I said. Let's go. AI, you retard. She goes on.
Almost every time there is an article written about me by these media outlets that encourage harassment toward me.
Hang on, encourage harassment towards you. Let me translate that as best I can. Abby does something fucking insane, right?
World responds.
Yeah, world responds. Media talks about it. Abby goes, oh my god, they're encouraging harassment.
Yeah. I've done videos on her, and there's another video where she says the media are solely responsible for the trolls and the hate I get.
Well, I mean, come on. I think, like, we're a bit responsible too.
I'd like to think so.
Did you see there was there's like a bisexual football player. I don't know what his name is. I think he played for like the West Coast Eagles. And there was like a confessional article recently about how when he came out and he got divorced and shit, he got into this like hatred arc where he was like watching all these videos against feminists and shit. I was watching all these videos about like hating Abby Chatfield and shit, and I really started to hate Abby Chatfield. And I thought, motherfucker, are you watching our videos? I couldn't find out. I tried to find out, but I would love that. But he's repented now. He's like, I got some dick up me, and now I'm a super lefty again, and I feel bad.
Also, who monetize the hatred of me. Whenever there's any headline, they use a photo of me looking like that, right? Even if I'm joking. The most common one they use is me one time, it kind of like this, wearing a hoodie, but it was wet, and I was making a video laughing, and I go, and I'd use that every time I make any political statement.
I think I've got that one. And if I don't, I'll find it.
I mean, she's so full of herself, isn't she?
Yes, Yes, she is. What she's basically saying, and a lot of people have done this, a lot of lefties have done this. She's basically saying, look, if you talk about me, and especially if you talk about me and monetize it, then you're harassing me.
Yes, you're profiting off my ugly soul.
But in the meantime, how much shit does she talk about other people? And she fucking monetizes it. She's doing a tour talking shit about men.
A toxic masculinity tour.
But she subtly named it Abby Chatfield Loves Men.
Yeah, with a side heading, not all men.
Actually, let's have a look at that. So Abby Chatfield loves men, and it turns out not all men. She doesn't love white men. Actually, there's like one white. Oh, actually, no, is he white? Yeah, I think we got two white guys there. Fair enough.
They're probably diluted, like hybrids.
Half caste. After trauma dumping to 18,000 ticket holders across the country, Abby Chatfield returns with a brand new show dedicated to men. The good, the bad, the wildly overconfident, and the ones writing books about being an alpha. In a night of sharp comedy.
Sharp comedy, my ass.
Fuck me. Imagine.
Aren't you going to this with your niece?
I'm not fucking. No. She came in the other night for dinner and said, do you guys want to come to the Abby Chatfield thing?
Yeah, she asked me first.
Yeah, I don't. No, I don't. Part of me says maybe, but no, I'm not going to that. Remember with Kate Smurf Cake how I said, yeah, I'd probably go to that comedy show?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be funny because it'd be small enough to heckle and you could get some good reactions out of it. But the Abby Chatfield one, I mean, it's going to be like full of bimbos and fucking morons.
Yeah, you'd be the only man in a pit of vipers.
Yeah, no, I don't think I care to go to that.
I said to your niece, you understand that I will not be able to stop from heckling her. I think I would bash my head in with some sort of blunt object.
In a night of sharp comedy and cultural commentary, Abby tackles modern masculinity, dating delusions, podcast philosophers, and the curious phenomenon of men explaining, well, everything.
So condescending.
Featuring hilarious games, brilliant guest interviews with many genuinely great men.
Cucks.
Yeah, cucks. And plenty of beautifully chaotic moments. Funny, fearless, and very Abby. And look, you can do group bookings and school bookings.
School bookings?
School bookings. So imagine you're like in year 10, right? You're a year 10 guy, and your teacher goes, we're going to see fucking Abby Chatfield. It's part of the curriculum, motherfucker!
Yeah, and you will be graded on this.
Yeah, we're going to test you on what Abby Chatfield says.
Oh, no! I don't know what's worse, McShort-ass's matted chest and cock, or this. Probably the cock.
Yeah, probably the cock.
Men are in crisis. They say, we're lonely, we're unemployed, we're falling behind. They're screaming out for help. Who better to answer those screams than me, Abby Chatfield? They love talking about me. So obviously, they need me in these conversations. I'm all about fulfilling men's needs.
What the fuck is she wearing? I remember when I was like 12 or something, and my parents used to drive me to my friend's house who happened to live in St Kilda, and we went past a very notorious spot where ladies of the night used to hang out.
Hookers.
Yeah. It was like Hooker Boulevard. That is exactly what they look like.
Yes, you know, like you could be a trans hooker.
Okay, that's a very special lady of the night. She looks like a toxic female. You get to lecture us on toxic men wearing that shit.
I'm doing my part, and I'm going on the road with a live show all about the crisis that men currently find themselves in. I've been deep in the manosphere, studying the ancient texts and learning all about men's rights to try to figure out what's going on with these men. What's wrong? Are you okay?
None of this is funny. She's trying to be funny, and it's just not funny. And what's wrong with the super mega alpha chads? Why can't they talk on the internet? I mean, you can talk as much as you fucking want about.
You can't do this. There's a clip from his show yesterday. Again, I might do his yesterday's show on Sunday, where he's talking about LeBron James. I mean, Kawhi Leonard's come back to Toronto, and that means anything is possible. But he's talking about LeBron James selling out. He should come back to Cleveland. And he's talking about these athletes like they're children playing for their school. He just has this very simple mentality in everything. In everything, he has a very fucking simple mentality, and we're seeing that right here. You can't like Melton and not like me. It's impossible.
Found him Hackers. Yeah, I think he's runner-up last year.
You're the biggest loser, chatter, so it works out really well. You're an average chat.
Mountain put up the playboard screenshot himself. And
Someone's stupid. What about the email I got from YouTube?
Oh yeah, and again, going back, we talked about this on BTH, and if you're not a member of Patreon, get a membership now. Patreon.com/CarterCollector. Watch BTH every Monday night with me, Tukey, and Blind Mike. Chad's been going off. He especially went off on Kumia. Maybe I'll pull these clips for Sunday. He went off on Kumia being a loser, being in everyone's chat. And then there he is Sunday morning in Blind Mike's chat. Super tipping Blind Mike. So yeah, I mean, come on, Chad. Come on. Like, you can't have it both ways.
And what? He's still, the show's still down.
This
Mountain
guy's
put up the
really
playboard
dumb.
screenshot himself. And then what does that prove?
You want to see? You want me to send you the email?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kate Meany will hold down a minor for a bunch of methed out bikers. God bless. Kate Meany will hold down a minor for a bunch of methed out bikers. I don't even know. Is that from a book?
Don't say her name.
I love stupid boomers. Oh no! What did I do now? What did I do now?
Very good on
This
super
Malkin-
tips. You need to go to Hackamania. Excuse me.
Thank you.
So what are you doing? You're on stage?
So why is every time he mentions fucking food, it's salmon? Every time he mentions fucking... Does he eat salmon every fucking day? I don't believe he does. You see that? Every fucking time he mentions what he had for dinner. Salmon. Salmon make you burp? He just thinks he makes him look special to get salmon. Like peanut butter and jelly. Here's a fuck.
No. I just smell salmon. I have to brush my teeth.
Chad, I'm not a fan, but I can't stand seeing you get constantly worked over too. Stay off.
Does he think of... Wait, what? He burps, smells salmon, and thinks that means he needs to brush his teeth? Does he think the burp came from the back of his tooth?
On stage?
No. I just smell salmon. I have to brush my teeth.
Chad, I'm not a fan, but I can't stand seeing you get constantly worked over too. Stay off the sauce. You're better when you're sober. I know they're working for his drunk Chad, but go at with your best.
I'm 2 days sober, 100%. I'm working at it. I know. I had a bad week last week. It was just too much. Not only with the online shit and the fighting, but there was other things that were going on, and I just didn't want to deal with it. But now I'm back.
Hi Tukey's lawyers.
That's a thing still?
Tukey was saying that you should have used. I was watching Tukey for 5 seconds, and Tukey said you should have used a Kickstarter instead of a GoFundMe because GoFundMe is for medical stuff, and Kickstarter seems stupid because if you don't hit the goal, everybody gets their money back. I mean, Steeltoe would lose his mind if you don't hit the Kickstarter goal. Everybody gets their money back. So what the fuck is that?
Well, here's the thing, Tukey. I've never done a crowdfunding for anything, despite what Husey says. So I don't know anything between GoFundMe or Kickstarter.
But Husey done a problem.
I didn't know that Kickstarter would actually hold me responsible. By the way, just again another clip from yesterday's show. This is I've got Chad's show from yesterday. Probably gonna do that Sunday morning. He did declare. He solemnly declared yesterday that if he doesn't do the special, he's going to refund everyone their money back. He's going to personally refund everyone their money back, which is bullshit. Because once he withdraws it from GoFundMe, it's never going. He's not going to issue refunds. It's not happening. But he did make the declaration yesterday. So gotta save that clip for a rainy day.
But the shit way you're doing 2 different GoFundMes. You don't have a problem with that.
And Husey doesn't mind putting his Venmo everywhere he possibly can for money and not pay his guests and his staff. But going back to what I was saying, like,
I don't. I only did a GoFundMe because everybody was using GoFundMe's to sue people and to pay for lawsuits. So I said I'm going to do something for something where it's going to go to some content, some real shit, like an actual special. That's why I went GoFundMe, just to stick it to everybody else because they're all doing it. I'm not going to stay on much longer. I just want to go to bed, and I'm sick of I'm not in the mood to get worked up.
Someone make a whole funding for that classless disintegrating bread.
Perfect. Pretty good. Is that malware?
Malware scan.
He's killing it.
Red Bar hates Melton more than anybody. Who cares? Red Bar's dead. Dead Bar. Red Bar, who cares what Red Bar? Who ever cared what Red Bar thought? Louis J. Gomez made it a thing, and it's a nothing. I mean, it's fucking laughable. Red Bar hates Melton. Who cares what Red Bar does or thinks? Melton's a loser in his own right. What cameras did Melton use on his GoFundMe special? Yeah, didn't he do a GoFundMe to get chicken or something, or get a Thanksgiving dinner?
He did a GoFundMe to do a special like at that Fringe Festival like 12 years ago, and he just kept the money. He claimed he shot it, and he just didn't like it. That's why he didn't release it.
The festival in Scotland?
Yeah. Edinburgh, yeah. He GoFunded himself to that trip out there to do it, and then he filmed a special, and he said it just didn't come. It didn't come out the way I wanted it, so I didn't release it.
Chad, you're not a drunk bum. Happy opposite. Oh wow.
I again save that, ladies and gentlemen. Save that clip because I predict. I very much predict. Yeah, guys, special didn't come out the way I wanted. I can't put this out. Sorry. I mean, I shot the special, so thank you for your money. He's gonna use. That's exactly gonna be his excuse, Steve Horn. It's exactly gonna be his excuse. I didn't like the way it came out. There was a gonk. Every time I shot my finale, there was a gonk. I couldn't get it out in post production.
Oh, cool, man. It's a burn.
The lip correction didn't work.
It's a fucking burn.
Send little K Beta like his life depends on it. Chad has like 7 bad weeks this year. Does this man walk under a dark cloud of despair? Oh yeah, Mel did a GoFundMe to make the world's largest quesadilla.
Oh, you did it for that too? I don't remember.
Yeah, that's what I was
I think he's done a bunch of
it for food. I'm a Z-Man fan because he yells bad words. Oh wow, you guys are really clever tonight. I know it's late. I'm 2 days sober, and that's why you're a Los Cowsers.
I mean, you're getting the best of the best tonight. It's a good thing you went on. This is $2 word jumble today, guys. Good job. You're killing it. You're really sticking it to me.
I needed to relax. Be accountable and remove sobriety from GoFundMe grifter.
No, because that's the plan, dog. Go donate. Next person to donate to my GoFundMe will be the executive producer. I'm kidding.
So how did the venue appointment go? Is this the one?
Planning to be sober.
Possibly.
Yeah, don't dox yourself. See Judah Freelander's iPhone special, creative goal. Judah Freelander stinks. Listen, I'll say it. Nobody else will say it. He stinks. It's all that shitty crowd work with the great world's greatest with the hat and the long hair, and it's like, I'm done. I'm done with him.
How much did he pay editors and everything else and venue? Like, I'm curious. What did he? How much? I don't know.
Judah Freelander?
Yeah, there's a lot of hidden costs in that stuff.
Yep.
They film movies on iPhones. I don't have the capabilities.
Will somebody get an edit for you?
I mean, you can't just. Yeah, I don't know how to edit this shit. I could barely edit on iMovie. I
thought you knew how to edit.
On iMovie like any retard. But it's not. It's not good.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on a second. So the edit on iMovie is not good. It's editing is editing. The software used to edit is fucking irrelevant, Chad. if you cut it off the way you want it to look, edit. They used to edit fucking film with a razor blade. Yeah, editing on an iMovie is the same as editing on anything else. Yeah, you just can't put in as many laughs in an iMovie in post-production. That's what you're looking for. Chris Angler coming in.
Happy Canada Day. Which grocery store was better, Dominion or Miracle Mart? Miracle Mart had commercials with Al Waxman, but Dominion had the most amazing in-store hot dogs. I can't decide.
I got to tell you, I was a big fan of the A&P. The A&P where where you had the baskets. Well, actually, no, I was a Nob Hill Farms guy. Nob Hill Farms for the win. Baskets.
Chad, did you break your good glasses?
I just picked these up on Sunday.
Where?
Walmart. And then
Little Piggy said you. I'm going to take it down.
Chad has Walmart glasses.
Traffic
I'm
delay.
gonna take that Tukey. I'm gonna go warm it up. And Tukey's got a Tukey's. That was my plan today because someone was like, "Don't want you to snipe him." So I'm like, I'll just wait. I'll wait until his back starts hurting, and then to make it uncomfortable for him. I just want him to go long enough that he would his back would hurt. Because I don't want to do 3 hours. I want to do like 6 hours.
So for the past 2 months, he's been going to physical therapy and he's taking prescription medication and
They
everything.
sway on the dot.
And so he thought he could come back because I have some heat on me, so he wants a payday. And he's still smoking weed. He's still like vaping and everything.
Yeah, Melton laid back and waited for
he claims he lost 30 pounds, but he still looks as fat as ever. It's hilarious.
He claimed he lost 30 pounds.
He said he lost 30 pounds in the last.
Oh yeah, hold on. I met Melton. 30 pounds is a drop in the bucket. Okay, doesn't matter if he lost 30 pounds. Relax, Chad. Relax. Don't think he got him. He could have lost 50 pounds. He still wouldn't notice shit. Love you.
It's 2 months.
I did
And
not
he's
know
like,
that.
he said the hump on his back's going down. It's all bullshit.
He said that? That's a quote unquote.
From the little I caught after I signed off.
At least Redbar has the good sense to die before he became old and lame like Opie and Anthony. Yes.
I'm with you on this. That's a tweet of the year.
Him and Jules. At least Redbar had the good sense to die before he became old and lame like Opie. Opie made like $43 today, I guess, through Super Chats, and he was all excited.
Not bad for Opie.
Did you copy my basic show concept or no? Tell the truth.
Is this really Carl?
No. Did you copy my basic show concept? Me? I didn't. I was doing shows way before Carl. I super chat your net worth $2. Clown Lion King.
I don't know if that's true.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. It's hard to kill Adrian Mateo. She hasn't lost a heads-up match in decades from.
How did this be number 2? Not the first time, but the second time. It's pretty.
This is good. I've been on a very long drought of winning tournaments, and this one's really special to be in the final table of every star-studded best player in the world. This means a lot.
You did it.
Hi.
Thank
you.
Hey, I'm going to stay on for 10 more minutes and then I'm going to sleep. So whatever you guys got to say, get it in. I'm not in the free chat. I don't know what the fuck's going on. So get in what you have to say. Don't still. It's just so I don't want anyone. Chad ran from the chat. I did. Okay, this was fun. I was watching. We gotta find the clip from Tukey Soup last night.
Tukey Soup was watching. Again, he started sniping Tukey, and Tukey. Watch Tukey Soup last night. It was after I left. KD comes up.
Do a strike submission right now. Salmon.
It's a new beginning for a history-making sport.
No. I just smell salmon at the breakfast.
Chad, I'm not a fan, but I can't stand seeing you get constantly worked over. Just stay off your thoughts. You're better when you're sober. I know the world prefers drunk.
That's fine. You don't need to go to bed.
That with your best.
I'm 2 days sober, 100%.
Adam Darcy, maybe we'll Tucker.
Fighting, but there was other things that were going on. I'm out of here. I don't care. so
I just
tired.
want to see what Tukey was saying.
I'm so tired. I can't handle the slightest. This is a fucking professional stand-up comedian and can't handle the slightest fucking.
Twizzlers bendy tastiness.
Oh, so thin skin. Heard a Tukey, and I just don't want to see him tonight. I want to go to bed.
KB, why not do a show and comment thoughtfully on the super chats? KB, why not do a show and comment thoughtfully on the super chats and not just read them haphazardly, but about like your big time? Because I get too many super chats. A lot of time they're redundant. So be better. Bear Rip says, hidden costs, take care of that on the back end. Little KB 720 MLC. Oh no, I'll be ruined.
Oh, this whole thing. This is a mountain thing. He copies everything.
Oh no. So
They really think live views like he's killing it. He's been on for 3 hours.
Oh my God, he's got bigger numbers than me. Oh my God, didn't the Iceland ever cap over 1,000 tonight? Allegedly.
Again, Chad, every time he sniped Gino when he's live, this guy's only got 40 viewers, and I've got 210. He can't not contradict himself. Like every shot he takes, when that shot is taken back at him, that's the Melton. That's the Melton. Here's the Melton ball washer.
And how they're doing. EGN, where you been? They started selling crack in my neighborhood. Finally, what up, KB and the Mud Shark? EGN he's OG.
EGN's been I like old school dudes. Good to see him.
How did the other guy react?
He was like, "Ay-ya!" And he was saying like "Chani ma," which means your mother in Chinese. Chani ma, you know what he was saying. Yeah, and cigarette smoking everywhere, and I'm just sitting there like, holy.
What's the craziest game you've ever been involved in?
I've been in some insane games. Insane.
Have you got time?
Oh yeah.
Are we talking in terms of like money in hands, or are we talking in terms of people that take with you?
Whatever. Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys. I've told this story before, but I think that this story paints how crazy. So you're talking about a dude. I played internet poker. I go to Vegas with my buddies, and then a good friend of mine says, "Hey, you have to come to Macau, which is this little island off the coast of Hong Kong." And he's like, "This is like the Vegas boom times 1,000. You have to come here. The games are softer and they're way bigger than American games."
When you say softer, do you mean the people playing aren't as skilled?
Aren't as skilled, right. And the stakes are higher. So your hourly rate is astronomical, right? So I go to this game. I'm not very good at the time. I'm good enough to win in the game, and the game's very, very big for me. But I'm playing with a fellow who says, "Hey, there's a game in Manila right now in the Philippines that is the softest game you ever played in, and it's huge." He says, "Do you want to come play?" And the guy was a trustworthy guy. I asked a couple other people. They said, "Yeah, you can trust him." So I get on this plane. I've never been to the Philippines. I fly to the Philippines with my girlfriend, who's now my wife. We get picked up in an armored car, and we're driving down the street. And there's like, just the streets are just ridden with homeless people. It looks crazy. We pull into this mega casino, and a guy comes out and he asks for our passports, takes our passports, run all our stuff through a scanner, and then they're like, your name is under Mr. Young. So I check in as Mr. Young into this casino. I've never been, armed guards, and I'm just like, what is happening right now? And I get a text on my WhatsApp, and it says, at midnight or so, the boss will text you when he's ready to play. And I'm just like, all right, I guess. I just play poker. I didn't, just tell me. So I wait around. It's like 2 a.m, and I get a text. And I'm told that this game is going to be a certain stake that was already 5 times too big for me to be playing. So I texted a couple of my buddies that had more money than me at the time, and I said, hey, you have this percent of me in the game. Whatever. And so I end up, and I'm still taking a shot at the game. So I'm told that the game is going to be really, really good.
Are we allowed to know the stake, or is that not something you're?
Yeah, well, yeah, I can tell you roughly the stakes. Like were supposed to be, they were supposed to be 5,000, 10,000 Hong Kong. So it was supposed to be like a 600, 1,200 game.
Yeah.
US. So minimum buy-ins like 120,000 US for chips. And now this is over 10 or about 10 years ago. And I'm told this game's going to be soft. And I walk in and I sit down. The first person I see sitting at the table is Phil Ivey. And this is, I'm not who I am today.
Had you met Phil?
Yeah, I knew him, you know, but like still, like I was told this could be like a wicked soft game. And there's two dealers sitting side by side, which is very weird. So they don't have shuffle machines. They just have two dealers. One's shuffling, and they want the cards as fast as they can. So in come the bosses, the VIPs, which you would call like the losing Asian players who like they were down partying. They're all smoking. The room's filled with smoke. There's women everywhere. Very weird experience. Two dealers whipping out cards, and they bring up the chips and they hand me the chips, and the chips don't have numbers on them. And I'm like, all right, hey, what do these chips mean? And they tell me the numbers, and I'm like, oh, we're playing, you know, why do we have so many chips in front of us? I thought we were playing 5,000, 10,000. And they're like, no, we're playing 20,000, 40,000. So we're actually playing about $5,000 big blind, minimum buying $500,000. And so I can't text my buddies in time. I end up having like a piece way too big of myself. Okay, way too big of myself. Fast forward a few hours later, I'm running hot. I have all these chips in front of me, and this VIP character, who I won't name, but he's very animated. He's smoking like 3 cigarettes at once. He's like screaming at the boards. But we end up in a situation where the game has 4x'd in size from what it started at because he wants the stakes to be bigger because he's down money. And when they want to keep pressing their bets when they get stuck money. And you're just kind of at their will, you have to play whatever they want because the game is formed around them. So not only am I in a game that started 4 times too big for me, now it's even bigger. I have all these chips in front of me. I'm kind of like, you know, I'm shitting myself. I'm like, this is the most degenerate situation my whole life. And I'm dealt 2 kings, okay? And I end up, like, me and this other guy end up getting all in on a board of 10-8-7, and he ends up having 10-8. And so I'm all in for, like, an ungodly amount of money for me at the time. And in America and other places, sometimes what you'll do is you'll run the board out 2 times. And what that does is it reduces the variance a little bit. So say you and I are 50-50. If we run it out once, one of us is going to scoop the pot. But if we run it out twice, usually we'll chop the pot.
What does that mean, running it out?
So say you and I get all in on the flop.
Yeah.
Sometimes the dealer will run the turn in the river 2 times, and then you'll split the pot, or you'll scoop the pot. But say you win the first run out, I win the second run out, right? We'll chop it. Okay. So it just reduces the swings of the game.
Okay, got you.
Asia, they don't do that. They want high swings, right? So what they do is they sell insurance. So this guy gets all in against me, and he's in front. He's over here paying a vig. What this means is if I suck out on him, he'll get the house will pay him some of the money back. So he's buying insurance. And I'm sitting there telling myself, like, all right, man, like, I'm about 20% to win this hand. And I'm telling myself, you got to be like a man about this. You got to tap the table. You got to just get up and walk away. Like, I'm spinning. You know, I'm going to lose this pot that's worth some ungodly number into the millions. And, yeah, and I'm like, you know, I'm a pretty low stakes player at this point in my life. And I degened off a big piece of my bankroll. And I end up, like, getting to the last card of the river, and who's now my good friend Paul Fua, who's like the most legendary Asian gambler of all time, who's won billions gambling. He looks at me, I don't know him very well at the time, and he says, do you want to sweat the river card? And what that means is the dealer throws me the card rather than just turns it over, and I get to look at my fate in slow motion. Bro, you want to talk about the most degenerate shit ever. So this is the first time, like I've never done crack or heroin, but I kind of imagine this is what it's like right before you rip that needle into your veins, you know? Because I'm like spinning, and I'm like, all right, I'm about to lose like the biggest pot I've ever played times 10. And I have to go back and tell Bianca that like this happened, and she's gonna say like, what, you know? And so he says, do you want to sweat the river card? And I go, yes. Yes, I do. And I'm spinning, and Ivy hasn't said a damn word for 4 hours. He takes off his headphones. He's like looking at my face. Everybody there wants to see the pain or the joy that's about to happen, right? So the dealer throws me the river card, and I start to sweat it, and they're like, you're not sweating it right, because they play Baccarat. And, you know, they sweat cards really specifically. And I'm like, with all due respect, I'm gonna look at this card the way I want to look at it.
Yeah.
And I end up sucking out for like an enormous pot. And that's how lucky I am. It's like, you know,
You had a kid.
I actually ended up backdooring a flush, so there were 2 diamonds on the flop, and I had king of diamonds king, and it went diamond diamond.
Oh.
Yeah, and I stuck out for some, and I'm like just like sitting there like, oh my god,
What was the pot?
what just happened to you, man? I can't remember the amount, but it was, for me at the time, it was
Millions.
yeah, it was probably like 8 times bigger than any pot. I played bigger pots since, but at that time it was a life-changing experience. I mean, I would have been fine if I lost the pot, but it would have definitely been a drop stakes type situation and rebuild.
How did the other guy react?
He was like, "Ay-ya!" And he was saying like "Chani ma," which means "fuck your mother" in Chinese. Chani ma, you know what he was saying? So yeah, and cigarette smoke and everywhere, and I'm just sitting there like, holy shit, you know?
Wow.
But yeah, there's a crazy gambling
It
story,
sounds like a movie.
bro. I mean, it happened in the middle of Manila, the Philippines. Just like I'd never been there. Started playing 2 in the morning. We played 30-hour sessions. It was crazy.
Stuttering John Melendez says we're putting up.
these guys after July.
But you didn't have enough food.
Wel, chillers. Hebben we dus een boek aan
Hier, hou het. Ik ga gaan met ja. Ponle la borra el dulce. Yeah, sure.
Six.
Oh no.
One of the things I did prior to the summer was rewatch the 2006 WSOP main event before it left Poker Go.
How'd I do? It's the Poker News Podcast.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to episode 981 of the Poker News Podcast. I am Chad Holloway, joined by Mike Holtz, Ben Ludlow, and special guest returning to Level 9 Studio, Jamie Gold. Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you for having me. I'm very excited. I've been seeing some of our friends over the summer. I've only been here maybe 10 days, but it's been an eventful 10 days. It's always good to see you.
We're excited because we're going to talk all about your main event run in 2006. It's the 20th anniversary of that. Been doing a lot of stuff with Poker News to remember that. I've been interviewing some folks. We have an episode coming up where I interviewed the last woman standing in the main event stable. I interviewed Paul Wasika, the man you beat heads up. So we'll get into all of that. But Ben, Mike, I'll start. 2006, where were you guys when Jamie was busy winning the main event?
2000. Yeah, I was born for sure. I was a senior in high school. I was for sure watched every single second of that. That was like the peak of. Well, I would say it's the peak of poker fandom in general.
Highlights back then.
They were, yeah.
Well,
Well, every
cool
second that they broadcasted.
That's not quite true because I recall I was in college and I was working at a pool hall and I remember it because we rented it to put it on a big screen. They actually put the 2006 main event on pay-per-view.
Right.
Did they really?
They did.
Without the whole
Without
cards.
the whole cards, yeah.
That's amazing.
It was like I heard that it was a bird's eye view, that you could kind of see the table a little bit,
Yeah.
but you basically couldn't tell what was going on.
So
It was
basically
the
the viewing
first and the
experience of
last
this
time
Yeah, it wasn't very
that
good.
they did it that way.
Wow.
It was an experiment that did not work out well, but
the broadcast worked out really well, and it was a really exciting time for poker, and for me it was pretty nice.
Yes.
You don't say.
Well, I only really know Jamie Gold as the king of the Bahamas Paradise Atlantis cash games. I mean, that's really, that man opened and closed the cash games every single day in the Bahamas.
All night for a few weeks every December. If anyone ever makes it to the Bahamas and you go into the cash game room, 100% you will see me running our one round of bomb pot, one round of PLO, one round of Hold'em, all day and night until they kick me out.
Oh yeah.
I am always the last one because they close for a few hours, as opposed to here, which is 24/7, which is dangerous.
Yes.
But they do close for a few hours.
I think they have to.
They do have to legally.
It's like going out to bars in New York City. You're like, oh, they'll just kick me out eventually, and then all of a sudden it's 4 in the morning. You're like, oh shit, I'm still here.
Mike, what about you? 2006. What was life like?
Life was like I was eating a lot of chocolates. I was eating a lot of food. I was 350 pounds playing World of Warcraft, and I wasn't into poker yet, actually. So like I didn't watch any of your main event highlights until afterwards. Whenever I got wherever they replayed on ESPN at whatever hours of the day, and then eventually whenever I got to watch it on YouTube, 8 years later or whatever. So I mean, for me, I didn't get to experience it firsthand, but afterwards, watching back was fucking sick. You know what I mean? Because like I got to watch the main events afterwards, and there wasn't really anyone like you at all in any of them, and it was sick to see. I love talking to the table. I think talking to the table, especially heads up, I think it's ridiculous. If we're heads up, I can't talk to you. I think it's poker where we're having, you know what I mean? Like I don't think. I think that's just a part of the game, and I think kind of sucks that it got removed from tournament poker. You know what I mean?
That rule should change, and now it's become such an odd thing where the only thing people are talking about when you refer to talking at the table are these two guys who seem to think that it's okay to take 10 minutes on every hand, berate the entire table, but non-stop, and then basically make it so that if you get placed at one of their tables, you're at such a huge disadvantage because you're only getting maybe 5 hands every half hour when everybody else is getting 20.
Yeah.
And it just seems like that's what it's become. So people ask me like, "Oh, you must love these guys." It's not, it's not that I don't like them personally. It's that I just don't like what they're doing. Because what I was doing was trying to make the game better, more interesting. If anybody had ever said, "Hey, this is really getting in my way," I would instantly stop. I have no interest in affecting other people's play. It was to make the game more interesting, have a psychological aspect of it, and almost everyone that I've ever played with has said you made the game so much more fun. Because sometimes we're sitting there for 12 to 14 hours, and it can get really boring sometimes. And so if you can make the game better, but now it's become something completely different, and I don't even know what to say. I'm not sure what the fix is for that. I know one of them got banned.
Which is good.
And, well, no, but they're back.
He's back.
They're back. Yeah.
Mr. Kasoup's
I
back.
have not seen him yet.
Some bullshit, man.
I think he usually comes for the main, but yeah.
You know what? I just don't get it because, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I just don't understand how like he's here, Min the Master's still here. It's like let's just get rid of these guys. What's happening? They're a net negative for the WSOP.
Well, yeah, I'm not. I'm not saying that we should get rid of them. I just believe that there should be rules in place. If you were going to create whatever we're calling the Jamie Gold rule to stop us from basically, being able to have some banter when we're heads up, which I think is really good for the game, but not have enough rules in place to stop what's going on now. I'm sure that they will at some point. But
The winner of the
I'm curious to see what happens now. I don't have anything against these guys personally. I just like the game to be fair. And anytime anyone had ever told me, "Hey, like, you can't flip over one card for whatever reason," I believe I'm giving information away.
Yeah.
But people said that it was unfair, and so I never did it again.
I hate that. I want my opponent to show me a card on the river every time. I want. But don't penalize
It
them,
makes it
please.
so much better for TV.
Oh yeah.
Way better.
Well, yeah. Another problem with these guys too is I feel like they come at you at the table, and whether you want to or not, you're forced to engage. And if you don't engage or give something back or fight back, then you're just gonna kind of get steamrolled. So now you're put in a spot where if I'm at the table and I just want to have my headphones and not engage and kind of just like be a person and play and be in my own world, I should also have that choice as opposed to being forced to kind of like engage with these guys. And if not, then I'm at a disadvantage. Well, it's just tough. Where if then every time you go to a table, you got to be prepared to get in a verbal fight too, or a verbal battle. That's
with who was I talking to in Chicago? The Vault? I don't know if they'll give me a date. I doubt it.
Did James Sullivan actually give you something?
He's a professional comedian shooting a comedy special that he thinks he's worthy of shooting a comedy special, but he can't get booked in Chicago. The entire city of Chicago. I could get a comedy gig today in Chicago if I wanted to. I guarantee if I wanted to perform comedy, I don't perform comedy. If I wanted to.
They might well smell it, but they won't know where it is. See the birds flying up. So they can probably smell that kill, but they just don't know where it is. They probably think it's in the tree. Now, if that leopard just stays where she is, she's perfectly safe. And the only problem is if the lions are pushing each other out the tree. If the lions panic her, the little ones, yeah, I think they'll just also, just to give you a heads up, that carcass is somewhere on the ground. But when they do discover it, the lionesses will fight with each other. And like this morning, they're going to be growling and snarling and carrying on, but it's at one another, not at us. So these two are now a little bit stuck. A bit more elegant than I thought. And you can see why we never found it underneath that tree. So, but yeah, I think that leopard shall climb down and then just kind of slither off. Like, she is a danger to these cubs if she were to come across them on their own.
Alright, so Jason Kuhn's gonna raise. First one in. It's not a straddle pot.
I mean, there is the stakes to the table.
Huh?
This is still like me. Set hunting.
Paul says he's set hunting with 8-6 suited. Trying to put some mind games on his opponents.
32%. Well, yeah, now I have less.
There are a lot of people who would keep 25% of their net worth in cryptocurrency as $1,000. Within 6 months, there's 20,000 according, and now they're forced to have 90% of them still their net worth, unless they want to pay short-term capital gains tax. So they got a whole lot of over here. So if that continues for you, you want to gamble on cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Kuhn flops a straight flush draw.
6-9 is a straight.
Looking for the 9 of clubs, or the 9 of hearts, or the 4 of hearts right now. Love to see a straight flush on in our big cash game. But Tom Dwan's got the best hand. He's gonna bet top pair 10 kicker. Elton, he's got bottom pair for nut flush draw right now. He's actually gonna make the call, or is he check raising? He's gonna make the call with bottom pair. He's very suspicious of Tom. They've got a lot of history, but Jason Kuhn actually might check raise here. He can put a lot of pressure on these type of hands. Yeah, he's gonna raise 100,000. I mean, he's stuck about 800,000 euros, so I can see why he wants to raise and just put a lot of pressure. I wonder if Tom Dwan can read into this and maybe call a flop check raise and kind of see what happens on the turn. But I think he's going to let it go. The way he's grabbing his cards. Actually, no, he might call. Tom's thinking about what happened previously. Kuhn bluffed off a lot of his chips. Would Kuhn actually try and bluff off more chips?
What happened? What happened with the flop?
So he's gonna let it go. And Elton probably got a full bottom pair. Maybe Elton's gonna call here with just bottom pair. No, he re-raises to 324,000. This is a weird play.
Turn it off.
Wow. Jason Kuhn, I mean, he has a very good hand, just 6 high, but he's got 55% chance to win. I think he's just going to call and see what happens on the turn. He doesn't think Elton will ever fold to a shove. He actually would. So here comes the turn. Elton trying to decide what Kuhn has. Turn is a queen. Elton has the nut flush draw of his pair of 7s. 736,000 in here. Now, Elton was pretty much giving up, but on this card, he actually might shove. Elton's trying to represent a set or two, like ace-8 or ace-7 right now. I'm not sure what he puts Kuhn on right now, but he knows Kuhn lost a million chips. They've never played before with each other, I believe, with such big stakes. I would love to see Elton ship it all in here. The way Elton played the hand, man, I really can't really put him on a hand. It just seems like we called a bet, got check raised by pre-flop raiser, and then re-raised 300,000. So he's gonna bet. He's gonna bet a lot. He's just gonna shove them all in. Okay, he shoved in 390,000. He's got 540,000 behind. A half pot bet. Jason Koon's got so many outs, but he's only got 30% now. Jason Koon's got position, so he technically can call. I would never shove in Jason Koon's spot because he has no fold equity, so he should only call with position. Jason Koon already down like 800K right today. He can get all his money back in his hand, or he can lose €1,000,000, possibly more because I think they were deeper. He makes the call. There's not very many chips remaining. Elton. 1.5 million. This spot could be bigger than the last spot we just saw. Rivers of 4. Jason Koon makes the nut straight. There's 1.5 million in there.
I'm sure. I think it's fine at all.
Jason Koon is so relieved to see the 4. Elton trying to decide if he can make a bluff. Just a pair of 7s. Jason Koon just praying for Elton to shove. Elton realizes Koon only has a third of the pot remaining. So he checks, he gives up. Jason Koon's gonna shove. I wonder if Elton will consider a hero call. If Jason Koon can have 6-5 of hearts, then that means he could have 10-9 of hearts as well, right? So technically Elton does beat a couple hands. I guess King 10 of hearts and Jack 10 of hearts occasionally. But there's so many chips in there. 2 million in the middle. Elton trying to decide what hands he can beat. 10-9 of hearts, the most likely hand he could beat. But if he has 10-9 of hearts, his opponent can also have 6-5 of hearts, which is what he's up against. It's very few hands he actually beats here. I guess 10-9 of hearts and King 10 of hearts. Jack 10 of hearts. If that's assuming they played the hand this way as well. I mean, he really wants to make a hero call, a pair of 7s, but it won't be good. Because if Jason Koon had a hand like King Queen of hearts, he'd probably just check it back because usually he's up against 2 hearts himself. So nice hold. Can't show the bluff. Jason Koon wins 789,000. He's actually up money right now. 2.1 million there in his starting stack. He's in for 2 million.
Damn, he's opening it up. 8-6 off. Fine.
this is literally the biggest poker tournament that's ever happened.
The reason this tournament's so unique is a lot of the biggest high rollers in the world either pop up somewhere in Asia, say like Manila, there'll be a giant Triton, or Vegas will have the $1 million buy-in one drop. But the collective forces have never put their efforts together, and now we're seeing what can happen when they do join up. This is the biggest super high roller tournament in the history of the world, and that's the main reason why.
The best players in the world aren't necessarily playing mid-stakes or low-stakes. They're playing the highest game in the room.
I haven't played many tournaments the last few years, but I couldn't miss this one.
So this tournament is like, people have asked me about my parents, how do you feel, are you excited? And I tried best to describe it to them, actually. I said, it's almost like a World Cup final. Like, it's something that you could never dream of as a kid.
It's going to be the biggest day of gambling I've ever had by far.
It's literally the biggest buy-in tournament ever, and I'm there, so that makes me really happy because that's kind of been the way I rank myself against other players for my whole career.
I will never participate in something like this again. Never have before, likely never will again. It is just going to be such a unique experience.
Oh, how would it feel to win this? That's probably going to be the greatest feeling in poker history.
Do you want to win this high roller tournament? You're going to have to get through me if you want to do it.
The winning a freeze out with all the best players in the world and all the best amateurs in the world at the highest stakes doesn't get much better than that.
Indeed, it does not, Mr. Petrangelo. Welcome, one and all, to the Hilton on Park Lane in London, one of the most multicultural cities in the world, and a fitting stage for these 54 players who come from all over, each having paid £1 million to compete in the richest poker tournament in history. Ali Nishad alongside Daniel Negreanu. And Daniel, what an incredible event we have on our hands here.
This has never happened in the history of poker, where an event, especially of this magnitude, separates the pros and the non-pros. I'm super excited to see how that plays out, especially in the early going.
11 places will be paid. £1.1 million, the minimum payout if you're in the money, with $19 million hanging up top. As we saw the breakdown there, the £54 million prize pool. Another important aspect of this event, £2.7 million raised for charity. 50K per player going to that end. As you get a look at our featured table here, which has no shortage of talent, both on the professional and non-professional side of the spectrum. Blinds are at 1,500 and 3,000 with a 3K ante. Everyone starting with 1 million in chips, and Timofey Kuznetsov, true teller, starting with a limp, sitting on King Queen offsuit.
Well, very interesting there, because most literature you read is going to tell you, hey, when you play poker, you got to raise or fold. And I would adhere to that unless you are as talented as someone like Kuznetsov, who has a good feel in terms of balance and what to limp with. So it should be interesting to see how that plays out the rest of the day with him, adding limps into his range of hands.
Chanwai Leong with the ace-8 suited, thinning the field behind with a raise to 11,000, which Kuznetsov calls. And they get a look at an ace-king-7 rainbow flop. Top pair for Chanwai, and for Timofey, second pair.
Well, obviously, Chanwai in the lead here with an ace would be very difficult for Kuznetsov to get away from it. Here, flopping second pair with the best possible kicker, facing a relatively small bet.
Action on the Russian after a c-bet of 12,000, which, of course, he will call and take a peek at the turn, which is an 8, now giving Leong two pair, aces and eights.
Well, that's a really big card for Leong here because, if he was up against ace-10 or ace-jack, he's just improved, so he's going to want to get value against those hands. Obviously, if he knew Kuznetsov had a hand like King-Queen, he might want to bet a little to sort of string him along.
32,500 into 53, the number he came with on the turn after the second check from Kuznetsov. And the problem here for Timofey, Daniel, if he calls that bet, he could potentially be facing an even larger third barrel on the end, so he decides to just release.
Yeah, and I think that's why he probably folded, because that's a tough laydown there, You're up against a player who's likely very aggressive, and, you've got a pretty strong hand, but obviously don't beat any combinations that include an ace in them, so.
Well, you want to talk about aggressive, Daniel. How about Tom Dwan, the man who just bludgeoned the poker world for so long online when he had his coming out party?
Yeah, but now he's aged. He's slowed down a little bit.
He's opened up to queens as his starting range.
Yeah, now he plays hands like queens, right? He used to be the guy in there with 10-6 offsuit all the time.
Well, we may still see some 10-6 offsuit out of him, but he is open to 8,000 with these ladies. And for Vivek Rajkumar, Another one of the pros seated at this feature table. It is a 3-bet to 35,000, ill-timed with the suited connector, and behind him, Elton Sang with the ace-king, 4 bets to 100K, 10% of the starting stacks.
Yeah, so obviously Raj Kumar here is sort of putting pressure on a button raise. It's a hand 7-8 suited that plays pretty well post-flop. Elton, of course, ace-king against these late position players is going to look to possibly win it before the flop or get more money in. Wow, what a flop.
Oh, my. Jack 9 deuce with 2 diamonds, giving Raj Kumar the gut shot straight flush draw. Sang with just 2 overs, backdoor nut diamonds, and Dwan with the overpair and 2 checks in front of him. 303,000 in the pot already. Oh, and some kerosene added to the fire here, courtesy of the 4 of diamonds, which gives Raj Kumar the flush. Sang the nut flush draw with the 2 overs, and Dwan with the queen high flush draw on the overpair.
Well, this is going to be big trouble for both Elton and Dwan. Elton can't fold here with the ace of diamonds. Dwan has an overpair with a diamond. What?
That didn't just happen.
That is shocking that he would fold there with 2 overcards and the ace of diamonds. He didn't take much time to do so. Now for Tom, he's going to be in a pickle here. Tough to fold with the overpair. It's his best hand a lot of the time. And he's also got a flush draw. Trying to get a read on his buddy.
I'm still trying to find out what Elton Sang was thinking. Folding the ace of diamonds in this spot. Obviously correct.
I think most players would have called there for sure.
And speaking of calls, that's what Tom Dwan is forced to do. A fold, a mistake, and a raise, an even bigger one. So another 420,000 into the middle. Now the ace of spades on the end.
So this is oddly a good card for Tom Dwan, because if he was up against a hand like ace-king or ace-queen with a diamond, you know, he can fold now because there's very few bluffs that Vivek could have.
350K the sizing, and you can see Dwan uncomfortable in this spot, understandably.
I mean, imagine that card is the 3 of clubs. You know, Dwan is going to have to call that bet without much thought, but looks like he's using a time bank or 2 here.
Yeah, you may have noticed that LED cube there on the table, a dynamic shot clock, which varies street to street.
Trying to find a hand that you can beat here is difficult because you were a 3-bet from the small blind. You have a couple queens that block some stuff.
3 deuce of diamonds. Vivek giving Dwan a sporting earful there as he collects a sizable pot. And Sang wondering if that ace might be careful.
The shot clocks in this poker tournament are unique. They are quite fast pre-flop, and you get a little more time per street. You get 20 seconds before the flop, 25 seconds on the flop, 30 seconds on the turn, and then 30 seconds on the river. Now, that may sound like quite a lot of time, but 30 seconds whizzes by so fast. If, say, you make a bet and an opponent has put you all in on the river, 30 seconds feels like 2 seconds. You have to think about hundreds of different elements into this poker hand, down to what your cards are, what your side card is. Do you have a physical tell on this person? If you take a little more time, will they give off something? What is the price you're getting? So you have to consider the math element, the human element, and under all of this, you have to have a clear enough head to do this in under 30 seconds. It's going to be really, really extreme whenever you're playing for £1 million.
For the first 6 levels of play on day 1, the professionals and the non-professionals will be separated, eventually merging on level 7. Now, you may think that the non-pros side of the draw may be a little less testing, but you may want to park that thought after taking a look at Paul Pua's table.
No doubt about that, Marianella. Get a look at seats 1 through 3. Paul Pua, founder of the Triton Series, without whom we wouldn't be here. Rob Young, founder of the Dusk Till Dawn Casino up in Nottingham in the UK. And then Leon Sukernick, the founder of the King's Casino over in Rosvedov, Daniel, all super high-stakes cash game players.
Yeah, this is part of what makes this format so cool. The first 6 levels, we've separated the pros from the non-pros, so we're going to see a different style of poker, I would imagine, too, going forward.
Well, that style thus far is an under-the-gun mid-raise out of King-Queen for Rob Young, a flat from Sukernick's Jack-10, and Winford Hughes' suited connector. Now, Aaron Zhang out of the small blind with the squeeze to 50K.
Was very aggressive play here, taking advantage of maybe a read on Yang being weak. And typically when you have a couple people call the raise, they're not all that strong. So these plays are very effective if you can get them by the very first raiser, which he has. But Sticky, Leon, is coming with the Jack-10.
Yeah, Sukernick is not a guy who is easily intimidated at the poker table. No doubt about that. And he'll take this flop in position, but not connect with the 7-6 tray 2 club flop. However, Aaron Zhang doesn't connect either.
This is a good example here of the power of a pre-flop in this spot. Zhang being the pre-flop aggressor, he's going to take the lead on this flop. And if Leon doesn't hit, he picks it up. Now, if Leon does call, he's got a lot of decisions to make on the turn, depending what rolls off.
Tearing one off for Leon would certainly be in the hopes that Aaron would check, having not improved with maybe a couple of over cards, but instead he folds, and Zhang will pick up the first pot here at the non-pro table.
Solid pickup.
Who's the favorite?
What price will you give me? I'm never using a time bank the whole tournament.
Depends on your bust. The odds maker right here.
What price I don't use a time bank ever? I want to bet myself. I never use a time bank. Yeah.
Well, it's not a track meet, but I suspect Rob Young certainly will be capable of making the fastest decisions here at the table, and he wants to bet it. Meanwhile, Paul, with ace-10 suited on the button, opens to 10K.
Yeah, notice Rob Young is in a million buy-in, yet doesn't have enough action, wants to bet on his ability to play quickly.
The guys come in disguise.
8-7 deuce as both Young's King Jack and Sukernick's Queen 7 came along for the ride. Advantage Leon with middle pair here. And he's betting it.
The reverse sear is dead, and here's why. I have not used this method for the last 5 years for a few reasons. Number one, it takes too long to cook. Number two, it does not produce better flavor. And number three, there's not one steakhouse in the planet that uses this technique. So that got me thinking. If a steakhouse does not use this technique, probably it's because it's not best. And on today's video, I'm going to try to replicate the best steak I had in a steakhouse. And let me tell you something. They didn't use charcoal. They used a broiler. And it was an incredible steak. Let's see if I can figure this out. Now, if you don't know what reverse sear is, let me explain. First, you cook the steak slowly over low heat. This cooks the inside evenly without burning the outside, but you stop before it's fully done. Then after that, you heat it with super high heat to create the crust. And when done right, you end up with this. Now, honestly, reverse sear makes a great steak, but my biggest issue with it is that the reverse sear takes a long time. And even after that, the crust is never quite like a steakhouse because most steakhouses don't cook steak this way. Instead, they use powerful broilers. But there's a problem. I don't have a $50,000 steakhouse broiler at home. So instead, I'm going to use the best next thing. It's the Unicorn 2 Max. Now, what I love about it is that it has two burners. It can get super hot and get those beautiful crusts I'm looking for, but at the same time, I can lower the temperature down and cook it nice and slow. Right here, there's a digital temperature hub where I can see the exact temperature. It uses gas, so it's only outdoors. Keep that in mind. Now, in this video, I'll be cooking several different steaks with different types of thickness, style, and most importantly, grades of steaks. We're going to start with this one right here, which is a New York.
These provers have a predicament now because I don't think they can skip that pillar on the other side. So they're safe where they are. I mean, the ones can't get there, but it's a problem. They can't, I don't think they can go across that pillar, so there's not much. It can be quite a long wait for them now.
In today's episode, we're in Denver, Colorado at the legendary Bojo's to take on one of the toughest pizza challenges to exist. This beast weighs in at nearly 14 pounds and is loaded with toppings, all wrapped in the biggest crust I've ever seen. Luckily, I've got my good friend and elite competitive eater by my side as we try to beat this monster. So I'm back here with Redeem the Dream from the Czech Republic, and we're doing another pizza challenge. It's been a few months since the Missouri challenge, which we did pretty easy, but this right here is a totally different story. This thing is 14 pounds. Well, actually, it's about 13.5 pounds. This thing is completely loaded, and I've never done a pizza with this kind of crust. That's why we have a good amount of marinara sauce each to go ahead and soften this up. It's good to do another challenge with you, Redeem. You ready to do this?
I'm excited. Yeah. No for the crust, but I'm excited to do it.
So in 3, 2, 1, timer started. We have 1 hour, and this is definitely Colorado's biggest pizza. I don't think there's a pizza bigger than this one. Still hot. It is? Okay. Oh my goodness. Look at how thick that thing is. All right, so crust first. Yeah, this thing is still pretty warm. Okay. All right, so as you can see, our strategy was to take down the toughest part first, the crust. And at first, we both thought it was going to be stuffed with cheese and all sorts of goodies. Yeah, we were wrong about that, and that's what makes this challenge so difficult. This monster pizza is loaded with Bojo's signature pizza sauce, Italian sausage, hamburger, pepperonis, green peppers, mushrooms, onions, and a mountain of mozzarella cheese. The thick crust is braided and reaches up to 3 inches high like a wall of carbs. Now, the pizza is supposed to weigh in at 14 pounds, but luckily for us, ours came in just shy of half a pound. Still, it's a monster. You got 1 hour to finish the entire pizza to earn your $150 meal free t-shirts and $150 cash. I think we're going to end up using a gallon of the marinara sauce. The staff had joked that the last team to finish this pizza challenge years ago went through an entire gallon of marinara sauce. And now we understand why, because these little tiny bowls they gave us, yeah, they aren't going to cut it. By this point, ours were already just about empty, and we're in desperation of a refill. I honestly don't think this pizza challenge is possible without a side of marinara sauce. There's no way you can get through that crust. We might need a picture of the marinara sauce. Apparently they call this a Colorado style pizza because I've never seen this type of crust at any other place.
Yeah, I need more crust. Oh, God. Much better. Besides.
Now that bowl is more like it. This one should last us until we finish off the crust, especially since the pizza itself looks moist enough to handle without extra marinara. Now on the same day, I was invited to take on Big Mama's and Papa's 54 by 54 pizza challenge with a whole crew of eaters, including Scott. But since I had already committed to meeting up for Dean here in Colorado, I had to pass. Hopefully one day I'll get a chance to attempt that one because honestly, it's probably the only other pizza challenge tougher than this one right here.
How you doing, Ray? Maybe I'm happy we're almost done with crust. Yeah, that's crazy. We got one piece each left. I cannot say I'm a big fan of Colorado style crust, but hopefully toppings are good.
Radim couldn't have said it any better. On a normal sized pizza, this crust would be a pretty cool feature, but on a piece like this, it's definitely not my favorite style. It's super crispy and tough to get down. But hey, this is a food challenge. It's not supposed to be a walk in the park, especially when there's cash on the line. We're going to have to put some serious work in for this one.
13 minutes in now. Radim is on his last crust, and I'm on my last crust, and we are both very happy to be done with that. Trying to do one of the crust takes us almost 15 minutes. I know, right? It's crazy.
I'm not sure how other eaters who finished this challenge managed to save the crust for last. Corbucci Eats and his partner Brett Haley struggled near the end, while Reina Huang and Heavy D took out the toppings first and then left the crust last, which they also struggled to get it down. Luckily, we have their videos as an example of what not to do, but honestly, at the end of the day, I really don't think it matters where you start on this one unless you have a weak jaw. This pizza is just plain brutal no matter what.
Man, I'm already full before even getting into the actual pizza. Oh man, this is still heavy. And now on to our first slice of the pizza. Oh, I don't know how this is gonna go, to be honest.
It's wild to think that we're 60 minutes in and we have only finished the crust. As Raina said in her video, the crust alone feels like a challenge in itself. I mean, the pizza stands around 2 inches tall, and that's without the crust. Similar to a deep dish pizza, except with loads of pizza toppings.
Well, we thought the crust was gonna be the hard part. The pizza's actually hard itself. I don't think I've ever had a pizza this thick. We have 40 minutes left. We got this, right? Okay. 21 minutes in now, so we're on our second slice of pizza.
You can see the doubt on our faces. The struggle is real. And just for context, Radim had actually doubled up on a food challenge the day before here in Denver, so he came into this one already a bit full. I, on the other hand, was coming in fresh after taking a few weeks off, and naturally that means Radim might be a little slower this time. When you're on the road doing challenges consecutively, that's bound to happen. I've got a trip to Tennessee coming up next week, and I'll probably be in the same boat soon enough. Some of those challenges are going to push my limits, and I'm both excited and a little nervous, especially since it'll be my first time in Tennessee, but it should be fun.
Just over 29 minutes in, this is kind of a beautiful sight to see that the pizza is slowly disappearing. We have so many crumbs. We're going to try to clean up as best as we can. I hate the spice. It's just a little spicy. It's not for me. I mean, fire. Really? Yeah. It's not that bad for me.
Personally, I didn't notice much spice in the pizza. There might have been more ingredients than I mentioned earlier. Maybe jalapenos or maybe the sausage was spicy. But if there were, the heat didn't really stand out to me. With a pizza loaded with this many toppings, it's honestly hard to tell what flavors you're even tasting half the time. When I eat pizza casually, I'm a simple guy. I actually prefer fewer toppings over piling everything on. I mean, one of my favorites is a Hawaiian-style pizza, which is pretty simple to me.
I'm full, but it's just hard to eat, right? Yes, I'm not full at all. They're very dense, and you gotta chew and chew and chew because you gotta take those big pieces. 42 minutes, 50 seconds in. Last slice. I'm gonna go ahead and clean up some of these scraps here. We'll try to get as much as we possibly can. Leave no doubt. And then the dessert. No, we need it. Cheesecake. You want the cheesecake? Oh, Lord, yes. I would help redeem him the slice, but right now he's training for a contest coming up, so he needs to eat as much as he can. That's my excuse. Let's accelerate. Accelerate. Let's accelerate. Okay. Cheers. Pleasure, redeemed. I would say the same. Hardest challenge for me. Hardest speech challenge? Overall, when? Yeah. I have done solo, like, I felt worse, but it was because of the soul. Yeah. But it's just the density, right? Yeah. And with just one more slice, we're almost done. In the next episode, we're heading to downtown Denver to take on Swanky's Grilled Cheese Challenge. But I'm going to attempt to double it like Redeem did the day before. It's going to be a tough one, so make sure to stay tuned for the next episode. I also want to give a huge thank you to the staff here at Bojo's. They made our time here enjoyable, and it's much appreciated. And of course, thank you guys all for watching. The support means the world. I think we're going to be fine with this. It's a little doubt, but that's just pieces of like the crispy crust that fell off of earlier. Oh, 2 minutes. Good. 59 minutes and 21 seconds. That challenge is crazy. They did bring us cheesecake. I am not in shape to have any cheesecake, but they're gonna let me box it since I get home. I am gonna take a bite of it though. I know Redeem will probably eat the whole thing. It's actually smaller than I had last night. Oh, you had a cheesecake last night too? I had. I like double size. This thing looks lovely. It looks really good. I think there's caramel drizzle and chocolate on it. Thank you. 75 for you. 75 for you. All right, so for winning, we got cash. I came in here not knowing this actually had a cash prize, so that was just a bonus on top of it. I thought we were just going to leave with a stomach ache and a free pizza. It's very nice because the challenge is really hard, so it's not a price. The challenge is very hard. All right, so that's going to be it for this video. Thank you for giving it up. Of course, of course. Anytime Redeem's in the state and he's close to me, I'll drive to him. Because it's the only reason why I came to Denver, just to do this with him. So, always a pleasure. Anything to say? Well, no, I'm happy for giving up, and I hope you're ever in Europe so we can do something closer meet. Absolutely. Okay, Renee. I'm done. I'm taking this though.
2-2.
20 more.
338 career average, 8 batting titles.
never struck out 40 times in a season. Tony Gwynn was killed at 54 by the sport he loves. This isn't a baseball story. It's a story about what happens when an institution makes a player's sacrifice invisible. Why did it take his death for anyone to say it plainly? The legend of Tony Gwynn begins on a college basketball court. Growing up in Los Angeles, Tony's first true athletic love was basketball. When he arrived at San Diego State University in 1977, he focused entirely on being the starting point guard for the Aztecs. Standing at 5 feet 11 inches tall, he possessed a rare supernatural vision, setting school records for assists that still stand today. He was a true masterpiece of athletic coordination. San Diego State's baseball coaches, including Bob Fontaine Jr. and Jack McKeon, were immediately transfixed by his raw hand-eye coordination. When he finally joined the baseball team, he hit .404, culminating in an unbelievable 1981 season where he batted .415 with 11 home runs and 62 runs batted in over 52 games. This dual sport supremacy led to one of the most legendary draft days in sports history. On June 9th, 1981, Tony was selected in the third round of the MLB draft by the Padres. Barely an hour later, the San Diego Clippers selected him in the 10th round of the NBA draft. Imagine the adrenaline of being drafted into two major professional leagues on the same morning. He chose baseball, starting a 20-year love affair with a city and a single franchise. Tony spent just 13 months in the minor leagues, debuting for the Padres on July 19th, 1982. For 20 seasons, he stayed with the Padres, turning down massive free agent offers to remain loyal to San Diego. He became Mr. Padre, leading them to World Series appearances in 1984 and 1998. But how did a player who wasn't the biggest or strongest become the most dominant contact hitter of his generation? The secret was an obsessive devotion to his craft. Tony was a true pioneer of video analytics. In the early 1980s, Tony and his wife Alicia traveled with a massive Betamax video cassette recorder to tape and study his at-bats frame by frame. He spent close to $100,000 of his own money on video equipment, studying pitchers' tendencies and umpire strike zones. His hitting coach, Merv Rettenmund, remarked that Tony taught him more about hitting than he could ever teach Tony. This obsession produced statistical mastery that defies modern logic. Tony finished his career with 3,141 hits and a .338 batting average. Over 20 seasons, he struck out a measly 434 times, with his highest strikeout total in a single season being just 40 in 1988. Pitchers joked that the only way to confuse him was to throw it down the middle. Greg Maddux famously stated that while changing speeds made every hitter helpless, it didn't work against that bleeping Tony Gwynn. Tony faced Maddux 107 times, hitting .415 against him with 45 multi-hit games and not a single strikeout. He also hit .444 against Pedro Martinez. This legendary skill was on display during the strike-shortened 1994 season, when Tony chased 400. On August 11th, the day before the strike, Tony went 3 for 5, raising his average to .394. The next day, the season was canceled. Over a rolling 162-game span covering 1994 and early 1995, Tony actually hit .406, proving he was good enough to reach the historic mark. But as you look back at his historic greatness, an uncomfortable reality emerges. The same obsessive habits that made him the greatest pure hitter who ever lived, the hours spent studying video in the dugout, the quiet times in the clubhouse, and the comfort of his routine, were also killing him. He just didn't know it yet. But stop here for a second. Because his majestic swing was a deeply normalized habit that was woven into the very fabric of professional baseball. For decades, smokeless tobacco, commonly known as dip, was not a clubhouse scandal. It was the literal wallpaper. It was everywhere. Players were handed free samples in the minor leagues, canisters of dip were displayed on clubhouse tables, and players routinely appeared on television broadcasts with a massive bulge in their cheeks. alternative to cigarettes, the league tolerated it for decades. But how did a disciplined athlete like Tony get caught up in this toxic culture? It all started when he was just 17 years old during his freshman year as a baseball player at San Diego State University. Eager to fit in, teammate Curtis Burkhead made a deal. If their team won a road game, Tony had to try a pinch of moist snuff with it. Tony agreed, took his first dip, and got violently sick. Yet, the fast-acting properties of nicotine had already targeted his brain's reward center. The very next day, Tony had another dip in his mouth. What began as a college bet quickly transformed into an unshakable 31-year addiction. Tony became a tobacco junkie, consuming up to 2 cans of Copenhagen daily. He dipped immediately upon waking up and frequently fell asleep with a wad resting inside his right cheek, wedged tightly between his lower lip and gum. Tony was a marketing dream for tobacco corporations like the Altria Group. As an elite, clean-living athlete who didn't drink or smoke, he was a respected role model. But because he dipped constantly during games, he served as a free national billboard. Once he became a star, refs supplied him with free rolls of Skull and Copenhagen right at the ballpark. Tobacco companies targeted young fans with sweet flavors, and warning labels didn't appear on those cans until 1987, 10 years after Tony had already been dipping. His body was already screaming warnings. In 1991, the right side of his neck swelled, requiring surgery to remove a benign tumor. His addiction was so overpowering that the moment he was discharged, he got into his car and immediately reached for his can of Skull. In 2007, his neck swelled again, forcing doctors to surgically drain a deep, painful abscess. Yet the habit remained untouched. For decades, Major League Baseball soft-pedaled the issue. Under the 1991 agreement, tobacco was banned only for incoming players. The league carved out a massive loophole. They grandfathered in active veteran players, meaning stars like Tony could continue to use tobacco freely on national broadcasts. The league knew the data on oral cancer long before Tony Gwynn's diagnosis. The question isn't whether they knew. It's what they chose to do with that knowledge. And the choice they made is devastating. The final unavoidable crisis arrived in the summer of 2010. Tony was 50 years old, getting back to the game as the head baseball coach for San Diego State, when he was diagnosed with parotid cancer, a rare, highly aggressive salivary gland malignancy. The tumor grew from his right salivary gland, leading directly to the exact spot inside his cheek where he had placed his tobacco dip daily for over 3 decades. Tony underwent 5 invasive surgeries. In 2012, doctors performed a 14-hour operation to remove a recurrent tumor wrapped around the primary facial nerve. To prevent his face from collapsing, they performed a nerve graft, harvesting a nerve from his shoulder or leg. The damage was devastating. Globally famous for his infectious smile, Tony could no longer smile. The right side of his face was paralyzed, his right eyelid could not close, and he had to tape it shut every night just to sleep. Chemotherapy left his mouth dry, and radiation caused raw sores. Desperate to quit, Tony tried fake tobacco, but the withdrawal was too intense. His son, Tony Jr., and assistants caught him secretly mixing real Copenhagen into the fake tins. When confronted, Tony snapped. "Leave me alone. I'm a grown-ass man." Even as his body failed, he secretly bought real dip, because the nicotine buzz was the only thing that gave him enough of a physical surge to face his players. Despite the pain, Tony refused to abandon his players at San Diego State, frequently arriving at the dugout with bandages covering his face. His son later spoke publicly about the heartbreak of watching an elite athlete systematically destroyed by a substance that
this is anti-trans because I don't believe there's such a thing as a transgender child. They're called girls and boys, and they're beautiful just as they are. They don't need drugs and scalpels to be their true selves. But society is pushing this false notion that just because they don't conform to stereotypes, that makes them transgender. It's kind of absurd.
Actually, I'm not transgender. It wasn't about that at all. It was about how he felt as a human being, and he felt he was female.
Well, being female isn't a feeling.
Well,
It's an appreciation of who they are on the inside.
his gender or sexuality, I'm going to use the word felt, was female. And
Well, so what does that mean, though? What does female mean?
well, being a woman, he wanted to be a woman.
But that's not something you get to choose.
Actually,
because there's such a thing as biological reality in this world.
Biological reality is not black and white. There's a lot of gray.
Sure
so
it is.
There's not just male and female based on genitalia. There is a lot of gray in the middle. There's people born with both.
Yeah.
So was he born male?
He was born male.
So his body is designed to produce sperm, not eggs, right?
Yes, it is.
So therefore he's male. Well, it still is.
I guess
He doesn't get to have a
biologically
uterus and ovaries.
Biologically, he was born male, but after you take the proper medications, it changes who you are.
Do you know what these medications do?
Yes.
What do they do?
They change the body. They're hormones that change the body's structure. So if a male takes a testosterone blocker and more estrogen, he becomes more female in structure.
Well, his gonadal structure doesn't change. It doesn't become more female.
Absolutely.
And that's what determines our sex.
He grows breasts and...
He doesn't grow ovaries and uterus and fallopian tubes.
Oh, that's right. You either make the egg or
His chromosomes don't change.
Yeah, that sounds very...
He's still a man.
That sounds very sexist.
Well, I just don't understand what it is that makes him a woman. Can't explain it. Bye-bye. That was fun. Not.
The certainties of the world of 2015 are long gone.
Prime Minister Mark Carney says the climate plan he inherited was well-intentioned for the time, but he doesn't believe it fits today's realities.
The changes we have made will mean that our emissions will be higher in the next few years than they were projected to be under the previous government's plan. But in my judgment, that plan was not sustainable over the long term.
Now, that plan was to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 40 to 45% of 2005 levels by the year 2030. While still committed to lowering emissions, Carney did not set a new target for that goal.
We're already paying the price for that in terms of record heat, record temperatures in Canada and around the world.
Carney has rolled back a number of Trudeau-era climate policies, which the Prime Minister called an open opportunity to divide the country. His first act as Prime Minister, Carney cancelled the consumer carbon tax. He also paused the federal mandate on electric vehicle sales. Carney also signed a deal with Alberta, paving the way for a new pipeline to be built to BC's coast. The Prime Minister says it's part of a larger energy plan that includes LNG exports and doubling Canada's electricity grid by 2050.
We will make Canada more sustainable, more affordable, and more prosperous.
Conservatives say projects aren't moving fast enough.
All of the rhetoric and the signings and all of the announcements are great, but we want to see results.
So in May, I played some golf at Dragon Ridge with a gentleman named Sean Winter. And I owe him $9,000. He's given me like how long to do. He's public. It's been 3 days, but I felt like it's not fair. So how many days will I have before you just roast me in? As long as you make a payment, I owe $9,000. If I give you like 300 now, you know, I can't pay it all now. I think it's 1K. 1K? I don't have one. Does that look like 1K to you? That's like 700. Okay, well, go ahead. You know what? Fuck that. You gotta do it. You want to out me as the guy?
I owe $9,000. I went to his course. He hits the ball. If you're aiming over, see, like, look there. He's aiming over there. You know where he aims? Way over there. And then he hits the ball over there, and it goes all the way up here. That's ruined by ruined. He hit 400 yards, but he goes 200 because it's 200 left. 200 left and another 200 up the middle. It's insane. Big old fucking slice. It looks like he's trying to hurt the ball when he hits it. It looks like he's violently, aggressively trying to hurt the ball and his back. He beat me, so he beats me. Square. He did. He did very good. You're close. I didn't know. He's good butter. It's fair. Hold on. We'll get him next time. Or maybe not if I don't pay him. Probably won't pay me anymore. We'll see. Alright, I'm gonna step away from the table. This hand's going on. I want to tell you a few things. First of all, one of the important things about a tournament, especially if you're low, is the number of hands you can play profitably is a direct function of the skill level of your opponent. So I said that before, but it matters. So in a tournament like this, 100K gold pros, what does that mean? There are less hands you can play for profit because the players don't make as many mistakes. So you play a little bit tighter. I'm also playing in the pot size raises, not messing with small stuff. So that's not the hand I just had here. Interesting enough, 50K big blind. I have king, queen, 10, 9, 3 diamonds in my hand, but still a good hand to open. I open for pot. It's 5K. Button calls, small blind calls. That's 10 40s, 1 diamond. It's rainbow. Check to me. I bet 105. Button call, small blind calls. Now the turn is the 10 of diamonds. So now I have 3 10s, the king 9 flush draw, and 3, and a king. He bets, which is a good call. He bets 1 and 5. With 300K left. What would you do? What would you do? I chose. Normally it's start we would call it, but I think he was done. I don't think he was bluffing anymore. So I just put it in, figuring that, if he has queen 10 9 or like something like that, I just did it good. Every hand, nuts, and nuts. Not the nuts. Fold. Never hit. One time you got. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. You must have had a kid. I don't know. It's crazy. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, that hand, like I said, normally it's flat on the turn, but I really don't think he was bluffing rivers when I called. Maybe I could be wrong there. But I just thought there's if he has a 10, unless it's ace 10, even if it is ace 10, we could hit a diamond, king, queen 10. And it's most likely, if it's a 10, not going to be queen 10 there. It's going to be queen 10, and we might have him dead. Because if we have a 10 with a queen and a 9, you have those 2 cards, can't really lose. So, we put it in. It's fine. Dylan will probably say I played it terrible, but he says that I always have to play it. Okay, I'll tell you what I already told them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, nice easy 4 hours of poker. We got 1.99 million, just under 2. I doubled up my boy Matekas right here a couple hands ago. This was a crazy one. Usually have the guy dead. He's full to me on the button. I went to 3 7 diamonds, 5 6. So you got 5 6 7 king against hard to mark those with big blind. Boom boom. I think for 20K. Matekas makes it 80. I definitely call here. 2 to 1. Flop's pretty damn good. It's Jack 85 with 2 diamonds. So I got a pair of 5, open and straight draw, and king 9 flush draw. Normally against this raising hand, I'm way big favorite against what he can walk. So he puts his chips in, I call on. He had ace king, queen 10 with diamonds. He had better diamonds, and he had the gut shot covered. So I go from looking like a and having destroyed to not. And then he won. He returned an ace, and he threw or whatever. So really solid 4 hours. It's an interesting spot because there's only 19 left. 50 stars. I would bet over 75, under 90 as far as the final number, but we'll see. It'll be interesting to see how many people are going to just jump in with, I think it's 15 big blinds at max leverage. Or tomorrow, you got guys like Texas Mike, hasn't played this yet. He's willing to fire boom, 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 3 bullets. So we'll see. I don't care. I really don't care how many people play. We're going to worry about what we got to worry about. The accumulative chips. Never, ever call this man because he always has very good hands. That's what he decides. Right? I didn't play anything today. I just remember last time in No Limit, he had queens and I had to check too. Only queen plus, that's it. So that's it, guys. We're banging up. 12 p.m. restart. Another day in the books. I'm wide awake right now. I'm totally on DJ schedule. All right, Pete. Good night.
far as five takes.
He has an array of ways to get to the league.
I know AJ's probably seen him play in person a few times. Remember Hulkster got arrested, so when I asked him about him,
Smooth as butter, dude.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
Yep, you're right. You're right.
He did like the way he played.
He did.
He was wearing KD shoes.
He was.
Sports side.
What was your question? Man, I see you wearing Kevin Richards. I know you're a big NBA fan. What a great question. Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace, Ulster.
Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who might have a little bit more inside information on anything, including potentially.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Foxy Blues show.
Rest in peace, dude.
Yeah.
Rest
Joining us now, I think you're gonna have to maybe embody somebody else pretty soon. One half of the Toxic Table at Boston. Connor's here. Sweet hoodie. What was the? We went back to the zoo today. What was this all about?
Funny enough, I cleaned out my car for the first time in about 2 years. Found this thing buried down there, and I said, "Man, where have you been my whole life? I've been missing you so much." So I figured I'd wear it again.
Hey, that's like when you find $20 in your pocket.
Yeah. Bingo.
Exactly. I just went shopping.
Yeah, let alone all this bad stuff that was in my car that should have been thrown out a long time ago. But finding a couple of these things, gems, is mad.
Yeah, the fact that you had that many pee bottles sitting behind your is disgusting.
You're pooping in a bottle when you're grabbing it. Unbelievable. Sometimes you have no bags, so not as much bottles there. Pooping bags.
I like that you're doing any of that type of stuff, and obviously smack the bag, shit the bag, whatever you need to do. You guys certainly do. I was in Foxy's car the last couple of days.
Yeah.
He's driving a shit bucket too. I know exactly how much money all these guys are making, and Foxy is disrespecting his life and what he is doing.
If you want to look tough, look physical, and kick some ass on the road, you drive a Ford Bronco, brother.
Yeah, okay. That's okay.
This is actually 86.
You should have seen me get in there. I opened the window up. I did the.
All right, electric windows, electric start. There was a guy in the elevator. I want to kick his ass. My car too. All right, that guy has no physicality at all.
This is an inside conversation.
There are a couple girls who said, "Oh, that's a very cute dog."
I know he opened the door, and then they saw you had to slide the lock open and do the entire thing, and then you had to lift it up to shut the door.
A cigarette lighter in there.
Yeah, exactly,
That's cool.
which was nice.
Yeah.
I needed that.
Yeah.
I actually put that thing down. And also, whenever you smoke in this car, it's a better smell than the car that smell that it's in.
Talk about pool.
Yeah, it is, Foxy, we appreciate you certainly shuttling around. We need to respect what we do for a living and how we do it a little bit better for yourself, okay, and for your family. But
I'm driving a monster truck around. That's how I do.
yeah, but it gets outfitted by other cars whenever we're sitting there. I mean, there's really, you're a wonderful soul. You truly are. And I'm happy you're keeping your car clean for the first time in 2 years. Her tires still burning.
Especially with what we're about to do right there. I think forever.
There's a Rupert Murdoch documentary out there, docu-series.
Go on.
Yeah, this is March. It's a success type thing. Succession. What does that have to do with Warren Buffett?
I don't know.
Nothing at all. Rich. Are you saying rich people? Where's mentioning rich white guys? Yeah. Jeff Bezos, fucking what a guy. Yeah. There's a documentary out there about him and his laugh, I believe. Ernest was hitting Jeff Bezos' laugh a lot. Yeah, I don't know. He really enjoyed it. Oh, I don't know what it is. Ern's got some things in the back pocket at all time that are really spectacular. I've never seen him used before. Some of his social plays I've never seen done before, and I'm really yeah, he just slips some stuff by, and then he's like 15 seconds later, everybody kind of gets it, and he's already laughing on his way out the door. Yeah. This morning he's writing. I think he's in a writing session right now with the guy who wrote the Tennessee Whiskey, the original. I don't think Francis Scott Keith wrote the original though, which is like back in the 80s. Let's get up right now.
He wrote Middle East whiskey.
Sure. Different tune. Yeah. We're not doing the bracket. The show's over.
We already did the main bracket.
We're doing the show's over.
Yeah, you did the one that.
The show is over.
You did the.
We'll be back on Monday. We hope you guys do great. Your friend tell a friend something nice about change their life. We're just saying, yeah, this is the worst we've ever done. This is the worst show we've ever had. No question. Should have thought about America losing one time. Yeah, did not think about it. That was a long night last
They the one that you wouldn't make back. You just still boozing with the boys. What are you laughing at, bro?
He's a fucking animal over there. I'm sick of it.
It's not a comic for minutes.
What's that? Yeah, I'm not through. I am done with it. We put up with some as much as like have an incredible March Madness weekend. We'll be doing it the same as you. Hopefully winning bets. Okay, hopefully we'll all win. And hopefully somebody's one shining moment in a March 4 moments will begin a magical way tomorrow as we follow. I'm sorry, this is us. We will run a McAfee video on our way out here. I needed that this morning. We should have got his ass in here today.
We throwing out guest ideas. But
anything to say to the group as we get the fuck off the defense for a while. Thank God.
Not really. I don't want to force it, like Coach K said. It's gotta come. It's gotta be organic. It's gotta be natural.
Is it starting to come right now?
Nope.
Oh, yeah.
Cone's starting to though.
Yeah, obviously the Avs traveling to Minnesota, taking on the Wild. Do you think they find a way to even this up? But I guess what are you looking for from the Avs? We thought they were untouchable, and now Minnesota, Quinn Hughes comes out and beats them 5-1 on Saturday night. Like, what are you looking for tonight?
Oh, they gotta pound their D. Like it's gotta be.
Yeah.
What is the best country in the world?
What is the what?
What is the best country in the world?
Mexico. Definitely for sure Mexico.
Mexico?
Mexico.
So why do you think these people don't want to go back?
I think it's because we sacrifice a lot to be here, and we all want people to come in the right way as well. But things are better over here in America, and they're gonna try their best to be here.
Well, you just said Mexico's the best country in the world.
It is. But I think that I'm sorry.
The best country in the world is Mexico. They want to send you back to Mexico, but you don't want to go back to the best country in the world. Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Where do you think would be better for women, Iran or America?
I don't think America's quite good for women when we look at how we handled Epstein files.
You have the freedom to follow whatever religion you want, including none at all. And you're gonna walk around and try to tell me that this is a worse place to be as a woman than Iran.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you think is happening in Iran to their women? Do
do you think that that place is a good place for women?
I think women have their right to choose about where they want to live and about what they want to follow.
In Iran?
In Iran, yeah. I think that people have misconceptions about religion, especially with Muslims and Islamic regions.
I didn't know it. I was not expecting you to be so pro the Ayatollah and pro dictator.
Well, yeah, we have a dictator in our own country.
I have a challenge for you. We will buy you a ticket, a one-way ticket to Iran.
Where did we go wrong? Honestly, what happened? I need some people to answer this question for me. Please help me understand.
Do you think that gays have lost rights under the conservative administration that we have right now?
Absolutely.
What rights have they lost?
I think.
Sorry. It's okay. Girl, why are you nervous? It's all good. Is this live stream? No. Sorry, I made your time. That's totally fine. Like, have a good day.
The sad thing is, she was so sure of her answer when she said absolutely. And then when asked to name these rights that are apparently gone, she froze up and couldn't name any. Yes, she seemed to have all the answers.
Like working on an oil rig. I don't think a woman would be as good at working on an oil rig as a man, and I don't think that a man would be as good as a social worker as a woman.
And why do you think specifically women wouldn't be like able to work on an oil rig as well?
Because it's very demanding and it's very dangerous, and a woman wouldn't want to do that.
But like specifically, why is it demanding and dangerous? Like, are you saying like physical strength wise?
Physically, the isolation, the demandingness of having to do that hard labor every day. I mean, it's very tough. You know, it's just I don't think
this really shouldn't be this complicated. You do know men and women are different, not just in the biological reality of them being able to give birth and men not being able to give birth. There's also a lot of other different things like brain chemistry, lung capacity, muscle mass. These things make us different. This is something we've known for centuries, and for some reason in a society where we're supposedly getting education and we're apparently the most educated, she seems baffled at the fact that he said men are stronger than women on average. Newsflash, yeah, that's true. You understand and hurt your feelings, and you think men and women are the same, but that's kind of how the world works. Before we get back into the video, make sure you guys like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and the most important thing, if you want to see my face and if you want to see me be confused, hit the notification bell so that you get notified when a new video comes out, and you get to see me go through all of this craziness. Let's get back into the video.
Hi, I'm Amy, and I'm running for co-chair of Greens Against Imperialism. We are in an increasingly unstable time in international relations, and it is imperative that we have a bold Green Party that is not scared to stand up for human rights. For too long, the rich and powerful have been allowed to get away with imperialism, from the genocide in Palestine to the wars in Ukraine, Sudan, and the Congo. If you want a Green Party that stands up for humanity and protects human rights, I am your candidate. Please remember to vote tomorrow for Amy Stephenpay.
Yeah, it makes sense that your name is Amy.
I hate all crime. I hate all murder. I hate all.
We're not talking about black on black crime.
No, you only want to talk about white crime.
Because it's spurned by white supremacy. So let's talk about that. White supremacy is an issue in this country.
Does white supremacy cause black people to kill their own at a larger disproportional rate than any other race?
So first of all, what you're saying is really racist, and that sort of shit.
Just statistically and factually correct.
Statistics. Show me your statistics.
I mean, the FBI has done studies on.
Show me your statistics.
I'm not the FBI. You can just Google them. You can go fact check me later and tag me on Instagram and make a video and say that I lied.
Yeah.
Stats are not racist. So if I say, statistically, black people kill more black people than white people kill black people, that's just a fact. And I think it's
killing black people out of white supremacist ideals. There is a difference.
So what do we do? What do we do about this white supremacy that's going on?
I don't know. Maybe first and foremost, get rid of the president that's bringing it out of people.
Trump is bringing white supremacy out of people.
He's bombing Lebanon.
So bombing Lebanon is because of white supremacy.
Honey, you have a bachelor's degree?
Yeah, in aerospace management.
Oh my God.
I'm a preacher, not a political activist. I want you to teach me right now.
First of all,
bombing Lebanon influences white supremacy in America.
Because we are killing black and brown people because they are black and brown, because they are not white Christians. This is the campaign that is being led.
That's why.
And the more that you fool yourself, and the more you try to fool college students into this, the more you spread information that continues to perpetuate white supremacy, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
All right. Lauren, right? Thank you so much.
So you don't want to talk about other crimes because of white supremacy. So as long as there's no white supremacy involved, then we're not going to talk about those crimes. This is a person who's probably able to vote.
Is a trans woman, and she may be asked whether or not she intends to have children. And if she replies, yes, I do, and then doesn't get the job because that employer doesn't want to employ women who may be of childbearing age, then she may have been subjected to unlawful discrimination on the basis of potential pregnancy.
A biological male can't become pregnant.
But the grounds of pregnancy includes potential pregnancy as well as pregnancy.
But if they can't become pregnant, how can you then become potentially pregnant?
It's about the unlawful treatment by the employer. If someone is treated unfairly on the basis of pregnancy or potential pregnancy, then that is unlawful discrimination on the basis of pregnancy.
So if a bloke came in and they said, are you going to have children? Which is the same question really. And he said, oh, yeah, maybe. Are you saying that he could also claim that ground?
A man who is seeking a position, then it's not going to apply to him.
Like biological men, it makes no sense. A biological man, you started, a biological man can't get pregnant, am I correct? Because if I'm not, I don't go back to school. I seriously do. Because I missed that lesson in biology. But you said a biological man can't get pregnant.
That's correct, Senator. But someone who is a trans woman may be assumed to be pregnant or to be able to be pregnant.
At the top of the law, from the Commission's perspective, what is a woman?
An adult female human.
Thank you.
And includes a trans female.
Extensive pregnancy is a year, so I have potential to get pregnant, is what you're saying. So as long as I can tell you I'm a woman, then I have the potential to get pregnant. There is no way this is real, but yes, it is real. And every day I'm surprised watching these videos because I think to myself, this can't be real. And then you go outside and you talk to people, and yeah, there are people who actually believe and think like this.
I'm saying theoretically.
Okay.
Theoretically what? What? You said that getting it off your chest and whatever, but it's like, that's not how that works. It's.
Yeah, of course, it's not gonna go away that quick. It's not. But you gives us a reason. So other people gonna look at this interview, and they want to know: is this a monster over here, or is this somebody who made a terrible mistake? And you should give your mom the magic back.
You're basically saying that I did, so do you even need my answer?
While the remainder of Julia's interview was redacted, the detectives provided a detailed summary of the chilling confession that followed. Julia admitted to breaking into Kelly's bedroom while she was gone, obtaining the revolver and ammunition. The teenager then waited in the kitchen for Kelly and Matthew to arrive home, with a gun in one hand and a knife hidden in a pants pocket. When they walked through the front door at 10:34 p.m., Julia told them, "Welcome home." Julia confessed to shooting and killing Kelly before turning the gun on Matthew, who pleaded for the teen to stop. Julia then followed Matthew into the bathroom where he retreated, stabbing him multiple times after running out of ammunition. Finally, Julia reloaded the revolver and shot Matthew one more time in the head, ultimately killing him. Julia then shattered the sliding glass door and tossed the gun outside near the bedroom window in an attempt to stage the crime scene as a break-in, and called 911 roughly 90 minutes later. Julia admitted to reaching a breaking point over Kelly's lack of support for the teen's transition and Julia's lack of support for Kelly's relationship with 22-year-old Matthew. According to court documents on August 6, 2024, Julia Egler was indicted on 2 counts of first-degree premeditated murder with a firearm and was held without bond. Julia Egler entered a written plea of not guilty, and the case is ongoing. A public statement released by the Florida State's Attorney's Office confirms that Julia will be prosecuted as an adult, adding that the teenager is not eligible to receive the death penalty by law.
So we have another one of these ABCD community members once again killing people because they got misgendered, whatever in the blue hell that means. She's so insecure that she's willing to take people's lives because they called her the gender that she actually is, which is a girl, and she decided to do this because they didn't follow along with her make-believe nonsense. Now, we've seen this time and time again, and people will tell you that they're minorities and that they're constantly being attacked. Yet every time I see scenarios like this, it seems to be them committing the violence against other people.
Can men menstruate? Can you explain to this body, as I remember the debate, was the difference between a woman or a person or individual who menstruates? Can you explain what the difference is? I'm on a 3-minute timer, so please.
There are individuals who may not identify as women who may menstruate.
So it's just simply an individual that doesn't identify can do this. Can men menstruate?
I didn't get the question.
Can men menstruate? It's a yes or no question, please. The time is running out.
Can we stick to the relevance of the bill?
It is relevant to the bill because your language here is about women or individuals who menstruate, and so I'm trying to understand who individuals are in this situation. This is an added expense to employers, and it's important, so we need to understand who or who will not have to be provided for in this. So the question is quite simple: can men menstruate?
An individual with a uterus can menstruate.
So who are people who have uteruses? Do men have uteruses?
Let's just stick to the relevance of the bill. So if there is a construction site with 10 or more workers and one woman, a restroom that is sanitary and appropriate and includes supplies that can be used by that individual is required to be on the construction site.
I'm running out of time. Let me just close with this final question. When an individual goes in for gender reassignment surgery, how many choices do they have?
I don't see how that's relevant to this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's evident that there is no clear answer. This is an added expense. This will drive employers out of the state. I urge everyone in this chamber to vote no.
So what you just heard there was menstruation is not a matter of biology. It's a matter of how you feel about yourself. If you feel that you're a person who can menstruate, then you can menstruate. As I've said, it's not about biology anymore. It's just about feelings. There's no way these people go home, look themselves in the mirror, and think what they were saying actually makes sense. I could not believe this. I'm trying to put myself in their shoes and trying to be empathetic, but I really can't imagine going home and thinking to myself, yeah, because this guy believes he's a woman and he's able to menstruate. Honestly.
Do you think the assassination of Charlie Kirk was funny?
Right.
So, did you support the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
No, but that was funny as fuck.
It was funny when Charlie Kirk was assassinated?
I guess it was like perfectly timing.
So, Charlie Kirk, when you were little, made you like such a sick human being?
Do you want the list alphabetically or chronologically?
So you were traumatized when you were little?
Yeah.
Why can't he continue talking?
He can. I just wanted to show this to him.
Is it because he's supporting political violence and he's saying that the assassination of Charlie Kirk was funny?
That's normally. Talk about that. That's two different things. But you already know the truth, right? Oh, yeah. That, cool. I just wanted to show.
Do you think the assassination of Charlie Kirk was funny?
Mike. Take your hands off.
No. Stay back. Why did you grab my neck? No. You grab my neck. Stay back. I will defend myself, okay? Again, these people aren't going to intimidate us, but that was assault. You did grab my neck. You are stepping forward. Stay back. Are you emotionally unstable right now? Excuse me, officers. He just grabbed my neck while I was doing an interview. I would like to press charges against this man for assault. Yes, on the video. I'm also don't need a medic, but he did assault me. These people want you dead.
You can tell this guy clearly lives with his mother in his mother's basement. But yeah, this should be how it is. Stop allowing these people to intimidate you when they clearly can't do anything. They try to enact violence, and clearly they can't.
I'm doing it for my daughter.
I said, what do you do? I got cold.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I
You
stopped.
did something else though. Yeah.
I stopped doing this. I stopped doing the sauna for just a little bit. I'm gonna take a little break from doing the sauna, but I got sick immediately after stopping, so it must have been preventing me from getting sick.
Oh.
I've been doing the sauna for like over a year now. I haven't been sick, and since we did stand up, since
You've done it every day?
almost, yeah.
Whoa. And you got one at your place.
Yeah, small, like very tiny little coffin size.
Is it good? How much is it like accessible?
Yeah. Well, to get one.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're. I think it was like 2,500.
Oh, okay.
To get this thing set up. It is small though.
Yeah.
Like it's not. You wouldn't.
Like you fit in it.
I fit in it, but you probably would not. You would not like it.
I probably wouldn't fit in it.
You wouldn't fit in it. No.
Would we all fit in it?
No, we would not all fit in it.
Even if we hug close?
No. Well, I've been sending Shane
I'll put the phone down on the floor and stand over it and do time lapse of just that, and I'll just send that to like Shane and Nick Mullen.
That's really funny.
But I gave it a rest and got sick immediately, so I just remember that I don't like being sick. So this weekend's just been midwit people on Reddit. When you ever see people dunking on flat earthers, you see that? Oh yeah. So first of all, it's like if you were dunking on someone for being a juggalo. Yeah. The flat earther thing. Like, oh, you believe in flat earth? What are you, a wacko? Like, oh, what are you, a juggalo? It's not. First of all, you're not even in the realm of like serious discussion. What you're talking about is somebody else's hobby. Right. You're talking about like it's a hobby to be that level of conspiracy theorist. It's fun, it's imaginative, it's a hobby, and dunking on it is like it's trivially easy to dunk on someone for being a juggalo. So doing it makes you look like a fucking fool. And the reason why people dunk on flat earthers so hard, if you go on Reddit, people with 110 IQ points, they think it's like majestic, just chef's kiss. Mwah. You like that shit? And it was like, Chris, when we dunked on those flat earthers, I was like, dude, chef's kiss. Mwah. You like that shit? If I ever lose it, that's what I'll do is I will shoot somebody who does that. If I ever go broke and fall off completely and have nothing, I'll walk around like axe throwing bars until I see someone say chef's kiss, and then I'll try to pull their jaw off their face. And that'll be the last you hear from Sam Hyde. That's what it'll be. You're going axe throwing, dude? That episode was like chef's kiss. Mwah. Jaw pulled apart by me. Jail, never hear from me again. Bye now. I will be happy. I'll be happy with that outcome. You'll be like, who's the guy? The killer that was like, would you kill me? Oh, yes. Yeah, the guy who licks his lips. Yeah. Would you kill me? Yes, sir. Was it Yeah. It was fun. So, Sam, trying to pull some beard oil down. We have video footage here. The victim is Brandon Simmons. All I can say, Nick, for the first time in my life, I'm happy. Did it make you happy when you ripped the bottom of his mouth off? Yes. When he started bleeding and saying, "Please no, I have a family," what did you feel? Look, the people that dunk on flat earthers, the reason you ever notice they do it super aggressively too, right? Like if you go on a science subreddit or something and you even mention any tinge of flat earth, people come out of the woodwork to rip you apart, and it makes their day. It's like something on a ghost when the demons come out and drag you to hell. The reason for that is the flat earth stuff is the normal person's perfect. It's the defense. There's no way to counter it, and it is perfect. It's the normal person's way of saying, "Fuck you. I do not trust establishment science. I do not trust doctors. I don't trust any of this." It's perfect, and that's deeply disturbing. Even if it's total fakery, to say you're a flat earther, it deeply disturbs the people who are enjoying the comfort of conformity. Dave Matthews got lots of goers. It's the perfect enemy. All of them. It's like Harry Armpit Girl versus Paris Hilton Blonde Girl. It's the perfect nemesis. Yeah. Walks right in. And you can't shut down the flat earth thing. It's the guy it's Nate Diaz. It's being too stupid to argue with. Yes. You heard was Shane talking about that? Like he's talking about he doesn't know what a gazelle is. You seen that clip? Yeah. Where Conor McGregor's like, and then Nate Diaz goes, nobody even knows what a gazelle is, bro. It's that. You can't shut down a flat earther. You can't penetrate that. You cannot bring them over to the side of the establishment. Science. Once you're out, you're out. Yeah, you never go back. Yeah, you don't trust anything ever again. And it's the bell curve again. It's they're losing They're losing stupid people, and that's very upsetting to them because stupid people are supposed to be on the side of conformity. They're supposed to be there.
There's a homeless man outside. He wants grog and ale.
I'm gonna suck his cock. Roll a d20. I failed.
How long's his cock? Is it
Wait, what's your charisma again? We're doing some formulas behind the fucking board. The curtain.
Fuck yeah.
That's gonna be so good.
I'm gonna watch not do all of this.
I'm gonna have an orgasm.
I don't want to see this. This fucking.
Wow. This is the show, though.
I know. How many subscribers do they have? They got mega money.
Really?
Sticking on the top 10.
Really?
Nick, Hayden, and Rob, and the crew were doing D&D on the channel for a year or plus.
Wow.
Yeah, they're maniacs.
How big is it? 2,500 hours. Like, that's the metric anybody wanted.
They've done 2,500 hours?
Yeah.
I've done that.
Yeah.
2022, the show boasted over 500,000 weekly listeners.
Oh,
that's pretty good. That was 3 years ago, so it's quite more.
They're big.
Yeah. Are they? I mean, clearly they must be talented. They can have that audience, but maybe it's a little bit of different speed that we're used to.
17 to 20 million.
A month?
Net worth.
Annual earnings.
And then
10 mil for a 2-year period, 10 million from Twitch. That's just from Twitch.
Oh,
and that's from 2021. That's before
it blew up.
Yeah, before.
So it's the biggest D&D for sure by a long shot. But they do, I think it's live though, right? I'm pretty sure it's a lot.
I don't know.
They have live streams on their
You're
YouTube.
gonna have to do some R&D on these guys.
Yeah.
They're live. They do.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty homogeneous. True.
Well, that's the crew right there?
Yeah, they're voice actors.
Oh, okay.
Whoa. Who's the first guy?
That's
shit.
Remember that guy?
Is his hair blue?
They call him number 2.
Oh, he's Riker? Riker's son. I mean, they're going to have to transition into this because voice acting will be extinct.
That's the wildest shit I ever saw.
Show a clip, Chris, because Nick doesn't know what this stuff looks like.
Is there like a best moment thing, or just see a random one? Probably.
Fair girl, yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
My name is Matthew Mercer, voice actor and...
Bro, together.
Oh. Alright, that ends there. Top of the round, Vex, you're up.
Okay.
As you stand there now, bleeding profusely, holding the necklace that holds grog. What are you doing?
I'm gonna fly over right above Kevdak.
It irks me when people do it in character in full time. It like bugs me. And they're not, which is pleasing.
Like a good 50 feet.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's gonna be fine.
Alright. I'm gonna Pokeball right up so we can
Will.
Yeah.
So you helped your action last turn. You want to go ahead and take your action to do a drop attack on this point here.
Can this be my...
Can I pull out my bag?
It's smaller, but you could feel it. I can connect it to serious.
Wow.
I had people approach me wearing Zionism is racism shirts in a parking lot not far from here at my favorite vegan joint with my children. And the thought occurred to me, what are my kids about to witness?
Do you know what this is? This is that, how do you say her name? Maya? Yeah, Maya Bialik? She's from the Big Bang Theory. Was she also?
Blossom.
Blossom, okay.
Joey Lawrence.
Whoa!
This is Joey Lawrence kind of hair I got right now.
So you're not going to believe, well, you're going to believe it because I'm going to play it for you. She's a genocide denier, and she acts like an arrogant victim who thinks Zionism is an innocent belief. Worse than that. Let's listen to what she had to say recently on a podcast. Let's listen.
I had people approach me wearing Zionism is racism shirts in a parking lot not far from here at my favorite vegan joint with my children. And the thought occurred to me, what are my kids about to witness?
Did you see her choke up? Did you see her choke up? She just choked up because someone had a T-shirt on that said Zionism is... Because someone was telling her a fact on a T-shirt. She choked up because of her kids. But wait till you hear what her kids say.
I had people approach me wearing Zionism is racism shirts in a parking lot not far from here at my favorite vegan joint with my children. And the thought occurred to me, what are my kids about to witness? When October 7th happened, it just magnified. And it was actually Sacha Baron Cohen who said, we're about to see the largest campaign of anti-Semitism we've ever seen in history. And I was like, what's he talking about? That's what happened. I was afraid, like a lot of public Jews were afraid. I didn't know what I was going to find when I opened the gate to my house. I don't live in an expensive gated community. I live in a place where people can see me walking. I did not know what my children would experience. And when I saw what started happening to Jewish leaders, when I still see it, of course, many of us wondered, am I next? I had people approach me wearing Zionism is racism shirts in a parking lot not far from here at my favorite vegan joint with my children. And the thought occurred to me, what are my kids about to witness? Like a big dude coming up to me.
Ooh, it killed up a wall. Come on. It's like a barn racing. Are you guys Amish? No Amish? Bobby like Jake. Jake Steinfeld here. Good dude. Got his house burned down. We talked to him on the podcast. The street looks relatively untouched, and yet the fire found you. And one thing you notice when you drive around and see the destruction is it is very random. Unscathed, not a mark on, 10 houses, boom, 11th house gone.
Oh, yeah.
So is that basically what happened here?
Well, listen, first of all, I remember sitting on the show, and it was, I was still on the farm, and, you know, it's great you came back, because here we are, you know, we persevered, like I told you we did. We don't quit. And to be able to see all this coming back.
It's coming back fast.
Yeah, it's coming back.
When do you think they're going to be done here?
Hopefully by next Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be here next Thanksgiving.
And you got about 10,000 square feet?
Yes.
Being built there?
Yep.
They're really building the hell out of this place, too. I got to tell you, I've been looking around. I'll point out a few items. But they've done a great job.
Seriously?
I know all about it.
We have a great architect. I have a very dear friend who has built 13 of his own homes. And he recommended, he said, look, I want you to interview whoever you need to interview, but here's the architect that I use, and here's my contractor and builder. They've worked together on 10 of the 13 of my houses, and they're doing it presently.
What is a place like this approximately a square foot to build from the ground up?
All I know is that we're on budget.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Good. They're trying to back up a load of lumber, so we probably should move this way. So I'm guessing this is the entrance.
This is our front door, man. So you come walking in here, and holy smokes, man. Well,
I will say this. This is called shear wall. This is called the nailing schedule. And
look at you. Wait a second, man. Wait a second. Serious?
Yeah, well, so if you're going to nail off shear wall, they go in the field, every 1 foot, see it's spread out. This is in the field. This is on the seams. So in the field, and this is the joint. So the nailing schedule says nail the hell out of it on the joints where it comes together, and on the end, and wherever it butts, is in that hell. In the field, you see it's spread out. Yeah.
You know, we can always use somebody else here.
Listen, I'd hate to put one of these guys out of a job, but I could do it. And you got here, you got your stairs going up to the master suite.
This will be going upstairs.
This is called a stringer. This is your tread. This is your riser. 3/4 inch ply. And these guys are good because they're using subfloor adhesive on the stairs. Because if you just nail it off and you don't use subfloor adhesive, which is essentially what this is, they see it stays malleable. It's not like wood glue that gets brittle. It stays malleable, so it doesn't squeak. You walk up and down it 1,000 times, it doesn't squeak. Subfloor adhesive is glue that never quite dries. Yes. Yeah, so this is well done. They use a copious amount of subfloor adhesive on there. That goes up to the master suite.
Let me take you over here.
Take me over here.
So this is my office.
Wow.
And here. This is the office. This is all the window. Now, obviously, we'll all have our greenery cover on the house.
Yeah.
But, hey, man, this is mission control.
Yeah, so this is, you guys frame this whole thing out, not with 2x4, but with 2x6, so you get more insulation in the walls, better R value for insulation, also quieter, too.
Thank you.
Yes.
Because I do that.
Well, you Jews, you know building.
Yes,
I'll tell you,
right.
that's the one
We
thing.
sure do.
You got a steel I-beam, you got 2x10 joists, 12 inches on center, on joist hangers, and you got a paralamp running along the back. There's a header over the back of your office wall.
You are good.
Used to be my business.
Oh, good. Got it, man. Did you use it as a kid?
No, I did as an adult.
Really?
Yeah. It was my job. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah. So this is stuff here. I mean, this is heavy duty. Very good. So this is going to be the bathroom.
Yep.
There's
a little powder room.
Yep. There's your lumber drop. There.
Little bump top.
So we step down
We
into
step down to the library. So
In today's episode, we're in Phoenix, Arizona, heading to the Attic Ale House to take on one of the biggest burger challenges in the entire state, where if you beat it, they make it even bigger. This one will definitely push me to my absolute limits, but we're here to smash it, hopefully.
Let me put it on the table. Ready, guys? 1, 2, 3. So bring me extra plates, guys. This is how we're gonna do this.
I've been stalling too long. I just need to get over with, right? Thank you for the confidence. So, I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. I didn't realize how crazy this burger was. It is called a no motion burger, and for every person that beats this challenge, they add another burger. The last person to beat it was no motion, and he was able to name it after his name. So, right in front of me, I have a massive 12 patty burger and tons of fries. And as you can see, I'm using one of my tripods to hold this burger up. There is no time limit, thankfully. As long as the kitchen is still open, you got as long as you need to finish this. But we are going to definitely time ourselves. With that said, 3, 2, 1, timer is started. And yeah, I have as long as I need to finish this. Okay. All right. Oh, you know what's great right off the bat? The meat is cooked perfectly medium, so there's a little bit of heat in there, which makes it so easy to eat. The difference between a medium cooked burger patty and a well done one is like night and day, especially for challenges. Medium patties slide down way easier since they keep all the juices and moisture. So this worked out perfectly, and it's how I prefer them anyway. Now, coming into today's challenge, like I mentioned, I really didn't know what I was getting myself into, and a few of my friends have done this from years ago, but that's back when the challenge was a bit smaller with fewer patties, and I couldn't find a video of Mo Motion's win. So when I saw this burger being built, I definitely started questioning my life choices. But here we are, committed, and we're gonna smash this thing all the way to the finish line, hopefully. That's one patty down. We have 11 more to go. And the buns I use are pretzel buns, which is one of my favorite buns to use for burgers. So let's go ahead and make a half burger. Now, you're probably wondering what this challenge actually consists of, or maybe not, but I'm telling you anyway. This piece starts with 12 half-pound burger patties totaling 6 pounds of meat alone, each topped with a slice of American cheese stacked with 16 strips of bacon, 12 fried eggs, lettuce, onions, and tomatoes for health, all squeezed between a soft grilled pretzel bun. On the side, they hit you with 6.5 servings of crispy golden fries, weighing in at about 2.5 pounds. Thankfully, there's no time limit on this one as long as I finish before the kitchen closes. If I can get it all down, the $150 meal is free, I get a t-shirt, and I get the honor of renaming the challenge, which is honestly pretty awesome. Just about 5 minutes in now. Now, I wanted to leave the Phoenix area on the lighter notes. This was not the intended challenge for today. The other place I wanted to go to, unfortunately, does not do challenges anymore, so this is what we got. Third patty. The challenge that I was interested in doing was a 12 Jewish sliders challenge at Chompies. It was featured on Man vs. Food back in 2010, and many of my friends have done it. I called around at all the locations, but it turns out this challenge is now discontinued, I think. They weren't really sure, but I didn't want to risk it. That was a bummer because those sliders look crazy good. Hopefully they bring that back so I can eventually take that one off. I can tell you with certainty that this is going to be very, very rough. Rough might actually be an understatement. You can see how dense and ridiculously meaty these patties are just from the way they sit in my hands. I promise you, videos do not do this challenge any justice. If anything, brutal is a better warning for what's coming. But I do love pushing myself, and this one is definitely going to deliver. Once I get this patty on, that will put us halfway through the burger. We have so much more, and there's some hidden along with the moats of fries. Thankfully, I feel okay still. We'll see how long that lasts. I will say there's a lot of encouragement here, which is awesome. Shout out to everybody here. From the moment I walked into the Attic Ale House, everyone here was hyping me up. They hadn't seen this challenge be made in a few years, and the whole crew was pretty excited to watch someone try to break the previous 11 patty record. I know that the last person who attempted it fell short with 4 patties and the fries left, so the pressure was definitely on. One thing I will note is after this trip, I'm officially retiring from burger challenges for at least the next 6 episodes. I've already planned my next adventure to Texas, and I did not schedule a single burger challenge. I think this trip was more than enough. Four burger patties left. This last one has literally swallowed the bun. I don't know what happened to it. It's there. It's just the juices soaked it all up. So it turned into a pancake. Still feeling pretty decent right now, but I'm worried about is the fries. No, I still got 4 patties left. It may look like I'm almost there, but we are far from it. You know how challenges go in the beginning of them. Quick on the start, slow on the finish. That is, unless you have an unlimited capacity, which I do not. But we're getting there and making good progress. Let's see if I can continue my pace. Only a few more patties to go. We're down to the 2 last patties. These patties compared to the last episode with the 40 patties, 2 totally different ball games. They're just not in the same league when it comes to weight. The previous episode at Detroit, Coney Grill uses 2-ounce patties, while this one uses hefty 8-ounce patties. Those 40 patties comes out to around 5 pounds total versus this challenge, which is around 6 pounds before all the extras. Both delicious, but the difficulty level is not comparable. 11 patties down, and we have the last one. I think my strategy here for the fries is to move them off this plate because right now we are soaking in the burger juices. So, yes, sir. And just like that, we're on to the last of the burgers. And oh my lord, was that a mission. But we're so close to the finish line, I can practically taste victory. Now, with the motor fries left, it doesn't seem too intimidating. 6.5 servings, about 2.5 pounds. We got this, right? Only one way to find out. 41 minutes, 45 seconds, and this is the last piece of the burger. Oh, Lord. Honestly, I'm just happy to get that burger down. If I do complete this today, I have no idea how the next person can be able to do 13 patties. Surprisingly, I don't feel terrible yet. Our best friend here, Ketchup. Probably gonna have the worst stick of my life tonight. Man, that burger took me over 40 minutes to complete, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Slow and steady wins the race as long as there's no time limit. But now we're on to the fries, which is such a relief. It was a greasy burger. I picked it up once. I had as long as it takes me. I've been eating for now 46 minutes and 42 seconds. At 51:10 now. Oh man, the fries are gonna kill me. For sure. I felt it. I gotta pay $150. Yeah, I'm getting close right now. When I said I was getting close, I meant I was getting close to giving up. That thought has hit me more than once already. And when I see what's on these plates, the easiest way out would be just to throw in the towel. But that's not happening. Not yet. I came way too far to quit now. We're getting there.
You're almost there.
Almost. You got, I think, half the fries done.
Now what about the slot? Just the fries. Earlier, some messy eggs.
Oh, you talking about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid that.
Yeah, avoid that.
Thank you. minutes, 30 seconds in. All we have left is this last pile of fries. They are covered in burger juice and a bunch of yellow. I normally wouldn't eat over 1 hour, but I cannot lose this challenge. So we're gonna keep going until I finish or have to run to the bathroom. All right, here we go. And with just one plate left of the fries, things are finally looking good. Huge thank you to everyone here for the support. I wouldn't have made it this far without all the encouragement. The next and final episode here in Arizona takes us to Kingdom at Mr. D's Route 66 Diner, where I'll be facing off their Monster Burger Challenge, complete with a giant pickle on top. Two minutes and 30 seconds in. This is the longest I've ever taken to finish a challenge. I'm pacing myself right now. Burping feels so good right now. You have no idea. I think I can get this all in my mouth. No pain, no gain.
A little shirt. I don't have a man, so you gotta hope you have a girlfriend. And then the gift card. And then go through in the glass. So you have to get minutes and 23 seconds. Oh, I gotta breathe for a second. So, surprisingly, we finished that challenge. I gotta be honest with you guys. When they were making that burger, I did not think I was gonna finish that. This is 100% without a doubt the hardest burger challenge I have ever done. It has to be one of the toughest challenges that I've done, period. But I'm so happy that I did not give up. I feel sorry for the next person that tries this. If you're gonna have to eat 13 patties, you couldn't eat anymore back in front of us. But for winning, we did get a hat. That's pretty sweet. I didn't know we were gonna get a hat. We got a t-shirt as well. It's a female's t-shirt, so this will go to my wife. And we also, as well, got a $25 gift card to come back and use later. I'm probably just gonna give it away. You guys want this? It's $25. And also for winning, I get to name the challenge. That's going to be wrapped up here. Huge thank you to everybody here at the L House. Everybody here was awesome. The staff. I probably would have failed if I didn't have anybody cheering me on. But with that said, I'm done.
So, we're still in Saginaw. It's the day after the cookies and milk challenge, and ordinarily I would try and avoid it.
It's all happening now. Gopher versus squirrel. Ooh. Gopher going in. Gopher's moving right in. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You keep edging closer, though.
This is why the world hates you, Israel. Because you're monsters. You're demons. You are, this is a demonic. This is demonic.
So Kim Iverson is going to let you know why people hate Israel. You want to know? You want to know, Kurt? Why people hate Israel? I think they have an idea.
I can't even think of a single reason, so I guess y'all can get it.
So let's watch.
Well, Israelis continue to prove they are genocidal, saying their genocidal thoughts out loud. Netanyahu, he admits that his security doctrine for Israel is to strictly follow the Babylonian Talmud, which is kill them first.
We changed Israel's security doctrine. We initiate, we attack, we surprise, we attack them before they have a chance to do so. Kill them first.
There he is, totally admitting it. So if anybody continues to say, no, Israel's just defending itself and it gets attacked and it's just defending itself, well, Netanyahu just blatantly said, no, their doctrine is kill them first. Here is Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, and he says that Gaza will remain in ruins.
We crushed them. We control the DB60 and are already approaching 70% of the Gaza Strip and are destroying all the terror infrastructure there. And we have international legitimacy that there will be no reconstruction without demilitarization. Gaza will remain in ruins there has never been such a fundamental root canal treatment in southern Lebanon as we are doing.
There's never been, he says, a root canal like what they're doing in Lebanon. So he's saying that not only are they going to cause the migration in Gaza, but they're doing it in Lebanon as well. Ben Gvir saying that Lebanon, again, talk about Lebanon, all of Lebanon should become the Israelis' playground.
All of Lebanon should become our playground. All of Lebanon should be our target. And they tell me, wait a second, but there is Lebanon and there is Hezbollah. I do not accept this artificial approach.
He says there's no difference between Lebanon, the people of Lebanon, and Hezbollah. They're all Hezbollah, just like they said in Gaza. They're all Hamas. Ben Gvir has recently said that for every one Israeli mother who sheds a tear for the loss of her child, basically, that there will be 1,000 Lebanese mothers who cry for the loss of their children. That one Jewish life is worth 1,000 Lebanese lives, is essentially what he's saying. This is why the world hates you, Israel. Because you're monsters. You're demons. You are, this is a demonic, this is demonic. That's what this is. There's no other word for this.
It's sad too, that last guy. What a handsome fella to be saying such ugly things. It's that gorgeous man. It's like if Andy Kimmel took care of himself.
This guy.
Maybe got more sun.
Well, I think very well said. It's a demonic mindset, and they're not hiding. It's weird. It's like the mask is off. Like I used to not know this, and now it's just like they don't care now. They just know they've got Trump by the balls, so they've got the world superpower. They got Australia by the balls. They've got Europe by the balls. They've got all control of all these governments somehow. I wonder how. I wonder how they got control.
Well, it wasn't blackmail, if that's what you're thinking. That's the low IQ take, Jimmy. The obvious one that is true.
You know how they wrote that book about how Trump was squelching the Epstein files, and they had a secret meeting in the Situation Room without Trump about it.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who wrote the book had the audio tape from that secret meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think they got that audio recording in the United States President's Situation Room?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think they got that from? You think they got that from Uganda? Where do you think they got that from Israel? And that's them letting Trump know, we got you. We got you, Elmer. That's how they got Bill Clinton, because they had the recordings of him talking to what was her name? Yeah, Monica Lewinsky. And they got everybody. They got everybody. So if Monica Lewinsky wasn't sent there as a honeypot, they didn't need to send her. They got it. They got the recordings. They knew it.
So everybody needs to shut up about Muslims and Haitians after the embarrassment of the Epstein thing, which should never be forgotten. Hold on to that longer than the big event that Shapiro wants you to never forget, which I haven't. I didn't forget the Holocaust, or did he, or any of that stuff. Why is everybody else forgetting about these things? And then having the nerve to talk about any other country after finding out their own country does shit like that. You tell yourself that it's not true? Well, you're a moron then.
Well, if you'd like to see me tell jokes about this at our next live show,
This is what happens when you don't take action on your ideas, dude. Guys, I had an epiphany while I was in Canada recently. It's better to go fail at being what you want to be than to succeed at what you don't want to be. I've succeeded at not at being someone I don't want to be. It is better to go out there and fail trying to be what you actually want to be. Now, you got to balance it with making money in a practical way because of how insanely expensive life is. I get that. I get it.
Warning. The following game of wing pong was performed by professionals. The wings are real. The pain is real. Viewer discretion is advised.
Ruptured testicle?
Am I allowed to throw up?
Hello. This is the cast of Jackass, and this is Hot Ones Wing Pong. Yes.
Starting off at the level 10.
Woo! This sucks. It's gonna rip through your mouth and rip through you later.
Shit, I ate too much.
Let's say hello.
Hell yeah, that shit get hotter.
That sucks.
This milk doesn't do shit.
It's probably good to touch your butthole right now.
Nah.
Can I touch your butthole?
No.
Alright, let's go. Holy shit. This sucks.
Why did we start with 10?
It might be because we're gnarly.
Wait, can you move that one?
Jackass has been shocking audiences for over 2 decades. And with the release of the new Jackass film, it proves you guys are basically indestructible. But not everyone is equally fearless. Rank everyone here from bravest to most likely to back out of a stunt. Well, isn't this a prick question? Like, if they try to back out,
It doesn't work.
That's just ensures that you're doing the stunt.
Or it trickles down the ladder to danger area.
He's kind of lately at the top of the ladder. I think everyone's equally brave, and
Unless it comes to birds and dark shirts.
he's not afraid of any man. But you bring a pigeon in this studio, he's going to lose his mind.
Yeah.
Don't do it, please.
Knocks up, you're the captain. You did the right thing. You didn't say anything disparaging about us. But you declined to answer the question the way it was asked, so you have to eat the whale.
Ooh, it's out of that first one. That's it. Couldn't do it. Is it out of the first one?
Oh, I think I got lucky here. Can I look now? Oh, it's a 7.
7.
Yeah, minor.
7's all right. 10 sucks.
Yeah, baby.
Damn! That's the death cup.
Jackass has been 25 years of iconic stunts. Let's see if your teammates remember them with a round of charades. Audience will act out classic Jackass stunts. No talking, no props. Your team has 60 seconds to guess. Guess all of them right, and your team is safe from the bomb. Miss one, and everyone eats.
Car and butt.
Toy car up the butt, X-ray.
That's it's a cardboard.
How did the cartoon get there?
Maybe it's still going to that.
Okay, let's go. Come on, we don't have time. Shotgun, the bets. Riot test.
Party body.
Shark.
Oh, snake.
Snake
Oh,
bite.
Yeah.
Puppet show snake. I have no idea what that means, Pontius. You fucked us.
Not spelled. Snake bit. Not spelled.
Long 67.
Okay. You went way over.
That was 3 minutes.
21 seconds.
Buzzer, man.
How much?
Your new teeth look great still.
Oh, I hate spicy shit.
He likes it.
It's like hell in your mouth mixed with another layer of hell on top of it.
First time I did hot ones, like I called Steve about something, and he was like, "Yeah, dude, wait, dude, I'm on hot ones right now." He answered the phone while you're doing the show. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. What's his butthole like? I mean, there has to be repercussions, right? For sure.
Has
In
anyone
his
ever
stomach.
died?
I want to know.
Don't rub your eyes.
I'm 58, man. I'm kidding.
Am I allowed to throw up? Okay. Yes, Tino.
Yeah.
Suck it, fuckers. The Jackass medical records belong in a museum. Correctly match the following injuries to their cast member. Miss one and eat a wing. Damaged eardrum from impacted feces. Steve-O.
Good job.
Nerve targeting venomous stings. Name 3 people. Steve-O, Chris, and Johnny.
Just 2 out of 3 count? Yep.
Oh, got it.
How many you read?
I'm gonna say Steve-O. No?
How do those wings taste?
Chris?
No way.
Oh, Johnny.
Let's
All
let
right.
him get through all of them.
Ruptured testicle.
Damn.
Knoxville. No?
Aaron claims that he had a ruptured testicle.
Aaron does?
He got his nuts scratched, and he
I don't think anyone.
oh, take me to the emergency room.
I don't think anyone can get that wrong.
You did pretty good, but you already missed one, so you're eating a fucking wing. Boy.
Oh, 6.
Okay.
Is it me or?
Oh, Dark Shark needs help. We got right, Dark Shark?
Wipe my
Oh, you touched your eye.
Touched your eye?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
That's the medical.
That's the worst.
Blue team's up.
Oh, is he okay?
No.
It'll take a little while. It'll be all right.
You know what would make your eye feel better if you put one up your butt?
My eyeball is burning out.
No, it sucks.
You guys are down to one eye.
You're good. You're good. I'm just watching. He was our best shooter, too.
I know.
I hit the bullseye.
Oh, I'm sorry. He was our second best shooter.
He'll be back. Damn, that's it.
Where did Steve-O go? Wow, the wheels. Oh, he's going to pee. That's even better. Yeah, please. Please. Did he just touch his penis?
Hope so.
Oh, he gonna be fun.
Huh? If you hear, I learned my lesson. You didn't touch your penis?
Yeah, first time I did hot ones, I learned that lesson.
Oh, no.
You all right, bud?
Yeah, it's okay.
That's gonna work, man. We put him on. That shit work.
Oh. In the newer Jackass film, you've got OGs and new blood in the mix. Steve-O, you've said that when the OG cast first learned about new members, the resistance was pretty fucking visceral. Now that you're a couple films deep, who proved you wrong the most, and who took the longest to earn their spot? I am going to say that Poopy's is just absolutely a fucking star, and I'm going to decline to be disparaging on the second half by eating the wing.
All right.
Shit, that's right.
That's cool.
Poopy's is just so goddamn. How did I fuck? I used my left fucking hand and my dick's my fucked now.
You just set your
I
penis?
went and peed. Why didn't I sit with my left?
You want me to wash it off?
Ow, my wiener, dude. I thought I learned. Okay. I did. I learned that in my lesson last time.
Dark Shark rubbed his eye right before it.
Oh my god.
Man, I'm in bad shape.
You want some milk for your dick?
I want to rewrap. Yeah. Look at my diamonds.
Son of a gun.
Fuck you, party boy. Suck your own dick.
Death cup. Johnny, you have the option of handing this card off to another teammate. on a Jackass set, sometimes the hardest thing to do isn't the stunts, it's keeping a straight face. All three of you will now take a mouthful of milk. The opposing team has 60 seconds to make you laugh by any means necessary. If anyone cracks, your team eats the bomb. And now, just asking, because I don't know what's going to happen, how okay is everyone with nudity?
I'm a little afraid of after what happened with Steve and his. Personally, I'm going to avoid the nudity.
Okay, well, I think that's a big mistake.
But they're.
Wait, we got to get the milk out. One second. Sorry.
I just need to make sure that my wiener's okay.
All right, Steve, 69.
Have you seen my cool tattoos, Knox? You gotta get close.
This is the weirdest podcast I've ever been on.
Wayman once auditioned for a movie.
He auditioned for Cat in the Hat, I know that.
I tried to kick you in the dick and I hit the table. Sorry, we man. Well, here goes this.
Man, Wayman's just savage when it comes to this shit.
Yeah. This one takes a second, but when it kicks in,
Not good.
oh fuck.
Yeah, keep trying. There you go. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
You guys famously spun off to do Wild Boys, trading in shopping carts for apex predators. What is one specific thing that Wild Boys undeniably did better than Jackass? It traveled all over the world better than Jackass.
Yes.
That's true. They were good.
Yeah, Chris.
Jackass is a band of brothers and sisters. Looking back, what's the closest this group ever came to calling it quits? Was there a moment that almost ended Jackass for good? Spare no details.
The escape.
We almost called it quits a couple of nights ago while we were filming a bit. A few of the cast members were doing an escape room from hell. They were very upset because we kept them waiting 4 hours all day long, and so by the time they got there, everything in that, whatever they thought it was going to be, was 10 times as bad.
Well, it was 10 times bad to start with.
100 times.
It was. Life ain't a pony farm. But I don't think we've ever said, fuck it, we're quitting, except for maybe after, like, we didn't think we'd ever do another film after the first one. But, so,
All right.
who am I blowing? Okay, here we go. We lost. I can already feel the green steam.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. So nice.
Thank you for feeding us.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, brother.
Welcome, buddy.
Love you guys.
Spicy metal. Yeah, bro. Thank you. First lady.
Good job, you guys.
Good job, guys. Fuck me, man.
As the gracious winners of Wing Pong, I would like to encourage everybody to check out our new movie because, boy, is there not much left of us. You guys are great losers, and boy, is our new Jackass movie amazing. Get your tickets now.
Hey.
Ooh, I'll take ice cream.
Alright, so if you've been watching the channel for any length of time, you might remember that about a year ago I paid a visit to this place, First Out Bar and Grill in Liverpool, where every Wednesday they do unlimited wings. If you can beat the house record for most wings eaten in one sitting, you win a t-shirt and a spot atop their leaderboard. Now, for a long period of time, top spot was occupied by none other than UFC sensation Tiger Buddy with 47 wins. Then I turned up and did 60, as he watched on in relative dismay. So I thought the fairest thing to do would be to go head to head and find out who really is king of the wing. See what I did there? It's good, though, isn't it? Bang and bow. Have you seen this? When did this happen? I'm third on the leaderboard now. Some guy called Man Like Mike is top there with 63 wings. So I guess that's the new total to beat. I don't know. Pretty full last time. For Rosato, feels good to be back. Chicken wings were absolutely astounding. Looking forward to eating plenty more of them.
Coffee. Vediamo, io vado.
That was a bad idea. Alright, we're back at Rosato Bar and Grill in Liverpool. Wing Wednesdays, right? Unlimited wings for $24.95. You get 90 minutes to eat as many wings as you like. You can mix and match the flavours. And I thought I would invite Paddy back in the channel since there was such demand to see the two of us go head to head. We're going to find out if either of us can beat the new record, because somebody's done 63 wings, right? Do I get another t-shirt if I beat the record?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. If you don't beat the record today, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I definitely am one of after me and Nathan Children, so maybe don't beat the record today. At least 80 today.
There's a bit of a waiver now. You've got to sign. Gives you like a list of all the flavours. We got gochujang and sriracha mayo, salt and pepper, honey sriracha, hoisin sweet and sour, and katsu sauce. We've also got a little sort of scorchy here with a box of Swiss manager sign off. Let's sign this up and get going. Right.
Yeah, I'll start the Coke and that.
Is that full sugar Coke, Paddy?
Yeah, well, not.
What flavour do you think it's salt, Paddy?
Gonna start with the flavour. That was what made the wings famous, to be fair.
Alright, can we each get 10 of the gochujang and sriracha mayo wings, please? Thank you. Patrick, the wings are here.
Let's do this. Defo didn't need that garnish on top, but we can have one.
3, 2, 1.
I'm not eating these flavors.
Oh, it's all coming back to me now.
This is the best flavor, like, for the Satos on. Hot dog. Very hot dog.
Ooh.
All the steam coming off them, but
I'm pretty sure my mouth is 70% asbestos at this point. Can't really taste the heat quite as much as Paddy.
yeah, it's almost like you think you do this for a living.
Look at that. Look at the size of that wing. That's like a fillet or a breast or something.
That was like the first wing I ate. They are so much easier to eat them ones though. That done well, better. What one is on?
I think you're at a slight advantage in that respect.
I can't really grow a beard. I definitely wouldn't grow one like that.
You've got some strong stubble in, haven't you? I feel like you give some in.
I was here like 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks?
That's 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
The wings are delicious.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's as clean as that's going to get. I like the diligence with which you're eating, Paddy. Paying very close attention. Bones nice and clean.
Oh, you want me?
YouTube comments are a dangerous place.
Yeah. YouTube comments are solid though.
Oh, they look like little dicks.
What are you doing here today?
If we only knew.
I don't have a lot of people in my circle that do mushrooms or knew anything about mushrooms. I mean, of course, I've cooked with mushrooms and stuff, but it's not the same.
My intentions with this new journey is to explore how it feels and if it allows me to open up maybe some blocks that I might have or any, new experience. I want to get enlightened,
At my age, I figured, what the hell? I don't have much to lose, I guess. I figured maybe it would be fun. I would see colors. I don't know if I'm going to talk to people or things or objects. I won't know until I go there.
Not so.
Okay, we're going to tell the rest.
Go, girl. How soon do we feel this?
Anywhere from 20 minutes to 45 minutes.
Really?
And walk you got it. The arms rise up and you lift your chest like you're saying, yes. And then the arms come in, push down with bent knees.
You do sort of float into a different realm, I think. Where you just kind of, I don't know, you're just floating along. Yeah, that's a really hard one. I'm seeing shapes behind you. Like your head is here, but behind you is like a pyramid or a Jesus, too bad I left the words back in the other realm.
I just made this family of little clay figures, and I did something that I did when I was a child. I was learning piano, and I used to have to touch every single key before I could start playing because I didn't want anyone to feel left out. So I had to use all my clay. That's my keys, so nobody feels left out. Look.
It's the reason why I play tennis, because coordination.
She's got the hips. I've been married 4 times. I wear them out. No.
Karen, how many times have you been married?
3. Oh, well, you're not, you're not
I'm in the club.
This poor man, his breasts, and this will start flipping ass. And my girlfriend says, oh my God, you're so I said, I'm not taking this name. I can't go through the whole alphabet now. Everything is moving a little bit. And there are enhanced colors. But if I think of the truth of it, everything is always moving.
6, 7, 8.
Oh,
2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
Rose quartz symbolizes warmth and love and compassion, and it enhances that in your dealings with life. So I've heard.
That's neat.
What I love about rocks is that each one has its own essence. Ooh, it's a small little cock ring.
I hope not.
Yeah, I don't want to see that guy. But it'll fall off.
Not again anyway.
No. Oh, he needs 2. In case that one falls off. Here's a replacement. Oh, what are we supposed to do with these again? I forgot.
Just pick one.
choice to have a booster. A booster is if, for instance, a person is like, I'm not really feeling it and I want to go deeper, or I'm not feeling it enough and I want to go deeper. So they have that one opportunity to say that they want to go deeper. They can also say, no, this is plenty.
It's time to re-engage the world. So. Are you feeling the mushrooms?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to wake up.
Yeah.
I thought my dog was patting me. I was like, oh, that can't be right. I can't have my dog pat me. I'm in this damn experience. The hell's wrong? What the hell's wrong with me? You're with a dog. I don't want to say you're cuter than my dog, but sort of.
I'm in a long marriage, and of course, there's all kinds of complications with that. You may grow apart, or maybe there isn't as much passion as there might have been in the past. You might have attractions for other people, or I have had. And, I was wondering, well, what do you do about that? I had some beautiful visions of going into ethereal kinds of temples. They weren't like concrete, but they were beautiful shapes and patterns. And then I went in and I sort of said, okay, well, I'm going to try and talk to God here or myself or whatever's here.
My insights are, well, some people kind of have one love and that's it for their whole life. And some people are not like that. They have other things that draw them. I've been married for 32 years, and I'm definitely at a different stage in my marriage. Seeing my husband age more than me, because he's a little older, is hard. When you marry someone, part of it is that they're a witness to your life. And so there's a real beauty in those years that you share together, even the painful ones. Oh, there you go. There you go, right there. How you doing? Are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I didn't even know all that was in there. It just came out when I took it. Right now, I was a little dizzy, a little disoriented. I was cold earlier, but now I'm getting a little warm. I did a little praying. I was talking to my sister, but my sister passed away in 1993. That I had the conversation with. So she was just asking me to update over her on some things. So I was trying to do that.
I certainly didn't talk to my mother, didn't talk to my father. I was waiting for somebody to come in with an elephant and I could have hopped up on that elephant. Wow, I'd have been super happy on that one. But the elephant never came.
There she is. There's that sweetheart. How was yours?
Probably about the same. I got a little chilling.
Did you?
Talked to my dead sister.
Did you?
I did.
How was that go?
It's interesting you said that. She was kind of vague.
Uh-huh.
Maybe because it's been so many years.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, she was just pretty much, hey, what's up, girl?
Mm-hmm.
How you doing? How's Kimberly?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing.
Yeah. Like you were having a phone call?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nice.
Like a phone call. Like she hadn't talked to her. And that's usually how I usually went with us because she lived in Miami. And I might not hear from her for 3 years.
Right.
And then, another 3? Okay. I mean, even though like, the image that I was speaking with was a picture from her picture that I still have of her. I realized that as well, but it was just a nice smile and a nice face, and I'm thinking that's what my mind needed to see at the time. So
We can all good again?
somebody walked up to me in a Ziploc bag and said, let's do these shrooms, I'm not that.
I love to travel, and to me, this is like a journey.
Sensational singers right here.
Yep.
Sexy.
I was gonna put that in there, but I didn't want.
Don't keep our energy down. Come on.
Okie doke. Steak is the order of business today. And not just any steak. Also a rather large steak. At this place, Cowboys Bar and Grill. I love places like this, you know. Not just because of the sort of Wild West shabby chic decor, but also because they don't really make a big deal out of this thing on social media. Just mentioned in a small corner of the menu. Says, ask about a free 72-ounce steak. That's exactly what we're going to do. Yeah, can I ask you about the 72-ounce steak?
Oh boy, okay. It's 3 steaks all together to make a total of 72 ounce. Side salad and fries. You gotta complete it all.
Yeah?
Yeah. 1 hour.
Alright,
So.
okay.
Hey, you're the first person I've actually got to see do it in person. I didn't get to see the other 2 people, so.
Oh, what an honor. I'm honored.
How would you like your steaks cooked today?
Ooh, medium rare?
Medium rare.
Is that acceptable?
Yes. And what would you like for your sides? As far as the potato, you can do mashed potato, baked potato, fries, Jojo's.
What is Jojo's?
They're like the fat fries. So like the thicker, like kind of like potato wedges.
Which would you go?
Probably the Jojo's.
Yeah, alright. I'll go with those.
For your salad, what kind of dressing would you like?
What kind of dressing, Jan?
Ranch, blue cheese, Italian, balsamic.
Say more. I'll take the blue cheese, please.
Blue cheese.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Rocky Mountain oysters are bull's testicles, aren't they? Am I wrong? I'm sure I heard that before somewhere. Big in Montana, I hear. Not false. I mean, they're popular in Montana. Wild cows in Montana have larger testicles than cows elsewhere. It makes no sense.
Okay, so you have your Jojo's, your salad. And these mountains.
Thank you very much. I think the time has come. Why is this a mistake, actually? I'll enjoy it.
Alright, so a place called Cowboys Bar and Grill, which is in Ontario, not in Canada, but in Oregon. You get 1 hour in which to eat 72 ounces of steak, a potato side of your choice, and a healthy side salad. And if you can do that, you get a meal for free. How much does it cost if you lose? $99. Alright. Alright. Thank you. Here we go. Oh, that's nice and soft. Medium rare was a good call, I think, with this particular steak. Oh.
Sounded like Tom Jones for a second. I would say that is a sound effect indicating general satisfaction. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the episode. Lots of meat is what's on today's agenda.
Perfect. Exceptional. Oh, this is good, you know.
54 minutes left.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. See if I can show you a cook here. That should redeem me in the eyes of most steak aficionados out there. If I eat steak for actual enjoyment, I would always get it medium rare, if not rare. But you can never really tell how good the cut of meat's going to be. So, well done when you're doing a challenge is usually the safest option, if not the tastiest. Hi. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you got it, Pilgrim. I will give it my darndest attempt. $99 if you fail this one.
66% of the steak done. Let's use some of the A1 steak sauce on this last piece. Probably that sort of makes it feel like this video is sponsored by A1 steak sauce, which it is not. It's been a while since I had this stuff. Always reminds me a little bit of
sort of a hybrid between barbecue sauce and Worcestershire sauce, or Worcestershire, as they often used to say out here. Should have bothered.
Yeah, I could not have put it better myself. I imagine many of you at home often think the same thing.
So you can tell it's a good steak because I've only had 1, 2, or 3 sips of water. It's a good sign. How many grams of protein do you reckon are in this? Should we check? It took a while, so I'm going to skip forward a bit, but 414 grams of protein.
How are you doing? Wow.
I'm doing fantastic, I think.
Right. Anything?
I think I'm good for now. Yeah, thank you very much.
Clearly, Pinhead must be a good steak if you're not ordering the old tactical Diet Coke at this juncture. We're almost done with the meat, to be honest.
Oh, it's over now. That's how you can tell the steak was good. Oh, onto the sides. Onto the sides. JoJo's and a side salad. That woman over there, I think, is strangely mesmerized. I think she wants to look away, but can't quite bring herself to.
Yeah, not sure the 12 pixels quite did her expression justice. But that's what happens when you use action cameras inside. Blue cheese salad's going down a tree.
Almost did it all without the need to wine. Almost.
Yeah, we'll get the Mortal Kombat flawless victory one day, but today was not that day. Looks like we've been joined by George Carlin here, back from the dead.
Salad done, just the JoJo's remain. Never heard the word JoJo before. They're pretty much just like baked potatoes, but cut into quarters. You know what would go great with these? Some sour cream. I know I shouldn't, but it seems like a bit of a waste. Oh. Ooh, how's a crunchy piece? Finish up with a little bit more A1.
Now, although they didn't really need well seasoned and fluffy as they were. Anyway, hope you enjoyed it. I know I did. And as always, I'll catch you at the next one.
Yeah? Alright, this is the biggest food, and that was Cowboy Bar and Grill's 72-ounce steak sandwich, and it was delicious. I'm gonna put some fake applause sound effects in the background there. What was that?
We do, yeah.
I must confess, I am not ordinarily a huge fan of cobbler. And its closest approximation for a British person is like crumble. It's not really crumble. Sort of sponge with ice cream on top. I don't know.
It's not without its charm. Someone's like bread pudding that actually.
Never had cobble like that before.
What size shirt?
Oh, I get a shirt?
Yeah, you get a shirt too.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Like a t-shirt?
Yeah.
Obviously, it wouldn't be a button-down shirt, would it?
Shirts we have right now.
Oh, well, I'll take anything that you got. Did not realise that you win a t-shirt as well. Bonus.
You get to choose one. This one,
Ooh.
there's this one, and the back is like this.
I think I will take the...
You can get one of the shirts or you can get a ball cap.
Oh, I'm going to have to take the cap.
Okay.
Can I get a cap?
Yes.
I'm a cap kind of guy. I like that one. Alright, let's get out of here. People usually sit on that. Alright, yeah, that's, I don't know, I'm not really into cowboy stuff. Anyway, thanks for having me, I appreciate it. Thank you. Swedish man called the authorities to remove a moose in his neighbor's yard. He added that he believed the moose was intoxicated. How did he know it was intoxicated? No reason really, just an inkling. Apparently, the moose got wasted off apples from a tree and got so tipsy that it tipped over and became part of the tree. And it took fire and rescue services to force the sauce moose from its tree. The moose got up and proceeded to walk back into the forest. The next morning, after passing out and going AFK in the same neighbor's garden. So, mostly happy ending. Nobody got hurt. The tree was left more or less intact. And these pictures were taken by the man's 10-year-old son with the hopes that he could sell them and use the money to buy a PlayStation. CNN would end up buying the pictures. So now there's some 22-year-old Swedish dude that has the best conversation starter no matter what room he's in. And this wasn't a one-time thing. If you had a nickel for every drunk moose story in Sweden, you'd have enough to buy yourself a first-class flight to experience a Buzz Bullwinkle in person. There was that time a moose got plastered and decided to harass school children. And there was even one case where some moose binge on the forbidden fruit and then... well, I can't tell you exactly what's happening here. Just know it's a 3-player game with 0 controller. It's believed that when apples fall from trees, they eventually ferment and all the sugars become alcohol. And when moose eat these fruits, well, at best a child gets a PlayStation and at worst a child witnesses 3 moose stationed in play. Some scientists argue that alcoholics are a myth and that moose are just too massive to be put out of commission by some apples. My response? There is no sober explanation for this.
Look at this dude.
It's not a stretch to believe some animals will go out of their way to alter their consciousness. And the methods get a lot more out of pocket than just eating expired apples. Brown bears in a reserve in Russia apparently huff jet fuel to get elevated. Photographer Igor Spidinov spent 7 months in bear country, and he says the bears would find these used barrels, take a hit of kerosene and gasoline, and proceed to airdrop their contents to Mars. And yeah, the big bears started feeding, to the point where the kerosene carnivores would actively stalk helicopters just on the off chance they get to lap up any fuel that spills onto the soil. And if you're judging them, you must not know what humans are willing to introduce into their bodies just to let their minds ascend. According to a survey, about 46% of Americans call Christmas their favorite holiday. For any of the 46 watching this, I apologize in advance. Reindeer have been seen actively seeking out and eating the Amanita muscaria mushroom. Thanks to their special digestion, they're able to eat something considered poisonous to most animals. The mushroom is also a well-known hallucinogen, and considering reindeer will go out of their way, even digging through snow to cop a taste, chances are they know too. And while it is poisonous, it's technically poisonous the same way alcohol is, which is why shamans in Siberia would down the mushroom in rituals in order to become one with nature and all the animals in it, while getting absolutely obliterated in the process. It's even believed that since unwanted toxins are flushed out the body through urine, if you didn't want to run the risk of getting folded by fungus, you could drink the pee of an inebriated ice cube to enjoy the same wave as them. It's said that the fungi gives users feelings and visions of taking flight. A red and white being that puts reindeers in the clouds. Santa might have been a mushroom this whole time, or a shaman, and the reindeer charioting his sleigh of Christmas magic are just a bunch of caribou cooked off shrooms. Now you see why Rudolph was a red-nosed outcast. While everyone else was trying toadstools, he was out here crushing crystals. But long story short, get R. Kelly by the right reindeer, and you'll both believe you can fly. That's probably in bad taste. Like the reindeer. In 2009, Tasmanian farmers were plagued by crop circles that seemed to appear in their fields overnight. Some people thought it was aliens shooting their shot with the earth. The answer is this is a Venice wallaby. And just know this wallaby wallaby. Tasmania is the world's largest source of the poppies used to make opium painkillers. And the travel-sized kangaroos break into the poppy pastures and eat enough to go on a literal field trip with no school bus. Turns out the circles were caused by faded wallabies grazing in circles and then crashing. And these junkie marsupials would go as far as scaling fences and eating the same white opium gum used to make morphine and the purple stuff Lil Wayne likes. All that to get more stoned than a witch in Salem. And after they eventually come back to Earth, the wallabies wake up and just go...
not gonna do it? You really don't care about your role that much? It takes 2 seconds.
Do it, Terry. You're Italian, dude.
Come on, Corey.
Terry's too much.
Okay. At no point does he promise you $10 million. Yeah, that's all on your side.
Do it. Do it. Do it. That's all they kept saying. Do it. That's all they kept saying. Do it.
Right. Nobody said you would get paid $10 million. You said that yourself.
Show. A recap and behind-the-scenes look at the Stern Show. Call in. 888-STERN-100. The Wrap-Up Show with John Hein and Gary Del Monte.
Welcome to the Wrap-Up Show. I'm John Hyde, joined by Gary Dell'Abate. Good morning. Hello, hello. Teddy's on the board. Your calls, 888-STERN-100, 888-783-7610. That's the number to reach us here on today's Wrap-Up Show. And we have a ton of stuff to talk about following the Wednesday show. Howard expressed his true feelings for Ted Kennedy and how he's always been a fan. Artie's taken something for HBO. Eric the Midget doesn't think he's gullible. And after a few...
He also doesn't think he's short.
Entertainment Weekly puts together a list of 25 funniest people in America, and Howard isn't one of them. A lot of racy commentary going around between High Pitch Mike, Sal, Artie, and everybody else. We'll get into that. Howard's going to sue Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, apparently. Artie with bodyguards on the road. Nicole will do anything, literally anything, to meet Bon Jovi. We'll talk about how that segment went. Kevin in Pennsylvania, you're on the Wrap-Up Show.
Hey, Artie, how are you?
Hey, man.
Hey, I just want to say, I think it's beautiful you want to have a baby. I think that's great.
Yeah,
Artie. One of the pluses of it, when he or she's old enough to drive, the DMV will just be taking your license. He'll be too old, but he can drive in Delaware.
Yeah, Richard Lewis has a joke because he always worried about getting having a kid. I think Richard Lewis doesn't have a kid still. I think, but
no, he doesn't.
He always would say like, "I'm gonna have a kid because I'm on the road too much and I can't have a family." And he's like, I'll be 98 and I'll be at my kid's little league game in a wheelchair, hard of hearing, and they'll say, "Mr. Lewis, your son is bunting," like, and just senile and not understanding anything, can't coach because he's decrepit, and I'm fearing that's gonna happen.
Well, John and I went back and we were discussing the Artie baby situation, and we were saying that it's really hard. And we were saying that in any relationship, like people who get married and the relationship is rocky and they go, "Oh, we'll have a kid, that'll solidify us." Like your relationship has to be rock solid because children just completely fuck with the foundation of a marriage. Because, like John said, marriage is easy; the kids are the hard part.
Absolutely.
And we both love having kids, but I mean, I think the thing that we were sort of discussing is it's great that you want to have a kid. I would just hope that you want to have a kid because you love having a kid, not because you think it might solve some problems for you or make you stop being a person that you are.
Because I want a kid. I don't believe me. The last thing I would get a kid for was to solve problems. I want a kid. I'm not.
So do you think a kid will change you?
No, I'll have to change him the first couple of years, right?
No, but do you think that having a child, do you think that you could make those changes? I don't know.
Again, I don't know until I try it. I guess it's a gray area. I'd like to think that I can.
Like,
so light.
Well, see, that's where you have the ability. That was Stuttering John's big thing. So, and Howard too, But like, if it were a Friday night and you worked all week and you wanted to go hang out with your buddies, but your wife had been home all week and she says, "Hey, listen, Artie, I've been home all week. You're gonna go fuck you. Here's $1,000. Hire the best babysitter ever."
No, that's another advantage of doing it when you're older. Guys who got married and had a kid in that situation at 27, it was hard because your buddies are still going out. I think if I have a kid, say 7 years down the road at 47, I'd like to think that, Fridays I might be into staying there once in a while. It hasn't happened, so I guess I technically can't say anything for sure, but I think I can make those sacrifices. I hope I can.
How'd you feel about the advice that Howard was giving you?
That's one of those times where Howard is, no, you're wrong, negative, wrong, no. And I think part of which is trying to be funny, and the other part is like, in a friendly way, saying, "You're a fucking ridiculous mess. What are you doing? You can't have a kid, just to take care of yourself and try to have fun." I don't know. We'll see what happens.
John in Chicago, you're on the Wrap-Up Show.
Yes, sir. Good morning, guys. Thanks for all the help you give me through the day here when I'm driving. Hey, Artie, a little ammunition for you. I'm 50 years old. I've been married 24 years. I got 3 beautiful kids and a 1 great-granddaughter. I was a coke addict up till I was about 37. And I tell you what, it straightened my life out when I realized my wife kicked me out of the house. I didn't think she would because I had 3 young kids. She kicked me out, said, "Get your shit together, don't come back." And the best thing that ever happened to me was having those kids and realizing what I was missing in life. So, little ammunition for you. If you're a Hulk, and you would do the right thing, because I'm probably down the same path you were already. I met my wife in a bar. I was a bouncer. She was a bartender, and I knew the nightlife. I was there every night, and I drive a truck now. I'm gone 5 days a week sometimes, but I still miss them. And I tell you what, it's a great feeling. The family is already. You'll be okay. I've been listening to you for a couple of years now, and kind of know what you've been through a little bit. Not as bad, maybe, but I think you'll do the right thing. Good job, guys. Artie, good luck with it. I think you'll be great.
Thank you. The key is to have a kid and get a job where you're away 5 days.
The other thing, though, is that you sort of made reference to it this morning. You don't want to wait too long because I'll tell you, I always remember this kid I went to grammar school with. We would walk past his house every day on the way to school, and we used to say, "That's so nice that his grandfather lives with him." And the guy was had white hair. It was clearly 20, 25 years older than all of their parents. And then one day they go, that's his dad. And we're like, holy shit.
And how old were you this time?
6th grade.
All right, so you're about 12. If I have a kid tomorrow, when I'm 52, let's face it, I'm going to look 8.
When you're 52, that won't be fucked. That's not, to be 52 years old and have a 12-year-old is
but I'm telling what I look. I said what I'm going to look like too. But no, that's not that bad.
No, it's not.
But that's if I have it tomorrow.
Right, but if you wait till you're 50, you don't want to be 62 with a kid, a 12-year-old. Because it'd be just fucking time.
I think I'm going to ask the last Miss Howard TV how much it would be to have a kid with me. And then just tell her to go off on her merry way.
And by the way, you did say something else on the show today that got buried, which I thought was very funny. Howard said, why don't you adopt a kid? It's to adopt a kid.
I said, I'll hate it.
But the point is,
You're especially a black one.
you're not wanting a kid because it's going to help you out or
I don't think you can get a white kid. A Chinese kid, white kid.
We always talk about, what's on demand right now? Do you have Encore on demand?
Yeah, I think so.
You got to go on there this month and get the James Caan movie Thief. It's on there.
I have it on DVD, so I can read the movie first. I know exactly where you're going.
When he's trying to adopt a kid, he was a thief in prison. Do you know this movie?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But, the classic quote is James Caan, classic James Caan movie.
Tuesday Well.
They get married, they try to adopt a kid. He's been in prison for 11 years, so the adoption woman's giving him a hard time. And she says, you're not that desirable as a parent. So we'll take a kid. You got a black kid? We'll take a black kid. You got a chink kid? We'll take a chink kid. Nobody likes older kids. You got an 8-year-old black chink kid? We'll take him. Well, maybe that's what I'm going to have to do.
That is one of the great movies.
It's underrated.
Underrated beyond belief.
Yeah, it's class. Besides The Godfather, that's my favorite James Caan movie. Hands down.
And you gave me an interesting segue to get into some of Sal's comedy and the advice that you and Greg Fitzsimmons and I guess some others gave him today. Do you think he understands where you're coming from on that and he's going to change it? You were complimenting him saying you're better than that. Like you can, there are jokes that you have are better than that. Because I don't think Sal realizes that those are old jokes, as you were saying.
But that's why some people are delusional. Like you take a guy like Bob Levy, he's amazing on stage, like a technician. And Sal is getting very good on stage too. But Bob swears he wrote a couple of these jokes that some people think are older jokes. Fine, if that's Bob's story, maybe he did write them. But my point is, Levy got to another level as a comic and he challenged himself to get beyond that. Sal is totally at that crossroads where he's good enough on stage. Fuck the one-liners. Just challenge yourself to get to another level of writing. Like, those jokes I mentioned that Robin said were old jokes, those are in his act. So I don't know if Sal actually wrote them and didn't realize they were old or has forgotten that he read them somewhere. But if it's okay to use old jokes to get comfortable on stage, that's great. So he's beyond that now and he should get into other stuff.
But how do you tell a guy to ramp up his act if he's doing well with it?
Well, no, I'm not talking about, being on the road making money. I mean, if you're on the road, it's usually like an unwritten law. If you're in Missouri, you're like a deer in headlights. Nobody's taping it, although nowadays everything's fucking taped. There's a lot of comics who would even let a guy slide on stealing a joke just to get off stage before you get mauled, get the check, and leave. But if you want to go to another level, like performing at major venues in New York or Atlantic City, Vegas, LA, venues where you're going to get noticed by industry people or get on a talk show, the fact of the matter is your writing has to be way stronger. I know Sal, to his credit, aspires to that. And that's why I give him the advice. If you've got an act that's killing and making money with it to pay bills, sure, do it. But on the side, you should be working on new stuff.
I'm not asking you to take a shot at a friend, but do you think that that was, in a lot of ways, what Jackie would always complain that he could never get on a lot of the shows? Do you think that because he told, Jackie will never die. He's a joke teller.
Right.
Jackie, he's the joke man.
Right.
He tells jokes. Do you think that he was seen as not as hip as other comedians because of that?
Of course, exactly. He told old jokes. So look, Jackie's. When you see him on stage, he's having fun. So you're having fun. It's a great experience, and he's an amazing joke teller, and he's great on stage. But he tells old jokes. That's not going to get you on TV. But some people don't have those aspirations. Some people say, "I love making money on the road, and fuck everything. I'll be happy with that career." But I think Jackie and maybe Sal. I don't want to speak for him. I think maybe they want to do the Lettermans and the Conans and maybe do stand up on TV somewhere, because now, you won't even get a half hour on Comedy Central telling those kind of jokes. It just won't happen. There's two ends of the spectrum, though. The 25 funniest people on the entertainment list, they're the other extreme.
Ankle snatching jump step, blazing straight line speed. That's what I think of when I replay former Titans running back Chris Johnson highlights in my head. CJ2K was one of the NFL's most electric running backs in the 20s that you need to know about. He was so good, I actually used the words 20-aughts correctly. I've wanted to do a deep dive into Chris Johnson's career for quite some time now. Unfortunately, I recently learned he's been diagnosed with ALS, which Michael Strahan helped bring to light on a Good Morning America interview he conducted with Chris Johnson and his wife Brittany.
In 2025, at the age of 39, Johnson was diagnosed with ALS.
First, I want people to know that I'm still me. ALS has changed what my body can do, but it hasn't changed who I am.
Watching that interview
just punched me in the gut. I've known ALS is a devastating disease for a long time. Well, at least since the Ice Bucket Challenge went viral years ago. But seeing Chris Johnson, one of the most gifted athletes I've ever
You're tuning into
I'm Joey Chestnut, a competitive eater ranked #1 in the world. Let's answer some questions from the internet. This is competitive eating support. Tanner Dean McCoy wants to know, what is easier to eat in one sitting? 18 Krispy Kreme donuts or one large pizza? 18 Krispy Kreme donuts. Oh my god, those donuts are like, they go down fast, especially if they're warm. I love pizza, but crust always slows you down. 18 donuts, so those won't even make it home from the drive-thru. At Virgil, woke way too early and then just wondered, how do competitive eaters not just die from the amount of salt in their body? If somebody tried to eat 70 hot dogs for the first time, they might die. It's kind of like the person who ran the first marathon. They died. But now millions of people can run a marathon because they know how to train. Eating 70 hot dogs, I've trained and made my body adapt to it. Our bodies are absolutely amazing. At Not Bubba Wallace, I can't understand why anyone would dunk a bun in water instead of just eating hot dogs like a sane person and washing them down with some water. Well, apparently Not Bubba Wallace isn't very competitive in anything. Dunking the bun makes it faster. We're skipping a step of having to drink the water by dunking. I'm eating one hot dog, using the wet bun as a sip of water to swallow the hot dog. That's the way it works for the competition. That's not always pretty. For the upcoming contest, there's a no dunking rule. I've been practicing eating hot dogs without dunking. I have to take the right size bite, right amount of water, see how fast I can get this bad boy down. Pretty slow. But that's about it. At James W. Bell Music, how does one train to eat so many hot dogs? My training isn't too much different from like a runner. Runners have to run, eaters have to eat. It's hard because I can't practice every day. Once a week, I'm doing a practice contest, and there's a recovery period, cleanse, fast, so I can eat and practice. Day of contest, I like that. The acid, coffee, gets things in your stomach all moving around, and you're ready and a little amped up from the caffeine. I wouldn't call it a drug, but caffeine helps. At NY Design Guy, what do competitive eaters do after the contest? Do they purge or just digest? Either way, it seems uncomfortable. The best competitive eaters do digest the food. I only get sick if there's something wrong. If I'm dehydrated or the food's bad. When you say uncomfortable, that's where I'm really weak. I like the feeling of being bloated. That's one of the things that works my day. I'm trying to stay vertical and stay walking around, helps the food settle deep and start digestion. After that, then I'm thirsty and I just want to go to sleep and have some crazy dreams. Some contests, I'm putting on a lot of weight. Most I've gained is, I think it's been more than 20 pounds, and it takes about 5 days for me to get back to my normal weight. But I love it. At Carl I Winning, professional eaters like lose from stopping because their jaw hurts, not because they're full. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Your jaws and your throat muscles slow down a lot of competitive eaters. Like the food settles at the back of their throat because their throat muscles are weak. Really important to train those muscles and get them strong. I'm nasty Nat. How do competitive eaters not choke? Just swallowing whole hot dogs like nuts. I have seen people choke. It's always the person, it's their first contest and they're just trying to keep up. It's always turned out okay. Run DMC 912 wants to know. Anyone else wonder how people get into competitive eating? Do they enter regional tournaments and work their way up? I'm genuinely curious. I did my first contest when I was 21. It was at a casino in Reno. They offered me a free hotel room. I was like, heck yeah, I'll do it. I tied for third and I was like, oh my god, I'm going to do another local one. 3 contests later, I was at Coney Island on 4th of July. And I got third. In order to be a good competitor, you have to love eating. It's always easier to eat a lot of food. Like at TW for fat, how competitive eaters not gain weight. I do care. And it's a battle. And I have to be aware of it because if I lose track of my long-term calorie intake, I gain weight, then I start losing contests. I hate losing. Without getting graphic, I'm taking in thousands and thousands of calories during contests. There's no way to feel bad. Things are running through me. My normal routine after contests is to eat super high fiber, keep everything moving, low carb, no starches. Doing cardio helps me with my breathing during contests, but I don't depend on cardio to burn calories necessarily. I try to get into a calorie deficit in order to get back to normal weight. Some people chipmunk while they're eating. They kind of overstep their mouth and they keep food in their cheeks. Kind of amateur way to eat. You're not moving the food efficiently. You want to keep everything moving at the same pace and not letting it build up. At Jiggy PA, serious question for competitive eaters. Do y'all actually taste what you're eating? Or, of course we taste it. It's like a race car driver. Can they tell if you're driving on a crappy road? I really like when it's good food. I really hate when it's the food that I love and they did a bad job with it. Oh, there's nothing worse than that. If it's taste I like, it definitely is easier. First couple minutes of a contest, I'm a fat guy having fun. If there's a flavor I don't like, me again and again and again. Everything's more work than good taste. At J66 DSCC, do eating competitions at weight classes like fighting? Positive. For my weight class, I could absolutely smoke most people. There's no weight classes. For the most part, men and women compete next to each other. Big and small compete against each other. The healthier you are, the harder you can push your body. There are big guys who can eat a lot of food. Great guys. But they can't do it in 10 minutes. All the top eaters are pretty healthy. I wish I was a little bit more fit, but I love to eat. Odell wants to know, anyone ever examined the health of competitive eaters? I wonder, is it any worse than normal? One of my biggest worries is my doctor. He does my blood work, and there have been times where I go to him heavy, but he's really happy with where he's working right now. Most competitions aren't necessarily healthy. Any kind of athlete, I don't think we're much worse than normal. Contests and practice take a toll. Some contests are really hard on the body. It takes days to recover. And some contests are hard on the mouth. If it's a fried food, my mouth is raw for a couple days. There's always a recovery period after a contest. You gotta be willing to put up with it. At 3T Production wants to know, who ranks the competitive eaters? Does it matter if you eat kale or pancakes or hot dogs? America needs answers. There is a league, Major League Eating. Right now I'm ranked number 1. They rank based off performance in contests. There is a kale contest, there's pancakes, and hot dogs. And hot dogs are the most important contest of the year. Every food's a little bit different. Every eater has their own strengths and weaknesses. Some people are capacity eaters. Some people are good swallowers. My general training method is building tolerance. If I'm in a kale contest, I have to practice with kale. If it's hot dogs, I'm building my tolerance with hot dogs, getting my body comfortable with it. At Smitty83 wants to know, how do competitive eaters afford to train? I assume they find all you can eat buffets that they haven't been kicked out of and plop a chair down and just go to town. I very rarely go to buffets. If I'm training for the kale contest or hot dog contest or bologna, I have to train that food. Most of the time, well, send me the food, which is awesome. But also, the food we're eating in contest is not that good when you think about it. It costs about $40 to do a practice. I'm not eating anything for 2 days leading up to that practice, and afterwards I'm not eating very much. I'm eating vegetables. At Inventor, competitive eating crowd, what's your favorite or go-to donut consumption technique for contests or for pleasure? Because I love bitterness of black coffee with sweetness of donut, but for contests, most donut contests are not allowed to dump donuts. Alternate between eating, sip of water. Alternate to find that rhythm and don't overstep your mouth. At Sammy D-Dub wants to know, what do competitive hot dog eaters do the rest of the year that isn't July 4th? Do they have regular jobs, or is there a professional hot dog eating international circuit? Yeah, there's tons of contests. I have records in like 50 foods. I love it. Hot dogs is probably the biggest contest of the year, but I do everything from wings, ribs, pizza. I stay busy. DG Jaden wants to know, how competitive eaters not get hiccups? I always get hiccuping whenever I eat food. I never get hiccups. I stopped getting hiccups after I was like 12 years old. You might want to go to the doctor, dude. Yeah, I burp. A lot of times during the contest, we call it catching a burp. You have to stop eating for a second so you can burp. You have to be careful nothing comes out. Those are all the questions for today. Thank you for watching Competitive Eating Support.
In your opinion, what is the biggest issue facing America today? Fascists and capitalism, baby! Hypothetical, you were put in power. What would you do to improve the issue? Destroy all the data centers and tax the wealthy and maybe kill some people. When you say kill some people, who are we talking about? I'm not going to go on record with that, but I think you know. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Well, so the internet's forever.
You're already engaging in a bit too much capitalism, so yeah, you might be right there that might be an issue for you specifically.
The American people, for the love of all that is holy, do not want woke. Guys like action, women like drama. They keep trying to do these female-centric action movies that guys don't want to watch, and neither do women. The films that do really well, the books that sell among women, are not. A woman stands up, realizes she was strong all along, and then fights the bad guys. The films that women love that make a lot of money are socially oriented drama, romance, and comedy films. Films that men like are the guy overcoming adversity, finding his strength, and saving those that he loves.
People are tired of these woke films and the same thing happening over and over again with this boss babe who's just a reckless person who ends up beating everybody in the film and then finds some sort of redemption at the end of the film. Even though there's no building up of her character, she's just a big bad lady who wants to be alone and then finds something good at the end of it all. We're tired of the same thing over and over again. We get it. Woman equals good, man equals the mumbling idiot, and he's bad. That's exactly why I didn't like the Superman film. He looked like a complete idiot who didn't know what he was doing. He was a mumbling fool like Homer Simpson, as they usually do with main characters who are men. Films and series, they make them incompetent, and then you'll get a female leading role where she will be just a boss babe, reckless of course because they have to make her masculine some way or another, but she's competent in the fact that she gets things done. We've seen this script over and over again and people are tired of it.
Are you a lesbian? And when did you realize you were a lesbian? Ooh. I don't know. I think it's been a constant realization. Oh, right? Yeah. It's an evolving realization. So you only date female people? Yeah. And you're celebrating the dyke march because you want to find a female person? I don't need to find one. You just like them. We're in a relationship. Yeah.
You sure about that?
Why should Carmelo Anthony go to jail for killing a white boy when white people kill themselves? See, over 1 million attempted suicides happen every year, majority by the hands of white people.
Yeah, we're not being the allegations. Before we get back into the video, make sure you guys like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and the most important thing, if you want to see my face and if you want to see me be confused, hit the notification bell so that you get notified when a new video comes out and you get to see me go through all of this craziness. Let's get back into the video.
Well, I identify as black, so
Are you black? You don't look very black.
I identify as black.
What does that mean?
Identify as black. That's just, I'm going to label myself black if I want to.
But you're not black?
What is black? What is black? What is black, though?
You're like filling out an application.
Yeah.
Right, like a school or something like that. What would you check in like the race or ethnicity box?
Black. If black's available.
Interesting.
Well, you check a woman, you're a man.
Race and gender are two different things.
They're both biological, so how can you check a different sex, but I can't check a different ethnicity?
Neither sex nor gender is biological.
Sex is biological. XXXY chromosomes are one or the other. You can't change your sex. So you're saying you can change your gender or your sex, but you can't change your race?
Yeah, they're different. Yeah.
They're not different. They're both biological.
So again, neither gender nor race are biological.
So then, if neither are, then I can identify as black. No problem. You just said you can. It's not biological, so then it's not.
Yeah, but race and gender are two different things. This is kind of like a false equivalency.
They're two different things, but both rooted in biology. But if you can change one, you can change the other.
Biological,
So
actually.
then you can change your race on a dime.
For biological. Just
Okay.
because it's not biological doesn't mean you can change it.
Of course you can. If it's not biological, then I can change it. That it's literally just whatever I want it to be.
Well, I am with it. I do identify as a white woman, and you continuously saying, well, they're two different things, doesn't change the fact that if it's not biological according to you, you should be able to just identify as that thing. So, yeah, I don't see what the issue is here. You were just going around in circles saying the same thing and then contradicting yourself and thinking you were actually saying something intelligent.
I mean, the definition of a parasite, though, is something that is living purely based off of the nutrients that you are providing for it.
Yeah, but it's
and
not.
cannot live on its own.
But it's not the same species as the host. A parasite's not the same species as the host.
I don't know about that.
I'm-
Because a parasite is a very general definition. That is kind of the umbrella term. Underneath that umbrella term, there is bacteria. In bacteria, there's like viral and then like infectious and that kind of stuff. So there's different categories. A parasite is something that is living based off of purely the nutrients that you are providing for it.
Is a parasite supposed to be there?
Um,
In your body, do you have a place that's specifically designed for like that bacteria or that parasite?
an organism that lives in or on an organism of another species. So
Yeah.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Once again, the college students saying stupid things, and we're supposed to believe that these people are the future.
Just the only sexuality that has their own accent. Nothing wrong with it, but I'll tell you what, if pedophiles had their own accent, that would solve the whole problem, wouldn't it? Guys showing up like, I'm here for the coaching position.
Well, he kind of makes sense there. It would help.
Do you guys think about climate change a lot? It's the first thought on my mind every day when I wake up. Environmental racism is extremely prevalent. People are fed up.
Did you guys know that we are actually safer than ever from climate-related disaster deaths?
I think those numbers would be much higher if you took out the billionaires, white, well-served, privileged communities.
One thing we could think about doing is lifting the most people out of poverty. And the thing that actually does that, don't be mad at me, guys, but it's literally when you decrease fossil fuel use, you increase GDP, and that's when you lift the most people out of poverty.
This is a very Western-centric perspective.
Well, this is India and China. They increased their fossil fuels, they became richer, and then their life expectancy increased. Really good thing to think about. And so I hope you just take it with you.
They more than likely do not wake up and think about climate change. They wake up, scroll on TikTok, laugh at their stupid videos, and move on with their day. They don't think throughout their day. They follow what social media tells them to follow. And then when they come out to these protests, all of a sudden they're thinking about climate change. This climate change that's non-existent.
Welcome to the Seattle Pride Parade. Furries. Yeah, what does being a furry have to do with being gay? Well, I have an answer, but I'm not sure YouTube or Facebook will allow me to say it. But these messed up, broken degenerates are not why we're here. This is why we're here.
Look at these folks just getting started, just getting the energy going.
You see all those kids? Yeah, it is all about them, after all.
This is a moment for those young queer kids in our community today.
Katie Davis Court recorded these naked people in the parade. Yeah, listen, I'm not going to go through and blur every little ball that's there, so I'm just going to blanket blur this. But here's what's truly perplexing. I couldn't find this footage anywhere else. The parade was live streamed here, but look, it's only 20 minutes long. The parade was much longer. Where's the rest? This Seattle news station posted the parade in 7 parts, but part 3 and part 4 are exactly the same. So I wonder, what's in the missing part? I couldn't find the nudity in any of the live streams. Just so you know, YouTube allows nudity. They would let it stay up. So why are these news organizations hiding the nudity? You don't get to pick and choose what elements of this sacred movement count. It all counts. I don't write these rules. Is this a pride parade or a shame parade? Could it be that these news organizations understand that grown people prancing around naked around children is a bad look? Why is it a bad look? Because everyone inherently understands that this is a fetish being played out around children? Why are you shielding the truth from people? Let's take a look at what happened at the Pride Fest at this common area.
disgusting. And this has happened in previous years too. So what kind of person would bring their kid to this garbage?
Pride is for everyone, and anyone can be gay, no matter how they look, right, Bubba? And it's okay.
This is Nikki Hurley and 4-year-old Indigo.
Indigo has 2 gay moms, so he's part of the queer community. We decided to come out and celebrate Pride.
Serena and her wife Shayla brought their daughter Nova.
I just hope that she'll be able to express herself in any form, no matter what identity that will be.
We want her to be able to see that and see that other people are living their lives like we are.
Oh, a gay demon twerking on a car.
And the sad thing is, a lot of people will say this is normal and this should be allowed. And as you see, they do see this. We should be allowed to do this in front of kids, and they're not brainwashing them, and they're just allowing kids to express themselves. God knows what next they'll come up with because of this pride and freedom and liberty they want to do.
Yeah, do you have permission to do that?
I don't need permission. They can call the police, that's fine. I don't need permission.
Someone took a picture of me there as I was driving, and I want to know why.
Oh, so why would you want to know why?
Because it's privacy related. I want to know why somebody's taking a picture of me in the press.
Well, do you think,
So
well,
I'd like
why can't I have press on my t-shirt?
That's fine, you can.
Okay.
Can you answer my question? Or are you not capable of answering?
Capable? Well, no, you're being really rude, and I'm going to refuse to answer.
But I'd like to know why. What about this street?
No, it's nothing about the street. Huh?
What about this street necessitates names?
That would be my own business, wouldn't it?
I think,
And if
I
you,
don't know if it would be your own
do you
business.
really believe that the privacy when you're out in public? I mean, you roll down your window, you're talking to me, your name badge is visible, I can see your first and last name, it's a picture.
I'm just curious why my car driving the street necessitates a picture. I'm allowed
Well, I
to
can't
ask
get
that
into
question.
that. You can ask.
Are you videoing me, by the way?
Absolutely.
Yeah, do you have permission to do that?
I don't need permission. They can call the police, that's fine. I don't need permission. Ma'am, I don't consent for you to get my face.
I don't consent for you to take mine either.
No,
Okay, you darn well know that.
I don't consent.
I have, ma'am, do you mind if I take your picture? Or just video or something that this is happening? Okay. Yeah, it's because it's in terms of healthcare. I have my concerns.
She seems so scared that people recorded in public, and then the funny thing is she begins to record that. If you think it's so wrong that they're recording, why did you start recording? Apparently it's against the law according to you, so why are you breaking the law that you think is there? It really baffles me how stupid people are, and you realize how a lot of people unfortunately are just stupid. Yeah, I can understand that it might be annoying for you, but if it's so annoying and you don't want to be on camera, you could have just continued driving and this wouldn't have happened. But you're stupid enough to stop and then create this content, and then you'll complain about this content being created when you're basically the one who created this content.
You're just talking about International Women's Day, women, trans women? Okay, cool. So when we talk about International Women's Day, what are your thoughts?
I like it, you know, like yes, International Women's Day.
Do you celebrate International Women's Day as a trans woman?
I celebrate every day as a trans woman, but
especially for today.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, I just think, you know, I'm like a cynic, but like, shouldn't like every day, like, we should like be celebrating women and stuff, like, it's just hard with the current like situation right now, you know.
So you consider yourself a woman, or just, what do you consider yourself?
Trans feminine, maybe.
Can I ask what your sexuality is? Are you attracted to males? You know, a man, women, all? Either? You don't want to answer?
Honestly, I mean, I don't know.
Adult females?
Why do you phrase it like that?
Well, you're saying women, actually, because you said women mostly. Do you mean like to other trans women and adult human females? I'm just trying to get clarity when I talk to people.
I'm sorry, I don't think I can do this interview.
Okay, are you sure?
Yeah, I don't know.
personal feelings.
Hey, he's a woman, I'm a white woman.
Do Black Lives Matter?
Of course, always matter.
So you acknowledge that Black unborn me matters in the womb?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I guess no. Sort of. It would really depend on which trimester we're at, where you are in the process of gestating. Because at some point in time, you're just sort of a parasite, and then you turn into a human being. That they're not a human being from the beginning.
So when does it become a human being?
I don't really know. When the soul settles in, I don't really know.
Are you familiar with Planned Parenthood? Do you know the founder of Planned Parenthood?
I don't know perfectly now.
It's a her. Her name was Margaret Sanger.
Okay.
And she said these words. She said, "I don't want the word to go out about us wanting to exterminate the Negro population."
Correct. Euthanizing.
It was founded on eugenics because they wanted to exterminate the Negro population.
I think abortions that are happening as long as we're moving very good. What is it? Chamomile milk tea, you can induce labor.
40% of abortions in America. Okay, he doesn't talk.
Well, all lives matter as long as we believe all lives matter. Now, they can be human, but if we believe they're not human, then they don't matter.
I can't have babies. I can't have my own baby. You're never gonna have kids. You're never gonna have kids. Where's my baby? Where's my baby? There you are, my baby. Oh, I'm gonna have twins. My baby. It's my baby. I thought I didn't have a baby. I'm gonna be a good mom. I'm gonna be better. I'm gonna be an even better mother.
I think you need to stay away from going out in public. You might need to stay in your home a bit more because this video was very concerning.
This is a protest rally to protect children. Why are you guys exactly? Trying to take away children's right? If you can't vote or get a tattoo until you're 16, you shouldn't be changing your gender or having people change your pronouns in secret. You should be disgusted with yourself. People that don't have children, you're trying to make unlawful decisions for other people's children? What the fuck is wrong with you? Huh? Seriously, try to speak on behalf of other people's children. And you fuckers are the ones telling everybody to keep secrets. I don't have a problem with what you identify as. What I have a problem with is that you people want to try to identify children. That's my problem.
They're protecting children by allowing them to mutilate themselves. Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you think President Trump is a fascist?
Yes.
Why is President Trump a fascist?
I'm not sure how to answer.
Well, what is
Fuck's
fascism?
sakes.
I'm also not sure, but I know that man isn't worth the time.
Is the belief that the fascist acknowledges publicly on camera that she doesn't know what fascism is, but will say someone is a fascist. These are the levels of stupidity we've come to. I keep thinking to myself, maybe the more technologically advanced we become, the more stupid we're going to become, because there's no way you actually said this in public, on camera, out loud.
Are you sick because you have a mask on? Are you sick or anything?
No, I work in healthcare, so I gotta protect myself from getting ill if I'm working on the other side.
Okay. Do you support ICE agents covering their face?
No, I do not.
Okay. Why not?
If they're legitimately law enforcement officers, you'll notice that the Phoenix PD doesn't cover their face. So why do they have to cover theirs?
Yeah, so they're not ICE agents.
Not me. Oh, so there's a difference.
There is a difference, yeah. So ICE agents and ICE officers are under different jurisdiction and different ways of doing things than local police.
They do wear masks. So what now?
That's a good question, because assault and violence against them has gone up 1,000%. They wear the face mask. Some of them, why is violence going up against them? Because I think leftists lie about what they're doing, and they want to hurt them, and they want to hurt their families, and they're shooting at them.
Are any leftists out here hurting anyone?
You are a leftist, right?
I would certainly identify with somebody on the left.
So you're covering your face to hide your identity, right?
No.
Why are you hiding your face?
I'm protecting my face because I work in healthcare.
Yeah, so what's the correlation? You don't want to be doxxed, do you?
No comment.
Right? Isn't that it? That's what ICE agents are doing. They don't want to be doxxed, just like you don't want to be doxxed. So he can cover his face to protect his identity. He's not getting shot at. He's not no acts of violence are being threatened against him, but ICE agents who are being shot at, being rammed into with cars, they can't cover their face. Their families are being doxxed. Their houses are being broken into. How sad is that? That is just so ironic.
Yeah, that makes sense how you work in healthcare. It really does.
Listen to this Canadian professor.
I have worked with 4- and 5-year-olds in schools who have genders that their parents don't want them to have. Parents' rights have suddenly been weaponized against trans and non-binary and two-spirit youth. I want us to get really comfortable with challenging right-wing Christian patriarchy. I want to say things like, you need to work around sexual orientation and gender diversity with children of all ages. And so I want us to think about these conversations in kindergarten.
Ladies and gentlemen, guy works on CBS Sunday kickoff show every once in a while.
Every once in a while.
Incredibly handsome, very tall. Game record was just in Pittsburgh for TJ Watt's game this past weekend. JJ Watt. How you doing, bub?
I'm great. How you doing?
Hey, I see the hat on still. That means we got good things happening. Hold on, before we dive in, Gumpy, would you like to give us a Burnley update here before the owner has a chance to really say anything, Gump?
Tough match this weekend against Arsenal, JJ. Best of luck, my friend.
Okay, so we got Arsenal this weekend. I like that. We're playing with the big boys. Yeah. We're playing with the big boys. How do we feel about Burnley, and what is the state of the union here?
Yeah, I'll look at the State of the Union. That sounds great because there's no doubt about it, it's been a rocky start to this campaign for us. It has not gone the way that we've wanted it to go. But you don't get involved in something like this to only be there for the shitty or for the good times. You're also there for the shitty times. And you're also there when you got to work through some stuff. And we are very early into a brand new Premier League season. So I am optimistic about where we're going. Are there things we need to fix? Absolutely. But I am optimistic. Vince is a very, very smart manager. We've got a system that takes a little time to learn. We've got new guys learning that system. So I remain optimistic. The hat stays on the head, and we go again.
Hell yeah. Let's go, Burnley. Burnley. Woo. Yeah, Gumpy with your negativity. Don't you worry. We've got a lot of season left.
I wasn't calling for the coach's job. That wasn't me.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, yeah. Jeez Louise.
We could maybe light a fire under the boys' asses, but that State of the Union, I'm back. I'm back on Burnley's side here. I'm ready to wet the sails and get going. I know that's not exactly a Premier League.
Up the Clarence, JJ. Up the Clarence, JJ. Let's go.
Let's act like you've been on board the whole time. The whole time. I gotta say, AQ looks jacked today. I don't know what he took or what it is. He looks jacked today.
What he took? Steroids. What are you saying? He said you're on stuff.
Oh, no.
Hey, he's down a bunch. What did you? What were you? What are you?
247, and I was heavy as 320.
You got used all in the biceps and traps.
Biceps and traps.
And calves. You should see this dude's calves, bro.
I have. I mean, it's what you want out of a calf.
It certainly is. Are you back in Arizona? I see the jersey repping. Shout out, Pat.
I am. Shout out, Pat. His birthday would have been 2 days ago. 37 years old. So
rest in peace, legend.
I am. Rest in peace. I'm back in Arizona. I had a phenomenal weekend in Pittsburgh. I mean, I know you boys know all about it. It was a great week. The weather was perfect. I mean, we had colorama in the trees. We had crisp fall air. We had Steelers football. We were swinging some discs. It was great.
Okay, so is this your first time really getting out there to hang out during a game weekend, or what made this one different than maybe times past? Yeah, hey, not great, but top 12, not bad, not bad.
They caught me at a bad time. I had a good twirl at the beginning, and then I really lost it. I tried to bring in some extra energy, and I lost the momentum of the spin.
You don't care about the very simple, common sense unfairness of this entire thing. And I think there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, facts don't care about your feelings.
Yeah, you don't have any feelings.
Okay, we're gonna do children cannot consent to puberty blockers. Okay.
Stand on this.
Okay. Children cannot consent to puberty blockers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, move. Okay, you're neutral. Why are you neutral?
I think the notion of consent, particularly medical consent for children, is a complicated one, and I'm not sure where I stand on it.
What is complicated about it?
Obviously, I understand what people mean when they say consent, that someone can, in their right mind, make a decision about something. I think what's complicated about it is that children sort of do make some decisions about their health and don't make other decisions about their health. I'm not sure if those cases are closely analogous enough to the case of puberty blockers to drive me one way or the other.
So I just want to make sure I understand this. So the question you have is whether children can consent to things in their health sometimes, if that's the same as
in this case.
Can they consent to
things like this as well?
So then the question is gender transition a matter of health?
Maybe not, because I think that there are also sort of, well, it depends how you characterize health, kind of, right? Because I can see health as being characterized as things that will harm people's ability to flourish, or health even being considered as like preference things, or maybe you'd argue mental health, they'll suffer. It's difficult.
Okay, sex transitions, and I understand that's a problem, that term. Yes, let's just go there for a second. Sex transitions under the age of 18 harm children's mental health. Move. You can stay where you want. You don't have to move. Okay. So, what is your response to what he said? He's unsure that children can consent to puberty blockers. What do you have to say to him?
Well, there are many issues to do with this. I'll bring up one issue that has been admitted by the president of WPATH. So WPATH is the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. The president is a man named Marcy Bowers, who admitted in a Zoom call last year, I've tweeted out the video of this all the time, that literally none of the boys who started on puberty blockers at what is called Tanner Stage 2, so this is the beginning of puberty. For girls, this is when their breasts first start to form. It's probably 2 years before they've had their periods. So these kids are all going to be like 9, 10, 11, 12, right? None of the boys, as adults, have been able to have an orgasm. So we're talking about putting these boys on these drugs when they're 11 or 12. They don't even understand what the concept of an orgasm is. None of them have ever had any sexual experience. And now you're destroying their future adult sexual function. It's literally impossible for a child to understand what they're signing up for. These are just little kids. In many cases, when they start on puberty blockers, they still believe in Santa Claus. And now we're telling them they can throw away their fertility and sexual function. They can't possibly understand it.
Do you agree with what you hear what he said?
Yeah.
Do you agree?
I agree strongly.
You strongly agree with what he said. What about that? Can children, I just want to make sure. So if children go on puberty blockers, the likelihood that they'll have an orgasm when they get older is small. Is that correct?
Yes, Marcy Bowers said virtually none.
Virtually not.
That's right. So these puberty blockers, combined with cross-sex hormones, which they always go on to as well, are sterilizing children. And then you get these boys with micropenises when they're adults. And the final step in this whole procedure is to do bottom surgery, is what they call it. This is the euphemism. This is where they castrate a boy, slice open his penis, and invert it to form what's called a neo-vagina. But because the penis never grew, there's not enough tissue to do the surgery. So, for example, in the case of Jazz Jennings, where there's a reality show that's been going on for a decade, showing this boy's transition since he was a little child. They did this surgery on him when he was 17, but he had a micropenis. So what did they do? They cut out some of his peritoneum, his stomach lining, to form the interior walls of his neo-vagina. And of course, he's never experienced any sexual function whatsoever. And he never will.
Can you repeat back some of the claims that he made for why he's standing on that line?
Yeah, sure. So one of them was that when people undergo certain forms of treatment, if they later detransition, or even if they continue through with transitioning, they're infertile and unable to experience orgasms. That was one of them. And then that last one that you said, I'm not sure what the overall point was, but I think it was just that, like, the way that the surgery is performed is very damaging and bad. Is that right? Is that what you feel like?
Yeah, it's a guarantee, of course, that they'll never have any sexual function. And there are all sorts of medical complications with this. One child died. And in the first study that was ever done in the Netherlands into this whole practice, where they first started giving puberty blockers, one of the children in that study died. Several others were lost to follow-up, and yet they still declared this study a wild success, and it's what formed the foundation of so-called gender-affirming care, which we should more accurately call child and sex changes. This erroneous study is what formed the foundation of this going on all over the West, yet they've never been able to replicate the so-called success of that
But
study.
even that idea of a sex change they're not really changing someone's sex.
Of course, you can't change anyone's sex. So this is just child mutilation and sterilization, is what it is.
Do you agree with him?
Yeah, it's completely impossible to change sex. A male's body develops to produce the sperm cell. It should, could, would, does, did, or will produce that sperm cell. In some cases, it doesn't, due to various reasons. And likewise for the female with the egg cell, their bodies develop down these pathways, and in literally 99 whatever percent of cases, that is the standard. The standard pathways they progress downwards.
Okay. It is possible. Here's a new claim. It is possible for people to change their sex. Move. Why do you disagree?
Sex is typically understood as a term used in biology. Biologists haven't changed their use of that term, and it's not something that people can change in biology. It's something that they're kind of born with. There's still some complicated cases, but they're fringe cases.
So how come you're on the disagree and not on the strongly disagree?
Because I'm not an essentialist about language. I think biologists could change the way that they use the term, but currently they haven't. But in principle, they could.
So if you change the way a term is used,
yeah,
you change the biological reality?
Well, the biological reality, in my view, is the way that biologists talk about the subject, right? So it wouldn't change the way the world is, the alleged referent of the terms, but it would certainly change the way that we understand biology.
New claim. Most people understand what's involved in a sex transition. Move.
Most people understand what's involved in the sex transition.
Yeah.
I'll go neutral.
I'm a little surprised. Why are you neutral?
I think a lot of people do understand what's involved in this today. I think there's been an amazing campaign from people all around the world to raise awareness about this. And when I'm on the street having these conversations, and I've had about 20,000 of these conversations today versus 3 years ago, it's wildly different. I get fist bumps and high fives all the time. A lot of people now understand what puberty blockers are. They might have just a basic knowledge of this. They don't have a great knowledge of it. But a ton of people now, I'd say, at least half the population have understanding that children are receiving puberty blockers and hormones, and that it's wrong.
Why are you on the disagree line?
I think that most people are still massively in the dark about this. Chris talks to way more people than I do on a daily basis, no doubt, and online and on the streets. In my daily experience, most people don't have any recognition of the issue. They couldn't tell you the difference between some of the basic concepts. They couldn't differentiate the different aspects of it. So I don't think that awareness about it has been raised to any majorly significant degree amongst what you might call the normie population.
Okay.
I'm torn between slightly disagree and neutral, to be honest, but
you can move if you want.
I guess it depends. I mean, that's a pretty vague statement, so I don't know. It's hard to quantify this, but in surveys that have been done, and with the polls, you can get polls to say a lot of things, but all of the polls that are being done show the majority of the population now take my stance on this, and it's growing all the time. And my personal experience is more than 90% of the population support my message. Yes, a lot of people still have a very basic level of understanding of it, but they at least have some understanding. So,
okay, children can consent to tattoos. Under 18.
Strongly disagree.
Okay. The only valid use of woman is adult human female. Move. Take out the boards. Oh, good, the sun is coming out. I'm freezing. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. You guys are going to guess the best reason he has for believing that the only valid use of woman is adult human female, and you're going to guess. Okay. So, what do you think he wrote down in his bowl? What's his best reason for believing that?
I suspect that the gentleman will be defining certain of these words and saying that they have arbitrary definitions, such as adult, for instance. In law, we represent an adult as someone having met legal age. In the UK, 18, whereas people undergo different sexual development at different ages, and to some extent, many people are still undergoing sexual development into their early 20s.
So
I suspect he may be using language games in that sort of way.
So you think that he thinks it's a problem with language?
I suspect he will be saying that these terms don't have ultimate clear-cut definitions, and that there is an arbitrary element contained in these terms.
And I would add that. And I would say too that the left wants us to believe that words can be redefined, and that being a woman is based on a feeling, and that it's basically a performance of feminine stereotypes.
Performance.
But yes, they believe that essentially we're all in drag, performing femininity, performing masculinity, and that's what makes us a man or a woman, and it's on a spectrum, but I reject that entirely.
And you think that's his best reason?
Yeah.
Were either of them correct as to what your best reason was?
One was closer, but I think that...
But still off.
Yes, they're off. Yeah.
Okay. What do you think the best reason that they're standing on strongly agree for the only valid use of woman is adult human female? So you guys need to listen to this. Tell him if he is correct.
My understanding of what I think they believe is that I think that they believe we need to provide a principled and consistent definition for woman, and the only principled and consistent definition that we can provide is adult human female.
Is that correct?
Broadly, yeah.
It is broadly correct. Broadly correct.
Sex is not a choice. This is scientific fact. We don't say that dogs are transgender, or that horses or orangutans or any other species can change their gender or their sex. Why are humans any different?
Do you agree with him?
Yeah, if you castrate a male dog, which is kind of a common occurrence at some point to neuter these animals, it doesn't a male dog doesn't magically become a female dog.
Okay.
Our sexes are based on the gametes that we produce. Sperm or eggs. Small motile gametes versus large stagnant gametes. This goes across almost all species. People like to say like my good friend here has a rap song about this, about well, clownfish can change their sex. Well, human beings are not clownfish, so sex is what it is.
And you two are agreeing on virtually everything.
Pretty much, yeah. I would say.
Yeah, because truth is objective; it's not subjective. We don't get to decide what's true. There is such a thing still in this world known as objective truth, and we know what it is.
Okay. Okay, so you broadly guessed there's correct. Do you guys want to take another guess at why he's standing here? You want to take another guess at what his best reason for standing there is? Because he said wasn't quite right what you guessed.
He said that one of the views was slightly closer. I don't know the gentleman well enough to be able to predict what he might, how he might have strongly disagreed with that definition.
Well, we're going to find out in a second. Show them your reason for why you're here. Tell them.
So it's that.
Tell them. Show them.
Yeah, so it's that people use the word woman differently than just to refer to adult human females. And legitimate use is a description of how the linguistic community actually does use words rather than a prescription from a minority in the linguistic community.
So use for you is subjective and not linked to biology. It's just linked to how people traffic in words.
No, it is linked to biology, but that's one way that people use words. So biology is the subset of the total population use.
So if gender scholars use the word in one way, that would be equally legitimate to biologists.
Perhaps not equally legitimate. I might give biologists more legitimacy, but I say that there's a social use.
We all are.
Yeah, obviously, Avs traveling to Minnesota, taking on the Wild. Do you think they find a way to even this up? But I guess what are you looking for from the Avs? We thought they were untouchable. Now Minnesota, Quinn Hughes comes out and beats them 5-1 on Saturday night. Like, what are you looking for tonight?
Oh, they gotta pound their D. Like it's gotta be an assault. Yeah, they do. And like, listen, I'm saying get in, bang on them all night. Like, I'm being honest, pucks in the corner, it should be an assault because for me they're depleted. They're asking a lot of Quinn Hughes in favor to be up the ice. You gotta make them come 200 feet. You can't have those guys flying around.
You gotta deplete them.
Come 200 feet.
Yeah,
that'd be a record.
Beat the hell out of that dude. Like it stole something.
Complete them.
Just kept going.
Get everything out.
Kept going.
200 feet.
Oh my God.
That was 200 feet.
200 feet. Jeez.
Obviously, the Yankees big tonight, taking on the San Francisco Giants. The guy sitting next to you currently has a catcher's mitt on his hand. Is this just going to be the entire day here, Conman? How do we feel?
Yeah, absolutely. We're trying to break this sucker in, and we've been chucking stone like you wouldn't believe around the yard. So, yeah, I think this is going to stay trying to break it in. I'm going to try and watch 100 Red Sox games this year. I believe there's a chance that we're going to end up keeping this thing going, with Roman Anthony and the boys for Boston. But, yeah, I mean, I just heard Ty say it. And that's the reality of the entire thing. I woke up, and I think you had the same words ringing through your head.
And what was that, boys?
My alarm clock this morning at 4:30 a.m. Let's play ball, it's game day.
I love that.
Strikeout, base hits, double plays. Take the field, hear the roar of the crowd. Come on, Marlins, make us proud. Come on, Marlins, make us proud. Keep hoping and dreaming, and you will soar. Oh, you don't have stone? Right. No, you have the stone. It's in your glove, man.
Let's play ball, it's game day.
Boom.
God, what a time.
There's a great breakdown of that song.
Sign or There's awful air. Break that thing in from Blue Cubs.
We can't have air. Can we get Luke Combs all the way up here, please?
E0, I think, right? Is that what he is?
Yeah.
Is that what the catcher is?
E2.
E2. What?
That wasn't an error. That wasn't an error. We're trying to put this man isn't breaching the field right now. Okay, it's not field ready.
Well,
it's not.
Then why don't you bring it out here?
Because I'm trying to get ready. Okay.
Okay. Well, when it's out here, it needs to be ready.
Look, I'm not playing tonight.
Listen,
all right?
we're trying to play ball and it's game day. Now we don't have a ball because you can't catch
I
shit.
mean, we got plenty of balls up here. I know there's something else. Well, we don't listen to them over here. That boom. Now we don't see. Trying to throw. Trying to throw size 5.
AJ, I'm telling you, it's stunning. It is stunning.
What's that?
They're calling him Spray J Hawk on the internet.
Spray J Hawk.
Spray J Hawk.
That's awesome. The internet's the greatest thing. You look good, bub. You do look good. I like that. I like what you're doing. You know, there's another meme that was going around about sunscreen. You know, that whole thing. I don't know if you got into that whole conversation yet.
No. What was happening? What?
Same conversation as spray tan, kind of. Like what you're kind of, what's in it, what is.
Oh, I mean, everyone says everything gives you cancer. That's cool. Just do it. Live your life.
Well,
no matter what, you're wrong. So just enjoy your life.
Just live your life.
Actually, if you're properly hydrated, you won't get sunburned. Well, pal, I got some albino skin that'll speak otherwise because I'm very hydrated.
Me too. I'm peeing all the time, brother, and that thing is light yellow, very light yellow, and I turn lobster quick, and it hurts. So if we can figure that whole thing out, but I think I get burned with sunscreen on too. Is what I realized.
Yeah.
What SPF are you using?
You gotta reapply.
You're
Like
getting
every
burnt with
25
sunscreen on?
50.
All the time.
I think it's a you problem, pal.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't matter.
I was like, I've never been speechless looking at another dude, except for the tan that AJ's got going on right now. That was the moment for TC.
Agreed.
I love a little bit of announcer crankiness at times, especially when it goes against players on their own team who are obviously annoying to them on a day-to-day basis. We saw this a little earlier in the season with the Reds and Brian Hayes. But the mood is certainly a little different when it veers into disrespectful towards the opposing team, which is exactly what we heard from Philadelphia's radio booth yesterday all throughout a ballgame that they would ironically go on to lose, with a series of ironic twists mixed in there as well. Before we continue as well, shout out to Austin Orvik on Twitter, who pointed out a lot of this in an excellent post. The Pirates were facing the Phillies in a 5-3 hole by the 5th inning, and today's video brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, who want to fight to help you recover up to $1,000 in damages caused by Google and Meta for addictive social media practices, the details of which you can find at the end of the video. Our first notable instance would be after Connor Griffin laid down an excellent bunt to put runners on the corners with nobody out, with Larry Anderson responding like this.
Yeah, he wants to bunt it so somebody else can drive him in. He doesn't want to do it.
Most of what you'll hear in this video is from Larry, by the way. Later on in the same frame, with the score now tied, Andy Rodriguez would come up and do this on a 3-1.
Here's the pitch.
Swing and a miss. Ooh. He wasn't trying for a one-run lead there.
No. That's just stupid hitting right there.
Obviously, that pitch wasn't even that far out of the zone. But then, hilariously, he would walk on a very similar pitch on the very next offering. However, we weren't even close to done from here. In the sixth, with Evan Sisk on the mound, he implied the lefty was scared of the barely over 600 OPSing Trey Turner.
I think Sisk might have been a little afraid to throw that one over the plate.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Got it.
Let me ask you a question. If you didn't have to throw him a strike to get him out, would you? In the eighth, there was a completely normal, slow walk out to the mound to give the guy in the bullpen a little more time to warm up that was chastised.
What is he walking so slowly for?
I don't know.
Does he have a bad back? What was that? What? I don't know, Larry.
And then, of course, my personal favorite, when Endy drove in some big insurance runs on a homer.
Oh, one breaking ball in the air, right field. It's well hit. And Hill out of room as that one is gone. And Endy Rodriguez.
He's hit 4 home runs now. He acts like it's hit about 400.
Pittsburgh's backstop didn't even really bat flip on that one. He just kind of started jogging out of the box. I personally hate this vibe coming out of an MLB booth. We should all be able to appreciate highlights when we see them, and insulting the opposing team, especially in a game where you end up getting beat, is just a horrible look. Plain and simple. If you or your child spent years growing up on social media and experienced
Yeah, well, it's not how much is it? 20,000. 19.6. 19.6? 19.6.
Okay, call. Brittany is not one to see it. Sakis is all in. So good spot for Elton.
Okay.
Although Brittany is live.
Well, how many times?
Hold it enough.
Once or twice? I'll take
$88,000 pot.
I'm fine now.
It's not a big one.
Only twice? Okay, sure.
Three-way all in.
You can choose.
Yeah, it's okay. 2 times it's okay. Yeah.
Alright, twice. First to the button.
Do we show or?
No, whatever. Show you
I don't
can.
know that this one.
Huh? We don't have to show?
Show
There's a queen
Okay.
for Sakis.
Well, you're ahead.
But a jack on the turn. Elton with the king of spades as well. And he's going to win the first board. Terrible run out for Brittany because 2 jacks hit. So Elton will get the 4 markers. We'll get to 3 roll. The second board. Oh, that's a nice flop for Brittany. Has a 7, has a diamond as well. Yeah, diamond wins it. So Brittany and Elton will chop up Sakis' money. Elton getting more of it because of side action between, or the side pot between Elton and Sakis.
These make the 4th bridge. That's nice.
Yeah, Elton also gets 4 markers, which is pretty ridiculous.
Call. Fine call. Okay.
Totally okay. As long as we all try.
Check. 2,000.
5 against 1.
Brittany flops pretty well. She can win 2,000 from each of her opponents if she takes this one down. Jeff actually raises middle pair. Well, value bet. You decide. I think this is a value bet. But it's actually got Brittany considering folding a jack. She continues. Almost 40,000 in there. Or it gets worse. Jeff seemingly gives up. Brittany shoves? This is a very strange pot. Jeff is now going to consider calling with an 8. He knows that Brittany fights hard for these bounties. She would win 2,000 from each of her opponents if she could take this hand down. That's influencing Jeff's thinking. He calls. So Brittany is going to win this 140K pot with just a jack. She can't believe it. So Jeff and Brittany take turns value bluffing each other.
鸡这样子吓死我了。
Brittany wants a huge one. And it collects the bounties as well. She's at 92,000 bucks.
这样你太鱼了，我喜欢。
Very nice. Thank you.
4 buttons.
400赢就是莫名其妙。
Brittany just calls, hoping for some action from Elton, which she is going to get. Just calls. Rampage in the mix also. And a beautiful flop for Brittany. The nuts. Elton with a weak ace does check back. And another check from Brittany. He's going to look for a check raise. There is the check raise, 17 grand. A lot of draws she could do this with. So Elton is going to call. Brittany has the check mark in this 46K pot. Complete brick on the river. $35,000.
摇头了就是没货。
Wow. Elton grabbing calling chips. Check raise from Brittany on the turn.
谢谢。
Big bet on the river. Elton pays it off. 116K pot. Heads over to Brittany.
就白费啊！我认识你了，告诉你我是 nuts 呀。
15. Several legitimate hands.
Wait. Okay. See? 11,000. Oh, I still.
And the hand that is not legitimate bumps it up. Brittany jams. Sake says, whoops. He's put in a third of his chips now.
1 button.
好了，1 button。
But
这个
it
海，
doesn't really matter. You've got 6 high.
这个海，
More hot.
谁有货？
Just think about I'm live. I'm not on live.
You're not.
Twice.
Oh, wow. Saki calls it off. Okay.
And big pair.
No.
And big pair.
Pocket big.
为什么不到？我平时33也算大的呀。
66K pot.
大宝。
Saki's is gambling.
Set. Rating is set.
非常 I feel like I'm in this way.
8 in the window.
打得不好应该call，对吧？打得不好吧？我打牌太粗糙了，对吧
Saki does have the 6 of clubs. This would be a weird way to get there. But no. Brittany wins the first board.
应该是史上第1名。目前肯定是的。
还没结束呢，一会儿还会赢更多。
For Saki's there either, and Brittany is going to stack him.
Who about us? Second phase 20. Oh, I know.
Shut up. I don't know.
I watched you lose. Because I win all your money. People in there really.
So Brittany can win 1,000, reach her opponents if she wins this next hand.
Chopping.
Brittany's all in again. Well, there are 3 markers in there, 2 for the first hand, and then another one because the first hand got chopped off on the top board. So Brittany's just going to rip it. Rampage calls it 8 high. He's called every all-in for Brittany.
I don't know. I have 8 high. 8 high. I'm very bad 8 high as well. 8 high, really? Brittany is an absolute trash. 5 is ahead. Let me scoop her. Okay. 9 high? How's 9 high? 9 high. 9 high.
Top 2 for Brittany, but Rampage wants a straight draw. There's 3 markers. Rampage there either. And Brittany's going to double.
Wow. You called 8 for offsuit? 8 for offsuit?
Critical meniscus tear requiring surgery. Jer can't even walk. He's giving up hope, but his wife is still making him do the chores, still making him sell all of his shit. She doesn't accept Jer's excuses. He's limping, hobbling around. That's a likely story, Jeremy. Now go take out the trash. Welcome to hell, Jer. He doesn't know if it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. He doesn't know what day it is. He's all up in the head. The Tobuscus interview, certified disaster. Buddy, Tobuscus was like on crack. Tobuscus didn't even have the decency to comb his hair. It was total twink death, bro. And the thing is, right, like you can tell this guy at one time was like getting a lot of like he has game or riz, but he still thinks he's that guy. And he's not. And he keeps trying to pick up Melanie Mac over and over and over again on the show. He's singing like Melanie Mac this love song he wrote for her. And it's like unbearable. No, it really did happen. He's like, it's just like, Jer could not figure out how to ask a question. It's actually like comedy gold, bro. Where Jer's like, so Toby, so I really want to ask you, so you get it right, yeah. So like, I wanted to ask, he could not ask a question to save his life. Like, it was so bad. Like, Tobuscus had to just jump in and start talking because Jer could not ask a question, and then Tobuscus starts talking, and then he goes, "Wait, what was the question?" There wasn't one. And then Jer stumbled over his words again, trying to ask the question, so Tobuscus just started talking again. And there was just so many awkward moments and just talking over each other, and it was a cluster.
Right? Famous guy, right?
No viewership to speak of. He fired it up on YouTube. Jared fired it up on YouTube, right? Thinking that this was going to revigorate the YouTube channel, right? And 130 live viewers only. I think it was $7 in super chat support.
Hey, Mitch.
The like to dislike ratio, it was 200 thumbs up to 1,200 thumbs down.
Yeah.
While he was there, and I think it was like went to like 1,500 by the time he left.
Oh, hey, Mitch.
Then he left,
Got the old,
and like the show just completely ground to
going,
a
eh?
halt. There was no energy. Like, it was, honestly, Tobuscus was hard carrying, but the thing about Tobuscus is, like, at least he has energy, right? But the style of humor he was doing is, like, so mid-2010s, early 2010s, quirky millennial humor. And it's just, like, and, like, his political takes are the same sort of thing, where it's, like, very early, like, skeptic tier commentary, where it's like he loves gay people, but like like it was just like it wasn't dead, you know. And then he's like schizophrenic to boot. He's talking about how he was told about COVID months before it happened by the elites, and he was keyed in on the whole conspiracy.
Yummy.
Then he was talking about how the FBI was at his house questioning him about his statements on Twitter about killing people. And it's just like, holy man, are you okay? Like, this isn't going good. It was a nightmare. And then
It's probably on drugs, allegedly, in my opinion.
once they left, then Jer just unloaded on church, talking about how much his church sucks and how boring it is, and the pastor's no good, and they're phoning it in. And he's like apparently openly complaining to his wife during service. It's like, church is not about entertainment. Like, church is about service to God. Retard, it's about worship. Like, it's insane. He's like, well, where was the music and the production?
But Jer's show is way better than.
Oh yeah, it's so entertaining. But and then he's like making excuses for the coffee at Walmart. Because remember, guys, he promised us by the end of July the coffee would be on the shelves of every Walmart in the country. Now there's a paperwork snafu. There's a hiccup in the paperwork at Walmart.
So say.
Who has recently just slid into the senior.
Folks,
quick announcement from Ray Guitards here for all you fucking assholes that insist on having a video format.
To work twice a week? Because it's been like there's always some excuse for like the last month now. Yeah. Where she's like sick or leadership camp or whatever. As to why she's not there. I think that she's being like cut off. Jer can only afford to pay her $500 a week now instead of $1,000 a week.
He can afford that. He's like,
no, he's.
Anyway, so Thursday night, I took out, Artie wasn't around, but I took out Robin, Fred and his wife Allison, Gary Baba Booey Delabate and his wife Mary, and Benji to dinner at a very fancy restaurant, Danielle.
Place I've always wanted to go to.
Yeah, we had a
I'm sure it's amazing.
we had a wonderful meal. But I have to say, Robin, Jesus. So anyway, we're having dinner. I'm gonna give it to you a little bit.
It was a tease.
No, well, I will comment on the entire dinner, but we had a great night. Don't let this. Yeah, but anyway, so we go to dinner, and you know,
Robin.
well, Benji, I got plenty to say. But you're taking top billing this today.
I can't even imagine.
What did I do, Fred?
I'm going to tell you.
I'm going to guess it's about your veganism. Somehow.
Although I told her I want. Let me just tell the story. I really wanted her to drop the veganism for the night, but she wouldn't do it. She's very good to it. Anyway, we had a great time. So Robin is a wine expert,
right?
And I said to her, "Listen, Robin, I'm going to give you the wine menu. Pick out wine for us to drink." And Robin picked out a beautiful wine. Fish served. It was delicious. And the waiter comes over to me, "Would you like to continue with this one?" I said, "Sure." Robin picked it. That's what she wants. That's what we'll have.
Well, that's why I sent him over to you. I said, "You ask Mr. Stern if he wants to continue."
Yeah, sure. I mean, absolutely, it was delicious. So we're getting toward the end of the meal. The waiter comes over and he hands everybody at the table an envelope. I open up the envelope, and it's the actual label to the bottle of wine to show you what you. I've been to Danielle a couple of times. They never do that. I said, what the fuck is going on here? Why did they give me maybe because they know this is my crew and it's important to me. Well, the bill comes. Gary was looking over my shoulder. He just told me this. He didn't say anything to me that night. Robin ordered a wine. Now, Robin, let me explain something to you. Because sometimes, I don't know where you grew up, but actually I did.
You know where I grew up.
When someone says to you, order a bottle of wine, listen to me, so you know this for the future. I'm all right with it. I'm fine with it.
What you're gonna say?
You say to yourself, okay, what am I going to order here? I have never ordered.
Let me tell you about the wine list. Now, he didn't look at the wine list.
I've been there a million times. I know the wine list.
There were bottles of wine there that were $1,200.
All right. Were there bottles that are $100 or $200?
I was looking in the French section, so I don't know.
Okay. So listen to this. Listen to this. I get the bill.
Yeah.
It took my breath away.
I was ordering one bottle of wine. He kept them coming.
Listen, wait, let me finish. Let me finish, because I'm going to teach you something. I know you know everything, but let me teach you one thing if I can. And this will stick with you, even if you fight me on the air about it. So, I get the bill. And now, I went like this. like my breath.
You did not.
Yeah, I went like this. I did. Gary saw it.
You must have needed a burp or
And
something.
Beth made a comment. She even joked about it. The first time they went out, Howard looks at the bill and he makes that face, but he wasn't kidding.
Let me tell you something. So I had to add it up. Each bottle of wine was $800.
7.
No, I guess taxes. How many did you have? Well, 3 bottles. And this shithead Benji, they serve him wine. He doesn't even drink it.
Yeah.
You know what they do? They give everybody wine. If you're not going to drink wine, don't ask for wine. In other words, say to the waiter, Benji, I don't drink.
You got to be specific with that too.
That's a good point. Yeah, for you don't have, first of all, your manners are ridiculous. But I'm going to tell you about Benji. Robin's in trouble, but you're in real big trouble. So anyway.
It was good wine.
And first, when you are invited to, I remember a story. Tom Chiasano took a client out to a lunch or a dinner and said, order a bottle of wine. Right. The client ordered a $600 bottle of wine. He came back because, that motherfucker. I wasn't paying for it. You think he'd ever order a $600 bottle of wine? Now, I've never ordered an $800 bottle of wine in my life. It must have been good.
Well, I would say to you, if I was doing that, I would have ordered that wine.
You are insane.
Okay.
You're a high roller.
It's one night.
No.
It's not every night.
So the wine bill alone was over $2,400.
I didn't tell them to keep bringing it.
Well, Listen, I said to myself, Robin knows. I figure you know. Robin will go order a $200 bottle of wine.
You should have ordered yourself. Don't ever ask me
Oh, did I learn my lesson with you?
what I would do.
Oh my God! Wow! And I even said it to Beth. I said Robin would have ordered that if we were out to dinner. I said, but
I've done it before for you.
I said, she's filing for bankruptcy next week.
Now let me ask you something. The waiter at a place like that.
Because the waiter comes over to me, and I should have figured it out. He said to me, "Do you want to continue with wine?" But they always ask you that. I said, "Sure." I said, "Whatever Robin ordered."
But a waiter at a place like that, he knows you're a regular. This guy.
Yeah.
Do you think it's proper for him to say to you, "Sir"? This
No,
is
it would be embarrassing.
It's embarrassing, right? So
he heard me say to Robin, "Order the wine."
Right.
Robin should look out for me, but she didn't.
So when he came over and said, "Should I bring that again?" He came over to me. I said, "You have to discuss that with Mr. Stern."
But he didn't discuss it with me. You should have said, "Howard, it's $800 a bottle."
Oh, but that's interesting. I mean, but Robin did say that.
Robin's
probably
in big
wanting the
trouble.
guy to say no, but
I wanted him to.
I was all right with it.
That's the reason I sent him over there.
I didn't obsess on it all weekend. I said to Beth, Robin's a high roller.
Oh, here we go.
What are you saying,
Do
Fred?
you think?
I'm flabbergasted. I don't think I've ever had a $700 bottle.
This was $800.
Well, that must have been
I knew things were a little pricey because I ordered a scotch there before you guys got there. And the scotch
was fine.
And no, but the scotch is a little pricier in that joint than they are in Lubbock.
The whole meal without the wine would have run me about, I don't know, $1,200 or something.
For that amount of people, that's
actually pretty good.
That's reasonable.
But the $2,400, Robin jacked it up too.
I'll pay you for the wine.
No.
I will.
Here's the question I have. Look, all I can say is. In the summer of Sats, they're filling a Reese's peanut butter cup. Like there should be laws now with some of the restaurants. Like there should actually be laws. I believe a little bit like Michael Bloomberg towards the end of his run got very nanny state. He started to behave like a petty dictator. He wanted to ban smoking and ban large sodas, and I think he didn't really even love vehicles in the city. Like, he wanted just it to be simply pedestrian. Like, he had a lot of ideas that were kind of infringing on people's personal freedom. But maybe this is why people can't have personal freedom. The Reese's Peanut Butter Cup is the best candy in the world. It has been for years. Why? Ratios. It is a perfect ratio of chocolate to peanut butter. That's not a novel concept. I'm sure I've said it. Millions of people have said it. That's what makes things good. Ratios. Sandwiches. What makes them good? Ratios. How much meat, how much cheese, how much bread, how much whatever. The Reese's Peanut Butter Cup is absolutely perfect as it is. It should only be altered maybe once a year during Easter for that egg, which isn't good. Where they put it in the form of an egg because of the holiday and because of Christ. But maybe that's the only time. We don't need to do like Oreo, I think, kind of bombed when they tried to go too crazy. And we got to ban the Frankenfood. Like the Oreo cakester. That's like, it's a cake. It's not, it's a cake that's shaped like a cookie that you eat. It can't happen now. We have a.
Moose are one of those animals. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean that you can look at this
after 900 times, and a 901st will still put bricks in your pants. Also, fun fact, this picture's probably the reason you even know I exist. One of the first animal videos I ever made was dedicated to how much of a middle finger this was to my peace of mind. But what was true back then is still very much true today. At up to 1,700 pounds and 7 feet tall, at the shoulders, the moose is always going to be one of those animals God forgot to put a size cap on. Moose are part of the capriolinid deer family. The only problem is this roy deer is closer in size to an elephant than to a full-grown baby. And because you probably think I'm lying, the largest Alaskan moose ever caught was 1,808 pounds and 10 feet tall if you count the antlers. But like, why wouldn't you? Moose are broken in many ways, but the most obvious is how god big they are.
I think I better start back. I can't back up that fast, can I?
The problem with being built like a truck with antlers is that very few things in nature have the ability or the audacity to ever try to check you. And while moose calves are obviously vulnerable to predators, there just aren't enough things in the world that are bold enough, desperate enough, or stupid enough to want smoke with a full-grown bull moose. And while wolves might hunt them, even a wolf pack will hesitate to test a healthy male moose's ability to turn you into past tense. And as solitary hunters that occasionally get their pushed in by smaller animals like the guanaco, most cougars won't even bother with a full-grown moose. In some places, grizzly bears have been known to murk adult moose, but when the only thing in your area code that has even a chance at humbling you is literally one of the largest predators on the planet, that is a problem. And if you're 10 feet tall, pushing 2,000 pounds, wearing tree branches for a hat, a bear isn't going to try you unless it's its last possible option. Which is why one of the biggest threats to a healthy, full-grown, aggressive bull moose is an even bigger, aggressive bull moose. And that's because in what I can only describe as a dick move from nature, the same antlers that help it get laid are often what gets it laid to rest. Sometimes fighting males will get their antlers locked together, and that's basically a death sentence. Those two moose that are stuck together and can't break free will either starve to death, die of exhaustion, or a lucky girl will find them and take the 2 for 1. Exhibit A, these are 2 male moose that got locked together and ended up freezing in a lake. And speaking of lakes, moose can swim. Because of course they can. I don't know who told them, but moose somehow figured out there's a good amount of food in lakes, so they'll dive up to 20 feet down to feed on the aquatic plants and vegetation at the lake bottom. As better swimmers than me, it's really not uncommon to see a moose swimming in an inlet connected to the sea or phelps in between islands as they search for food. And at this point, you probably know exactly what direction this video is about to go in. Because this right here is how this ends up happening. Because the moose is basically defenseless in the water, and because orcas always choose violence, the killer whale is the only known marine predator of the moose. To be fair, Greenland sharks have been found with moose remains in their stomach, but for my mental health, we're going to assume the moose are already dead. But the truly messed up part is the only reason the moose even put themselves in this position is because they were looking for food. It's like finding a shortcut to Stop and Shop and then getting clapped in the car at a red light on the way there. And since orcas don't see humans as a reliable food source, at least once in the history of mankind, some guy lived through this and probably never slept well ever again. So his therapist drives a Bentley. And that's basically a walking snowplow. An adult moose can sprint through 6 feet of snow at about 15 miles per hour. Those numbers might not mean much to you, but I can personally guarantee you this video will. Now ask yourself what's scarier, this moose running through snow or what in the possible it could be running from. And then there's this. I don't even really know how to describe this. 2 options, either the water's shallow or that's Jesus Christ in moose form. The Messiah, if you will. For an animal that's dead-ass big enough and tall enough to have its own Wi-Fi, moose can sprint at top speeds of 35 miles per hour. Usain Bolt at his best maxed out at just under 28 miles, meaning not even he could run from the smoke. Now there's probably 2 reasons why you've never seen a moose run at top speed. Well, number 1, when you're built like a tree with legs, there isn't a whole lot in the world you need to run from. And number 2, anyone that manages to motivate a several hundred-pound moose into breaking an Olympic record probably isn't going to be alive to talk about it. In a country with bears, cougars, and Florida, the most dangerous animal of all is a 10-foot vegan with antlers. But it's not really their fault. Moose are deer, and as a rule, deer are just menaces to society. In America, deer cause about 1 million car accidents a year and about $1 billion worth of damage to add on top of it. And the moose is by far the worst deer to hit. On a scale from 1 to absolutely your bunkmates would want to see if this antler Grim Reaper is ever on the road with you. They say you should never swerve to avoid hitting an animal 95% of the time because you can lose control of your vehicle and end up hitting something way worse. At 5% is reserved for when this is on the road, because if your choices are hitting a moose or swerving, then your next choices are open or closed casket. And because moose are so disrespectfully tall, hitting a moose often means taking out its legs. Bigger you are, the harder you fall. Only problem is moose are so goddamn big that they can often fall through your windshield and then put you on a headlock. The worst part is because they're so tall, their eyes don't reflect in your headlights the way they would for a normal-sized deer. That, combined with their blatant disregard for anyone else's life, means in moose country, you can easily go from a person to a pack faster than you can brake. According to the internet, if you're about to hit a moose, the best advice is to slow down, don't swerve, and pray to whoever you believe in. Just know that if it ever comes down to your car versus a moose, the moose might walk away, but you're not coming out of there without wings and a halo. But of course, moose don't need to be on the road to put you on a stretcher, and this is what makes them worse than the cougars and bears of the world. Predators like mountain lions or grizzlies don't normally see humans as happy meals, so most encounters are either territorial because some dude was either unlucky enough or stupid enough to get too close to their cubs. These guys are different. Different as in no river dance all over your back, and they don't really need a reason to do it. As big as they are, they're still a very much valuable prey animal, especially if they're young or sick. And due to the generational trauma of being constantly hunted, moose are naturally wary, which makes them much more likely to attack unprovoked. It gets worse when people forget that they only have one chance at life and attempt to waste it by feeding a moose. This often leads not just moose but wild animals in general to associate humans with food, and with association comes expectations. A moose that's constantly been fed by humans is only going to expect food whenever it sees them. In a moose's head, it just makes sense. And failing to meet a moose's expectations is exactly how heaven gains angels. But a moose is at its most volatile when it's in ruts. For those of you that don't know what ruts is when male animals like camel or deer experience a surge in testosterone, which causes them to become more aggressive and more interested in mating. And for those of you that already know what rut is, I know how you know. I know how you know. And for moose, this surge in testosterone turns them into 10-foot frat boys on spring break, and sometimes they cause just as much damage. Every year in America and Canada, people visit the emergency room because they got too close to a moose, and that moose decided to play hopscotch on their back. Sometimes moose cut out the middleman completely and just pull up to hospitals themselves. Because moose are such a roadblock on the highway of life, once upon a time the USSR actually tried to domesticate these deer on steroids and then ride the tanklers into battle on a moose cavalry. Results were mixed. Once again, as a prey animal, the moose were naturally terrified of gunfire, and many of them refused to allow themselves to be ridden into battle. Not to mention the moose were much more susceptible to diseases and much harder to feed than horses, so yeah, was up for that. But there had to have been one kid that joined the military to pay for college, only to have his ops pull him on a whole-ass moose. If we're being honest here, that story just says more about the Soviet Union than it does about...
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, so after as queer of a performance as we saw from one Mike Sheely last night, you have to be disassociating Bisconti style, right? Oh, like disassociating with Mersh? No, Mersh and I have never been pals. We've never been friends. We've never even met each other, so I don't even know the guy. We just know each other from the work we've done on our shows. And this whole Mersh Cruise Ice Dancer arc has been very fascinating to me. And we'll check out some of it today. I don't know if you guys want to do it now. I was going to wait until Johnny got here. But yeah, last night, look, there's no way Mersh can get out of this cruise thing looking awesome. So he's just got to handle it the best he can. Ironically, he's just got to steer clear of the icebergs and bring the battered ship into the harbor. You know, all of these people who do this shit, like, this'll destroy, you know, everything's going to destroy everyone. Everyone's done. Everyone's over. And, you know, It's ironic that the only guy who keeps announcing that someone's over or someone's done is the one guy who can't keep a regular streaming schedule now because of his health. It's amazing that the one guy who announced that about all of us is the one guy who's more done than anyone. So nobody's ever done. Nobody's ever over with. As long as you hit go live and you can still pay your bills, you're fine. And Mersh is going to be fine. It's just when you do a show, you're somewhere between an actor and a reality show person. So like the scum of the earth. So there's going to be certain things that are part of the storyline on your program. You're a performer, right? But there's a little reality thrown in there. So this is embarrassing for him. This is awful. And as long as he doesn't totally crash the fuck out and lose his mind, he'll be fine. Ethan Ralph is still going, guys. So, I mean, the only guy who's truly, the closest thing to done is the guy who literally is too fat to podcast. Yikes. And plus, Mersh never presented himself as like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. He wasn't three-piece suit, 3 buttons is a little European Mr. Wayne. He's always been white trash. So this is kind of like, in a way, long term, this is endearing. He's garbage from Florida. This is on brand. Papa Shab says, I just like the white trash nature of planning the cruise with her and then getting cucked and taking her on the cruise afterwards. Yeah, no, it's fat, but here's the thing. It's not going to destroy him. It's not going to end him. And the rest of us get entertainment out of it. Who's getting hurt? Who's getting hurt? I don't see anybody. The only people getting hurt are like the Dabbleverse people who were super chat. Here's what I'll never understand about that Dabbleverse. They get mad at somebody. They try to with them. They're like, oh, I'm going to get this guy. I'm going to blah, blah, blah. And then they'll send, by the time they send them 3 super chats, they're upset and they're getting angry. Like, they'll go after Mersh, like, aren't you the biggest piece of shit? And then after Mersh, like, I guess they don't get the reaction they want out of him. They start raging. They can't regulate their own.
Fell down the floor, and it's a deflection by Ruffin. And the play continues. Peterson, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. We're going to overtime. A Hail Mary 3 by Mofi. Including Hakeem, who has come in the 6th. Bolton going deep. He's got Watkins. And buckle up. There he goes. And Hakeem brings him down. This is unfortunate. Watch at the end here. He begins to showboat and eases up a little bit. He never feels a team. That's a rookie mistake by Sammy Watkins. Deep to left. Soriano's going to watch it go. If Phillips thinks it's a home run. They should get Phillips here as the throw goes behind him, and Baker will tag him out. Kemba Walker launches a deep 3. He misses, right? Well, he doesn't know.
I know, but man, you gotta watch it go down.
The old premature shimmy shake. Even some of the fans were confused because of how he acted, and they thought he made the bucket. Look at the fans. Yeah!
Bergeron, fan on it. Stephon steals it. He's got an empty net and a gimme. Oh, he missed the net. He fell down and with 8 seconds left, here come the Oilers. Sikora to Ryan Smith. In front to Hemsky. He scores.
Stephon just has to stare at the puck and dance it into the net. It bounced on him. Will she be able to hold this and take the gold medal in Los Angeles? Oh, no! Poacher missed. Oh, she thought she was going to win it. Look at the dejection of Megan Rutledge. She thought she had it. She pumped her fist from the
massive defeat.
Moroccan League Cup. During penalty kicks, keeper Khalid Asprey celebrates a save by pounding his chest. But as he turns, the backspin takes the ball across the line for a goal, and Asprey's team would go on to lose.
Detroit scores first for the first time. Patrick Waugh just got caught hot dogging. Believe me, he was going to give up the how do you do and he dropped the puck.
4th down and 6. Right. Fumble picked up by Leon Webb. Can he go all the way? It's a 60-yard run. He's being chased by Beebe. Watch out. Can he get across? No. He celebrated too soon.
It was going to be a 62-yard touchdown return by Leon Webb.
After getting the high stick, Steve Sullivan gets heckled by a fan in the front row. That same fan gets hit with some karma later on.
That's the guy who was talking to Sullivan. And he got hit in the head.
Time now for the final edition of 2011's Not So Top 10. And if we learned anything from December's misadventures, it's be on the lookout for runaway golf carts. You never know when one might be headed your direction.
What'd you do this weekend, Robin?
I went to see a show.
Yeah, what show?
A Day in the Death of Joe Egg.
Yeah, I would never go to that. Already, I know I don't like it.
Oh, it's very well acted.
No. I like it. You didn't like it either.
No, I really liked
Yeah.
it. The second time I've seen that, not that particular factor, I saw it in London first. I thought this was a much better thing.
Artie eats eggs.
Yeah, I like it.
Artie went out and did stand-up comedy this weekend, and John says Artie's eating was out of control. Artie's telling me it's the road. The road.
It makes him eat?
He's here all week. He's on the road one day.
Why does he have to eat on the road?
Because, what else is there to do? You drink and you get kind of revved up from the big performance. And then you want to eat.
Where were you guys?
We were in Columbus, Ohio at the party. So we go back to the hotel and our room service is closed at 12 o'clock. So we have no place to get food. So we're starving. So we go and call a cab company to go and take us through the drive-thru at the Steak and Shake.
Oh, boy.
The what?
It's called, it's one of the best places I've ever been to in my life. It's called Steak and Shake. And you can get steaks and shakes.
What do you mean? That's all they have?
No, they have cheeseburgers.
It's a drive-thru?
It's a drive-thru.
And you get drive-thru steak?
Like a porterhouse steak, you can get?
Well, they have what they call a steak burger, which is what we got. But yeah,
It's a hamburger.
No, but you could get a steak too,
Right.
if you wanted. Like steaks and eggs.
This is in Columbus?
This is in Columbus, yeah.
Steak and Shake. I wonder why they don't have that here.
Well, it's great. And it's like an all-night drive-thru, so for people like us, you can go there and eat. And we were loaded, so we had to order through the cab driver who barely spoke English, and we're yelling something. I want chili too. They want chili. And we want a double 12. They kind of know we were talking.
So what did you pack away?
All right, I got the Artie's menu. You ready? One double cheeseburger. One grilled cheese sandwich.
This is you ordered all this at once?
Yeah, this is all for one sitting. One grilled cheese sandwich.
Why does it always have to have cheese? I mean,
I don't know. I like cheese.
I've never heard of a cheeseburger with a grilled cheese on the side.
Yeah. Grilled cheese on the side?
A double cheeseburger, then a grilled cheese sandwich. Before he says this, I'm just going to say up front, I can't defend this behavior at all.
No, because cheese is like the most fattening thing. I know. You don't care.
I was very hungry.
All right, start again.
You got to hit me.
Double cheeseburger.
One double cheeseburger.
Okay.
Then a separate grilled cheese sandwich. Then a bowl of chili with saltines. Then an order of onion rings. The fried onion rings. Then an order of French fries.
Oh my God!
Then
order it all at once or separately, like a little bit?
All at once.
Yeah,
All at once.
Yeah, this is a drive-through.
It's a
They're not
drive-through.
staying there.
And then a large chocolate shake with whipped cream and cherry on top.
Wow.
But
I didn't know you were that fatter. You're amazing.
And then Howard, so we get back to the hotel and I realize that my hamburger has cheese on it. I hate cheese, so I'm starving. So I'm eyeing Artie's chili, hoping he's not going to eat it. Artie takes the grilled cheese sandwich and dips it in the chili as like a dipping sauce. And cleans out the whole bowl of chili with the grilled cheese sandwich. And the next night,
Then I got a good night's sleep.
I'm laughing. Then the next night, the same menu, again, it's steak and shake. The next night, only 2 double cheeseburgers.
Wow.
And like a double to me. So we got 2 double.
I mean, 1 double cheeseburger would be somebody's dinner.
Right.
So this just isn't any coffee. This is what I call the 6 C's of coffee. Coffee, creamer, collagen, creatine, MCT oil, cinnamon. Boom. 5 pasture-raised organic eggs. Leftover pretzel with mustard. Gotta stay seasoned. The blend. And the dirt. Orange juice. The cologne of the day is Lacoste Essential. New vlog, new destination. We are at the South Point Hotel Casino for a $300 300K flight. It's on the way to the Strip, and the late reg times line up perfectly, so we're going to hop in this. If we bust before 5 o'clock, we can go to MGM and play their 400 100K flight. And if we bust before 7, we go to the Venetian and play the 1100. It's like online poker, just less convenient. But, you know, we got to enjoy the experience. Variety is the spice of life. Let's enjoy life, and let's bag and tag. We're at the South Point, 300K. $150 Blizzy. That's a bargain right there. Alright, so slightly different game plan. Blinds at 1,000, 2,000. We have 30,000 in chips. Max late reg. It's very soft and recreational, so we're not going to play as GTO balance. It's more exploit. What that means is I'm just going to be playing my hands as face up as possible and targeting hamstrings with my bet size. For instance, if I want thin value on the river, I'm going to bet small and just make it obvious if I have a monster free, because it doesn't really matter. Let's find some good spots and bag and tag. Big day 2 tomorrow. We haven't bag and tagged yet. Where's the slow-mo backdrop? So, Jeff, it's a dog vlog. Right next to the Tiki Inferno slots, don't gamble, is the Equestrian Center sign. I know what you're thinking, Bosk. What's an equestrian center? That's Latin for horses. But you know that because as soon as you park here, you smell manure. And horses produce manure. The more you know. Speaking of equestrian, one of the biggest horse racing sports books in the world is at the South Point. Check them out if you want to bet on the phonies. We got a viewer of the vlog. We got a 45 to 6-year-old, mostly Caucasian male.
Max Squatty's quick, bro. Bring that with you. Get rid of the state.
She said,
Yes, I did.
I had nothing. I was bringing deodorant, but even You know, spray them down. That's salt, I think. All right, you in there? What do we got here? Mashed potatoes. Oh yeah, avocado. Got burgers. There's a party over here at the South Point. All right. Organic. Oh yeah, very smart. Yeah. With lines at 1,000, 1,500, we're down to 18,000 after a double barrel bluff with 6 high open ended. Did not get a fold and did not get there. The table talk at this has been pretty hilarious. I get confused for Rampage a lot.
That
was closer.
No, he was the guy who kind of started.
Andrew Navy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't still confused with the best job I haven't seen yet.
No, it's more cinematic for sure. A lot of good stuff on YouTube.
Then you have music that's Maxie. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't blame you. Different strokes for different folks.
It's not bad for the folks. It's been made too at 15 minutes.
I had a guy from Sacramento won $1 million. He had a funny speech afterwards. Or if they asked what he's going to do with the money. He said what you'd imagine. That's correct. That is correct. And gambling.
Usually thanks for originality.
Yeah.
They want to do a lot of background.
Divorce and get him. I'll teach him. You get a new dealer.
Dealer change button on table 38.
Trolling me with the runouts. Teasing me. So folds to us on the button, and I see ace 10 off. Easy jam for 12 bigs. Small blind folds, big blind. 60 to 80-year-old Caucasian male puts in the call with a 30K stack, and he's got Anna Kournikova. Let's hit a 10.
Wow.
It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt when the 10 comes, right? Okay. Unbelievable. But wait. King, queen, 4. We now have 4 outs. We need to jack them. The dealer finds this hilarious when I vocalize. Tournament life on the line. Really need to jack them here. No such luck. GG, it's nice playing with you. Good luck. No. Miss Deal? Bernie, sir?
You're a good dude.
Thank you. Appreciate it. But we do not get there, and we're out $300 in the South Point 300K flight. No more re-entries. We could go home and play on ACR. You can too if you use promo code BOSTY on your first deposit. Gamble responsibly. Do not risk more than you can afford to lose. Deposit bonus up to $2,000 match will be released over time as you play. But it's the summer. You guys want the content. You love the vlogs. Let's keep vlogging. I can rest in a month when all this hell is over. Let's go to MGM for their $400 2-flight 100K. There is a trophy involved and 5 figures up top. It's the least I can do for them giving me a $500 ticket and $50 food comp yesterday. Let's go to MGM. No, it's not your lane, bitch. Oh yeah, get over again. What are you doing? What are you doing? No! Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe for your chance to win 1% of all my cashes during the World Series of Poker 2026. As an added bonus, ACR is throwing in at least one Venom ticket if I final table any WSOP event. Stay tuned, be part of the action, like, comment, and subscribe. MGM Grand, $400, 100K, let's bag and tag. With the lines at 1,500, 2,500, we got about 20,000 in the small blind and King 8 offsuit, a profitable jam. Big blind has 40K. He looks at 1 and calls because the 1 is an ace and the other 1 is an 8. Just my luck. We do not improve and we're out $400. Still 45 minutes of late, Reg. Might as well fire another 400. Oh wait, this is why we normally max late, Reg. So we don't fire infinite bullets trying to make it to the end of late, Reg. But this might be the magic bullet. JFK. Some say it's a poker vlog, but I'd say it's more of a dog vlog. Dog vlog. Dog vlog. With 21,000 in our stack, blinds are 1,500 to 3,000 at our new table. I'm in the hijack with A7 off, and we know from the charts this is a slightly profitable jam spot. 7,500 in the middle. Dog vlog. We're all in, big blind, European late regger of some sort. Pushing the call, waits for me to show. Eventually shows ace queen off. Stands up like his tournament life is at risk. He has 60,000 in his stack. I say, why you standing, bro? Why is he standing up? You're not at risk. Oh, put the 7 out there. Or a heart. No justice. And of course he holds, and we're out another $400 at the MGM. And we're not going to re-enter. We didn't even make it to max late, Reg. Let's go home and play on ACR. If you don't have an ACR account, promo code BOSKI is the way to go. 100% deposit bonus on your first deposit. Gamble responsibly. Do not risk more than you can afford to lose. Make sure you like and comment below for 1% of all my World Series of Poker winnings. You got to be in it to win it. And we're out.
This episode.
That segues are not maybe one of Bill Maher's strong suits.
I noticed that.
It's a gotcha thing. It's virtue signaling thing. Sure. You don't believe it yourself, but I don't.
Yeah.
Not our president. He does that. Do you have plans for the 4th of July?
I haven't made plans yet. But I think there's a lot to celebrate.
Okay. I thought that was really odd, where it's just like, obviously the weird segue into question about the 4th of July. Kevin didn't know what to do with that. It's like, should I? Am I getting invited to something? You have a pool party?
Is this a trap?
Right, yes. But when he says, I think there's a lot to celebrate there. When I watched this clip the other day, I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. Then my buddy Adam sent this to me today, and I saw it on Twitter as well, that Kevin Spacey selling shit. To celebrate America's 250th birthday, I created a limited edition collectible ring engraved with Per Ardua Astra, through adversity to the stars. Each collector's box is personally hand-signed by me at kevinspacey.store. Very limited quantities. Available for 3 weeks only. Once it's gone, it's gone. And he's got a photo on the post of him making the fist sign to the camera. And isn't that fun? The little class ring says, F you. Guys, he's done the work. He saw his therapist. He, fixed these relationships he had with friends and family. So obviously, he's not like making a mockery out of all this. No. Just selling a ring that says F you and posting that.
How do you think it's selling?
Well, do you know what it costs, Lucy?
At $500.
All right, so here it is. Pre-orders closed July 22nd. Limited collectible. The autographed class ring is $120. If you want a personalized autographed class ring, that's $250. Which is interesting because my name is now Anthony Rapp.
And if you want Kevin to fist you with it,
yeah, $500. I wonder if he would do that. I was just like, yeah, I can make this out to Anthony Rapp, and we just buy a bunch of all his users' names out there. This is a weird way to go for him. Like, Does anyone think of Kevin Spacey and think like, well, I gotta get jewelry? Yeah.
Well, is this an Evan Lowenstein thing? Is that the added value of his management?
Ah, good point. I would imagine because Evan Lowenstein's the reason why he was the mastermind behind the return of Frank Underwood, who did those creepy YouTube videos. Mm-hmm. Do you remember that, Darren?
Let's Be Frank.
Yes. Let's Be Frank. And then there was like this masseur who was suing Kevin for inappropriate whatever. And he died of cancer. Right after there's these weird threats like Frank Underwood. There was another guy, I bet, who died of suicide not long after one of these videos posted. So people were a little creeped out by that.
I mean, can we just bring folks back to just how bad of an interviewer Bill Maher is? Like,
we can.
It's never great jokes.
Thank you for getting me back on track, but I just want to say this. If there's any truth to these connections between those videos and these weird coincidences, I think Evan's awesome. I'm a huge fan of his. And I hope he enjoys this program. People should hire him for management.
This has been some really good segues.
Thank you.
And that's how Carl died.
Yeah.
I'm not suicidal, everyone. Not suicidal. All right, Dan, where are we going next with the jokes?
I just thought the guy buries himself so much. The Bill Maher, it's always great when a comedian explains what a great joke is, even though the audience doesn't get it.
Yes, I remember this.
You know, I did a great joke about you that the audience just completely didn't get. At the 1997 Oscars, it was Haley Joel Osment.
Yeah.
Remember the movie, the Bruce Willis movie? Yeah. What was it? I don't remember. You were up against him, or you were there.
I See Dead People.
Yes. Yeah, I See Dead People movie.
Yeah.
Exactly. The Oscars went on so long this year. By the end of the evening, Haley Joel Osment had a beard, and Kevin Spacey didn't.
That's a good joke.
So good, and they laughed at the first part, and
not
totally
the second.
they don't know what a.
Oh, that's so interesting.
They didn't know what a beard
Well, maybe you
was.
should have said I See Gay People.
Did they not know what a beard was? Or did everyone think that Kevin was heterosexual back then? I think that's why it didn't land, right?
But remember, it's not homophobic.
Right. He came out of the closet 20 years later. He was like, God damn it, people want to fucking know what I did. So they're just like, oh, there you go for the crust. What's your more hilarious gay jokes from Bill?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody doubts if you got your meat into a great part.
Did you say my meat? I'm sorry. What did you say?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I thought we were beyond that.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I had a little pot before I came over. I mean,
I'm trying to keep my meat out of things. All right, I'm trying to move on. You understand?
With mixed success, let's be honest.
With mixed success. I mean, you still are raping people. All right, we can all agree on that.
Allegedly.
You can see right at the end there, Kevin looks back at Evan. He looked at Evan in the middle of that. He really does need his partner in crime.
His handler.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, there's definitely it's a scary place for Kevin for a PR strategy. And so he knew he was going to a place that was friendly and was going to help him out and cheerlead for him. And, Bill is constantly trying to give him cover.
Do you think there's more making up in the gay community?
Making up
stuff?
So, this is a conversation they're having about, like, these people, like, wrongfully accuse you of this stuff, right? Like, because gays just, like, come up with wild stories. They just have an imagination, these gays.
Did you not hear them gossiping?
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, because Bill's going, I think they made up a lot of these accusations, and a lot of it was bullshit, and
it also just took me so long with this particular clip to figure out what the hell Bill was saying.
Right.
Even with the context of this one, because I was like, does he mean, are they wearing more eyeliner?
We're getting back together quickly, forgiving each other.
I had absolutely, that's how stoned he is that I cannot understand anything that he is trying to. It was as good as his joke.
So as he's like trying to give Kevin some help, it's like, well, the gays are different, right? It's cool to like molest them and stuff, and like people make shit up and just like, I don't know, have wild accusations and stuff. So I thought this was an interesting word that Kevin Spacey used when talking about these trials that he had.
juries thought that people were making stuff up.
Well,
Not that there wasn't nothing.
No, there are certain cases where
Right.
part of something is true, but it's been rethought, it's been redesigned, or it's been entirely made up. Certainly in the case of Anthony Rapp.
Redesigned. All right. I want to represent you in court for this. Can we redesign what we're doing here? Like, instead of like he never touched you and nothing happened, could he like maybe have like molested you and lots of stuff happened? That's a good redesign. Yeah, go for it. Let's go with that. I think of a redesign like a website or something. You know, just add some new colors, expand it, express it up a little bit. I guess I'm learning. Who knew? I wasn't planning on that. that part I was down.
No one was.
Well, that's nothing. Darren, what else did you pick up from the show?
That Europeans, Bill Maher can really generalize about Europeans and just do it so accurately.
Oh yeah, this is weird that he said this.
And I can tell you that we were stopped 70 times a day by people who were so generous and so happy to see me and asking, when are you going back to work?
This is Europe?
This is all over Europe, all over everywhere. I mean, it's been that way.
And I feel like Europe is more forgiving. It's an older culture.
No,
you know,
Isn't that a...
He was retired from Come on in. Yeah, you see the director who raped that 13-year-old girl in the butt.
Muhammad Ali won an Olympic gold medal as an 18-year-old amateur boxer representing the United States. In what city did Muhammad Ali win his Olympic gold medal? This is tricky.
That's in what city? Okay, so did they say the year of the Olympics? No?
They do not.
Okay, I'm going to work backwards. 84, 80, 76,
If you want a hint, I give you a hint.
It's either 60 or 64. If he was 18 in 1960 and he died in like 2016, he's 18. I'm going to say 1960.
Oh, is what city? Here. I just let you do all that math because I thought it would help.
Those are good old days, right, Lucy? Yes. Anything else that you picked up on, Darren, you want to play before we move on to our lives?
I'll give you one more. The bench sports comparison, talking about some sports ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when he talks about this, is how dangerous we're talking about it too.
Maybe 9 years has been enough.
Well, that's the question.
And if I had been a sports figure, I would have been benched for 7 games. You know what I mean?
Why are you comparing it to that?
Well, because that's what happens. A sports person is accused of something, and they're benched for 7 days, 7 games, and then they're back on the field.
A sports figure.
This is exactly how I talk about sports.
I know. You know, one of those sports figures that get benched for 7 games? Right to that, Bill Maher brings up Ray Rice, who never played football again after punching his wife in the elevator. It's like, I don't know if that's true. I think a lot of times the teams don't want that kind of shit out there.
He's still on the bench.
No, put me in, coach. You're 40.
A trans poker player named Aubrey Williams recently took second place in a ladies-only WSOP bracelet event, meaning they were born a male, transitioned to female, ended up playing this women's-only event, went very deep, almost won the thing, and now there is lots of public backlash against this because, you know, it comes down to, is a gonna be honest. I'm gonna share my opinion. I'm probably gonna get a lot of hate, but it is what it is. I don't believe trans women are women. I believe if you're born a man, you're a man, and that's that. So, do I think that Aubrey Williams should have been playing in this ladies-only event? I do not. I do not. And maybe, actually, I say I do if they want to pay what other men pay. Because in 2014, the WSOP basically entered a new rule where women continue to play the only $1,000 fee to enter the tournament, but men have to pay $10,000 to enter the tournament. So to protect against the law, you can't directly say men can't play. They just increase the price by 10x for men to play. Guys, about a week and a half from now, I am playing the $10,000 WSOP main event in Vegas. So if I win, I can make $10 million, and I'm giving away 1% as a pre-roll to you. All you have to do is sign up to coin using code AD. The winner gets 1% of my action or $500, whichever ends up higher. Second place gets $250, and third place gets $100. So simply sign up using code AD. Click the link.
In all the old familiar places that this heart of mine embraces. Oh, excuse me, Jay, my vegetables are a little cold. Can I just get another? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. The animals sent me a view from behind the stage and see what the audience makeup looks like here.
And I'll tell you why I do this song. But Jeff could sing and dance and copy wrong. And what was it that happened to you?
That was miserable. I would hate that.
All right, you, man, pick a card.
Yes. So that's what Kevin Spacey's been doing, and he's desperate to get back into show business, and rightfully so.
And he's choosing to do that with a harmonica.
God damn it! Is that so annoying?
It really is.
It's very disappointing.
That really reminded me. He was covering "That's Life," the Sinatra song that David Lee Roth covered in the '80s. And there's this David Lee Roth show that he did in '95 in Vegas that they pretty much destroyed all the video of. That's like that, with dancers, with no guitars in the band. Somebody needs to find video of this.
How do you not have that, Darren? You are the DLR aficionado. You should have footage of that somewhere.
One day.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. That sounds great. All right. I'm going to head over to supertip.gg/WATP. You can do that as well. Support the show. Participate in the show. We still have Ethan Ralph eating tuna coming up. We have Jerry Banfield coming up with a brand new business idea. We have Opie begging for money. And a lot more in store. The first sarcastic coquette coming up.
I'm back like cooked crack, motherfuckers. Know what I'm talking about? I got it for sale, whatever you'll need, cut. Gotta fund my Lady K diss track. Gonna cost about $350. Fuck you looking at, Adam? What you got on my 40, homie?
Jesus Christ.
Never gets old.
Mein beloved Deutschland just lost. Scheiße!
Oh, it's okay, Carl. Our beloved Stars and Stripes will come out victorious against Bosnia-Herzegovina. Fuck yourselves. USA, USA, USA.
I cannot pronounce that country. I think I'm just going to do that now. Because I can fuck yourself.
It's good.
Shout out and dad hugs to my boy Kevin Spacey. You're always welcome at my art dungeon.
It's It's amazing the communities that you can
It's
find.
a good friendship.
Sorcerer Lucy Rules Chris. Well done, sir. Andy is here. Trucker Andy. On the All Politics Podcast, you're all fired.
Damn.
That sucks. John Burgess says Spacey describing his bad behavior sounds like Aaron Himmel trying to walk back the revenge porn conviction. I mean, it wasn't that bad. A lot of people do this kind of stuff.
Kevin Spacey didn't do too bad.
That's right. Jerry Brokefell. Spacey is a way better singer than Corey Feldman. Oh, well, you that. Definitely a better performer.
I was going to say he was looking better than Rod Stewart, but...
Okay, I'll give you that as well. Does that all make sense?
Probably plays a better guitar solo.
It is time for our
Cringe of the week. Cringe of the week.
This one brought to us by Lucy Tightbox. Of course, the Kill Stream is the show that the Ralph Mel hosts over on Rumble and I'm sure other platforms as well. And he goes on for 7-8 hours at a time. And, you know, sometimes he's getting drunk. Other times he's getting wasted. And he gets a little appetite going by the time the show is over. And so, Lucy, what do we see here? What do we
So
want to see?
this is the end of like a 6.5-hour stream, and he puts on his end music, and he believes that he has turned his camera off, but all he has actually done is turned his microphone off.
Okay.
So we're going to see him come on. So there's no audio on any of this, and he has a bag of Doritos and bagged Mexican tuna, as well as some mayonnaise in a jar.
Oh, interesting.
So he is, again, he believes that his camera is off, and he is going to go to town, and it gets better and better. We've
Okay.
all seen Scarlett eating the coleslaw.
Yes, with her hands.
That has nothing on this. The Ethan Ralph eating tuna.
He got some of that in his mouth. You don't have to launch it. You can just...
There will be a lot of food on his face. I'm pretty sure at one point it gets in his hair. The hat will come off.
Yeah, he just fills his hat with food.
Yeah. And he looks very pleased right now. So people are still chatting in, but nobody is saying anything about the fact that his camera is still on. All of the chat.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Cool.
Everybody's agree. So you can see he's really getting a little bit more into it. So he's ripping the pouch open with his teeth. So this is, I believe, pouch number 2 at this point. I believe that there are 3 pouches. It's tuna in
It's a
water.
3-pouch system, Lucy.
He just licked the pouch. So there you got
So wait, he's putting the tuna in and then licking mayonnaise and mixing it in his mouth?
You don't know how this works?
I do it with a fork and a bowl. I have no idea.
He does have those chips also. You could put all of these things
That's
on
dessert.
So yeah, it's only gonna get better. I believe he's suckling the water out of the tuna packet because
I wouldn't want to waste any of that tuna water.
I've never done a rail of tuna before.
There's a lot of talk about how poor he's living. I think that this is really answering that question. This 50-cent pouch of tuna. He had 3 of them, though, I guess.
Yeah.
The finger licking is some of my favorite.
Oh, God. I wish the mic was on.
Really gets in there. I've never seen a man go knuckle deep while suckling tuna off his finger before.
You haven't watched me eat a hungry man.
Yeah, and it does go on for quite a bit of time, but it is all so hilarious. That was him.
Oh my God, his fingers are covered in
Yes,
shit.
he's literally just reaching in the bag of tuna. And at this
He's
point,
working up a sweat.
How did Scarlett let this guy get away? What a dumb idiot she is.
do you don't think that there's something to be said about the fact that she eats coleslaw the way that she does, and he's eating tuna like this? He also, you can really see his hairline at this point, which is not looking good. He is looking fatter than ever. I learned it by watching you.
You know what I just realized or just remembered? There is a sex tape with these two. Do you imagine how gross their sex has got to be?
How much tuna's in that pussy?
Oh, not even porn. Ralph got it all.
You like mayonnaise, baby? No, I mean real mayonnaise. Helmets.
So I think pretty soon he is going to realize that the camera is still on. So at first I actually thought he might be talking to somebody on the phone. I really can't tell what he's doing because, again, we don't have a mic.
Oh, no, don't
Why don't you touch your hair? Your hands are covered in fucking mayonnaise and tuna.
And saliva.
It appears that he has realized that he is still live and hair.
Let me just finish this.
There are some, but again, he might be on the phone with somebody right now because he's not looking at the camera.
Yeah, he's very
so
animated.
It's really hard to tell. He's about to flap his arms like a bird for some reason, which again, we need some lip readers to interpret.
Does he get anything into his mouth?
There's the bird flapping. Yeah. A huge
How is this man still alive?
Yeah. Kino Casino was watching this also, and they were placing bets on how long he had.
Turns out, just an ad read.
Yeah, he's doing great.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, thank you for finding that. Good stuff. Ethan Ralph has been streaming longer than anyone.
Have you ever eaten food like that?
Oh, yeah.
You
Oh, yeah.
I get hammered. I'm in my underwear, standing over the garbage. You were there.
Turn your camera on next time. We need to see.
Okay. You should stream that. That's a really good idea.
Her best.
All right. Can we talk about Chad Zumock?
It's time to mock Zumock.
Where we last left my buddy Chad, he was talking about his GoFundMe. He was promoting a GoFundMe. He needed $8,300 from you, the fans, in order to film a special. And he's going to do a comedy special. He's got a tight 60 minutes that hasn't been written or performed yet, but it will be. And then we'll see it.
It's going to be staff, personnel.
Yes, it's a whole thing he's got going on. Well, Patrick Melton, who nobody likes, he was back to streaming this week. First time in a couple of months now, because Patrick's had very bad back pain and issues, health issues, so he hasn't been able to stream. And so he came back and did a stream. And in that stream, he saw that Chad was live. So he popped over and was watching Chad stream, and he's watching Chad make fun of Aaron Imholtz, and he's pausing it, he's muting it, he's talking over it, and Chad sees that and goes, "I'm going to copyright strike you." And Patrick's like, "Dude, what are we talking about? Let's talk about the history of this real quick." When Chad got kicked off of Michigan's company, or quit, or whatever the fuck happened, whatever that falling out was with Kevin Brennan back then, Chad decided that he was going to stream snipe Michigan's company every day to get back at Kevin. And then Rocco said, "I bet this puppet that I bought for my daughter would get more views than Chad." And so he started Tukey watching Sharks watching Misery, where he sniped Chad sniping Kevin.
And he wasn't wrong.
And he wasn't wrong. He became way more popular, and people love him.
And
too.
beloved.
Yes. Yeah. My point is, Chad isn't a stranger to sniping people. This is something that he does, something that Kevin Brennan does all the time. Kevin Brennan might be sniping us right now. He snipes me all the time. I hear about it afterwards. He loves doing that. So Chad decides to strike Patrick Melton, and he comes out and explains to our buddy Kevin the reason why he felt the need to strike him.
Chad, you're such a liar, man. Break down what happened with the strike.
Well, I mean, like you said, he hasn't done a podcast in 3 months, and since I got all this heat on me because of Kumi and everybody, he wants to jump in on it. Like
Everyone's here because of Kumi and everybody. Now, I'm broken this out with WTP. We're not doing Devilverse Live this week because I'm going to be traveling. But if we were, I would love to play some of the back and forth where Anthony's been on MLC talking to Chad and calling him out. And also when Chad called into Cardiff's show, and Chad can't defend himself. And he doesn't understand how words work, doesn't understand how anything works. It was really funny with Anthony because Anthony goes, "I know what Chad's going to do." Because Kevin put him backstage for a minute. "I know what Chad's going to do. He's going to call me a loser. That's the only thing he knows how to do is just come on, call me a loser, even though I built this house in South Carolina and I ran a company and I was a host on Opie and Anthony and I have a show on WABC now. And he's going to call me a loser." Check him down and immediately calls him a loser because he's got nothing else. Even when given this, like, don't do that one thing that's so predictable and dumb. It doesn't make any sense. He couldn't help himself. Called him a loser. And it's funny too because Chad's just like, "Yeah, Opie and Anthony, that's off the air now, right?" And Kevin Brennan's like, "Yeah, shows have runs, man. They don't last forever." He was very popular. You can't call him out for being the host of Opie and Anthony, idiot. Anyway, so Chad's been having a bad week. Yeah. And he's a little grumpy. He's taking it out on Patrick Melton.
always does. Like the Rodney's thing, you know how he came back for Rodney's? So he wants to get, a payday for not doing anything. And I said, "Listen, dude, Do a show. Do your own show. Don't just steal my content and rebroadcast it. And I said, I'm going to put a strike on your. I'm warning you. I'm going to strike your channel.
But you said it's while he was sniping you today?
Yes. I go, I'm going to strike your channel because this is just lazy content. You're just trying to collect grift off haters of mine.
Okay. This is something the card was trying to explain to Chad. The meaning of the word grift. I can't understand why Jay can't grasp this concept. It's not a grift if someone does a program that viewers are enjoying and decide to donate money to. No one's being...
That is a foreign concept to him.
It is a foreign concept to Chad. He's like, this fucking lazy asshole goes on after not doing the show for months and comes out and makes fun of me.
Grifter.
He's been making fun of you all along. What do you mean? Like, what does that have to do with anything? And let's not forget that Chad's channel is all about going after people. He has the show Kumia's Cucks. And every episode of Kumia's Cucks, there were over 200. We're going after Anthony, Eric Nagel, Chrissy Mayer.
He also doesn't understand the term cock.
Right. Me. I mean, all these people that he determined, Gino, all these people determined were people who are friends with Anthony, I guess. So he goes, this guy is grifting off of me, which is just blatantly false. Just not how that works at all. But this is what gives Chad the right to then copyright strike him like a little bitch.
So I was doing it. I go, okay, strikes in. Let you know it's gonna go through. And sometimes it goes faster. Some people go down, like John takes down Shuli Network a lot live, and it eventually went through. And
he's getting his ideas from John.
Yes. He's like, I saw this thing that Stoner John was doing.
It was really cool.
The guy was actively being sued for doing that and was run off the internet.
Steal from the best.
That's the guy you're going to copy? What a fucking idiot.
He's grifting off of John.
John is literally in a lawsuit for frivolously striking Shuli's channel with frivolous DMCA strikes. And Chad goes, yeah, I watched John do this to Shuli. It works.
It seems like a great idea.
Yeah.
You know how Shuli's not streaming anymore? Ever?
Oh, no, he is.
Oh.
Aren't those DCMA strikes?
Yes.
What was that?
Aren't those DCMA strikes?
Oh, right. I forgot. I didn't read the complaint. I think the amended complaint figured out the right order of the letters.
And I told him, I go, take it down. And I warned him. I just warned him, and he didn't believe me. And he was even mocking me, saying, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's an idiot. He's like, yeah, okay, I believe it. Now he has a strike. I don't know what to tell you. I gave you every warning in the world to just do your own shit.
Okay. Do your own shit. Again, Chad has the laziest show. He hits sound effects every third word he says, and he just pulls up clippers and makes fun of people. And so he's saying, like, he deserved a copyright strike because he's being so lazy. It's just sniping like everyone else does. And it wasn't the whole show. It was a portion of what Patrick did. It was a long show that he did. He talked about a lot of different people. But Chad gave a warning, so therefore it's okay. For some reason, I don't know why that's anything to do with anything.
You're allowed to, like, watch my stuff from clippers, but you're not going to just sit there and do a watch along and steal my super chats. That's exactly what you're doing.
What?
Yeah, people are like, I gotta give money to someone who's broadcasting Chad. Whether it's Chad or nobody likes onions, whatever. Just if Chad's on the screen, I'm giving money. Oh, nobody likes onions is doing it? I'll give Patrick money then.
Instead of Chad.
It's so fucking dumb.
So how do you strike it when you're live and he's live?
Kevin wants tips.
Kevin being the villain that he is like, wait, you could do that? This is the guy who snipes all the time. He's constantly sniping people. And listen to this fucking asshole.
I have a thing, and somebody sent it to me. I can, while he's live, I put my, like, we'll be right back thing up, and I just took his video, I took mine, copyright infringement. I'm the owner of this. He's rebroadcasting it, and that's that. You can watch old clips. That's fine. You can put a montage together. Like,
Kevin's just like, holy shit. I could be an even worse villain in the Dabbleverse than I'm currently being. I mean, I tell people to get people's gigs canceled, I call the club, and I show up with a noisemaker to ruin comedy shows. But I can also, like, get people's channels taken down in real time.
Chad, why have you been holding out?
Yeah, what the fuck, Chad? I think that Kevin's such a fucking boomer. He's like, wow, how do you do that? Whoa. And then he's going to ask if there's YouTube tutorials on it. How to thwart your enemies. YouTube tutorials.
Do some work. Quit being lazy. Quit grifting everybody. You're literally taking money from everybody. You haven't done a show in 3 months.
Well, it sounds like he's not taking money from anybody because he's show in 3 months. It's just the opposite, Chad. I love this thing where Chad does the same thing as everyone else, and he's on there going, "You're a grifter. You're lazy." When Chad does it, it's great. It's fine.
So he's not a grifter.
So bizarre. Taking money from everyone else.
So you just go to your YouTube studio and you go to whatever it's called, not copyright, but let me see what it's called.
You go submit copyright application, and again, I'm only on for a little bit. I just popped on because I can't stand Meltman, and he just lies so fucking much, and his audience buys his bullshit. It's so.
See, that's what the truth just came out. The fact that Chad gets mad at people for lying is quite hypocritical, but it's because his audience buys it. Chad's like, I lie and no one believes me, and I get called out on my lies. People discover that they're lies. I have to backtrack. And Patrick Melton says something, and people are like, no, he's got credibility, so we'll take him at his word. Chad emailed me the other day because I was playing a clip where Chad's like, this guy has a police report out for me talking about Patrick Melton. I said, well, yeah, Chad, it's because you harassed him and his family to the point where he had to file a police report. You should stop. And so Chad emailed me and goes, that's not true. That's a lie. I go, dude, I was just watching a clip of you lying about Godfrey Venmoing you $100, and you had a straight face and lied about it until they got Godfrey on the phone, and you still lied about it. It's like, oh, why would I believe anything you have to say? He didn't like that answer.
Oh,
he didn't like that response.
Good question.
I thought so.
Frustrating. It's the most frustrating thing ever.
Content detection?
I'll send you the link. I don't know what it is off top.
Is there a YouTube instructional video?
Yeah, it's pretty simple to do. You can submit a copyright claim and
while you're live and he's live.
Yeah.
Cool. Hey, Kevin is starting to morph into like the Emperor from Star Wars or something. Just looks like the bad guy.
During Breathe Live, and like Southern Gun has taken down the Shuli Network a couple of times. So
35.
While they're live though. While they're live.
Oh yeah. Well, that's because they're looking at
something to aspire to.
That old content. I thought if you're live and he's live, then he's protected because you're live. You can't really. I didn't know you could do a copyright strike while you were live. I thought it had to be up on your YouTube channel.
Should you guys make your evil plans when you're not streaming? You guys want to have a phone call conversation? That people aren't watching you?
Also, this is very bizarre because Chad literally was like, all right, I don't have that much time.
Right.
Just say, hey, can we table this and continue an interview instead of looking up the YouTube tutorials?
He's a busy man.
I don't know.
Got a copyright strike.
But I'm sick of him just rebroadcasting stuff. That's all he's doing. It's the laziest thing you can do. It's just so.
It's not true. He was commenting, watching along, sharing with the audience.
He can collect super chats.
KB, you got to check out Marsha's show now. It's truly sad. He's explaining why he took back the girl who publicly left him for his best friend. He did?
Oh, he's fucking late to the party. Yeah, Marsha was on a cruise with his ex, their ice dancer. They're back together.
Oh, that's fucking sad.
The Clippers will clip it.
I'm sick of seeing myself on all these shows. Chad, 1 hour ago. What does that mean?
Oh, Tuki wanted me to go on a show, and every time I go on a show, it's always a problem, and it's just, I'm not interested in fighting with the potato, and Clippers going, oh my god, I can't believe this, and then Carl has to cover it for 2 hours. I was just like, I'll skip it.
Chad's like, I always come across as stupid because I'm dumb, so I'm going to stop going on these shows and make fun of me and call me out on my bullshit. He kept using these words with Cardiff. He kept saying, you're just pandering to your audience. He kept saying pander and griff. He doesn't know what either of those words mean.
He has no idea what those words mean.
And he's yelling at Cardiff, you're a liar, Card. You're a liar. And Cardiff, tell me one thing I lied about. Dude, you fucking suck. He has nothing. He's like a frustrated, he's drunk too. But he just comes off like a frustrated toddler. Arguing with their mom.
If toddlers drank.
A drunk toddler.
Every time I go on Tuki's show, something bad happens. I get my special canceled in Colorado. I get a fight. It's just, I'm not interested.
I forgot the Chad's a victim.
Plus, he's best friends with Melton.
Yeah, it's
In Kevin's warped sense of the world, Patrick Melton's the worst person on earth. And so if you're friends with Patrick Melton, you're also a villain.
It's always 4-on-1 when I go on a show. I'm just not interested in fighting. Like, I did it all week last week. I'm good. I don't want to fight this week.
I'm sick of. Oh, yeah. Mel is trolling you. The strike didn't work.
It did. Go look, you dumb fuck.
It's not.
He's become John Lennon. That's crazy. All right, so this is what happened. I saw Cardiff went on this morning. Canada Day. Happy Canada Day, Cardiff. And was said, all right, so Chad struck an LO, but he'll appeal it, and the strike will be taken away, and it'll be fine. Not the case. YouTube sided with Chad and didn't even give NLO a chance to appeal it. They just said, no, we checked this, and it's legit, and so he has a copyright strike. So it's really fucked up what Chad has done. Yeah.
It says it right on the paper what happened.
Kevin can't stop looking at Playboard. He loves it. I got an email from it.
What they say?
Yeah, you're right. He's trolling. This guy knows. This guy knows. Thanks for the $2.
No, Melton has these fans that think he's some kind of cult leader. Like everything he says is gospel. It's like
we're in upside down. I was on the phone with somebody today. I was like, I don't get it, man. They believe everything this fucking loser says. Like this guy's a piece of shit. Like
it's almost like he's charismatic and likable. Does a good job presenting his points. And Chad can't understand that he can't grasp that. Also, another certain John Parallel. I was talking to my friend today. Who the fuck says that?
Someone without friends.
Right. I've never once felt compelled to tell you guys I had a conversation with somebody. And he was agreeing with me. He goes, Carl, you're right about everything you're saying. And I was like, I know.
I gotta take this other call.
Why can't people see that? I don't know. It is just they don't want to open their eyes. They just want to be blindly led. And I'm just like, I'm not cut out for it. So I just see a piece of shit.
This is Melton. It was removed following copyright removal request by a third party, which that don't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know why it says that. I don't know why it says that. It should say Chad Zumach.
I want full credit.
Should say the Z-Man.
I want full credit for this heinous thing that I've done. What a piece of shit. What a garbage human Chad is.
It's so garbage, and also he made this point. He was like, well, I don't care if you watch the Clippers stuff just as long as I'm not live.
Yep.
And the only logic that I can put behind that, if you can ever ascribe any logic to Chad, is that he doesn't want somebody in his time slot. So literally what his problem is I go on at 6 o'clock on Wednesdays, and you're not allowed to. That's when I'm allowed.
Well, that's KB's big job. He's always like, oh, you're doing that to stick it to me. But what Chad said is that people were going and super chatting Melton watching Chad. And this is the funny part about that. Chad's going to announce that Patrick Melton was live. Because Patrick hadn't been on live for a couple months. So Chad's like, oh, look at this. Patrick Melton's up live. Half of his room left. So in other words, more than half the people watching his show are hate watching. They'd rather watch Patrick Melton make fun of him.
So he shot himself in the foot, got mad about it.
Yep, and then had to strike Patrick Melton. And really what this all comes down to is that Patrick's obviously much better at this than Chad.
Yes.
There's no other way to look at this except for the fact that, and that was the other term you used with Cardiff, you manipulate your audience. You're such a manipulator. What do you think this is? Mind control? People find Cardiff entertaining. They find Tuke entertaining and Patrick Melton. And so more people watch their shows, more people give money to those shows than to Chad Zumach. And instead of trying to figure out what am I doing that could be better, how do I get an audience that likes me? He does the opposite and makes so people are going to hate him even more. The striking channel is a bitch move. It's such a pussy move.
I have a question, Carl.
Yeah.
Okay, we heard some great stuff from Rocco the other day through Patrick about Artie Fletcher.
Yes.
We've heard Chad talk about Artie Fletcher. He's kind of like bringing everybody together. Have you heard Kevin Brennan talk about Artie Fletcher yet?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if Kevin and Artie ever crossed paths. You would think that they would have at some point.
He went after K-Man's flabby arm. He has a flabby back.
It's unbelievable. Gino's doing the same shit right now. They're all losing their minds that I'm trying to shoot a special. And because they can't do it. They don't do it. They don't do anything.
This is how Chad's dumb brain works, or maybe he has to do this to cope. Everyone's losing their minds that he's filming a special. No, they're all making fun of you for putting like GoFundMe so you can film a special because you've been doing stand-up for 23 years. He says it over and over and over. Guys, I've been doing stand-up for 23 years. Give me money. I've been doing it for 23 years. Give me money. Save up money over 23 years so you can film your own special and put it out. You don't have to fund it for you. They're losing their mind because they can't do it. I don't know if you know this, but Patrick's put on huge events in Vegas that keep getting bigger the last 3 years with multi-camera shoots and streaming and putting together all of these different performers. They can't do what I do. They can. Trust me.
Patrick's very lazy.
I know. Lazy's the word for it.
I would love to watch Chad try and do that.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
it would be hilarious.
Well, let's not forget, Chad threatened to do that a couple times in Atlantic City, which was the Super Bowl fight.
That's right.
And Chad's like, I'm going to put together a comedy show. It's going to be so great. And, you know, he tried to get Blade to help him. Blade's gone, by the way. Blade disappeared. Tried to get Blade to help him out, and he couldn't figure it out. I mean, the best he can do is get the lanyards. And then after that, he's lost.
Chad is so lazy that he couldn't even come to protest Patrick's event against Jim and them.
Right, he wanted Corey Feldman to pay for his.
Yes.
He goes, Corey, don't worry about it. You don't have to pay for my flight. Yeah, why not?
Chad couldn't even go to the event that Patrick put on.
I know.
Melvin just sits around, lays around all day smoking weed. Gino's an alcoholic, just drinks himself to death and sucks up the kumia.
In the description of Chad's new special, we have to give money to, he goes, I'm changing things. I'm going to start living a life of sobriety. He's an alcoholic. I've seen the footage of him stealing a handle of vodka from a liquor store. And for him to go out and just like, this fucking Melton guy, he's smoking weed. Gino's drinking alcohol. This fucking asshole, like, cannot see everything he's accusing other people of doing, he does in spades.
He has changed quite a bit. He's striking people.
That's true, yes. He's got way worse.
And I'm actually trying to do something, and they're losing their fucking minds. Everyone's losing their minds. Everyone's clipping me nonstop. It's out of control.
Yeah, because you're stupid. They're making fun of you.
I didn't want to come on tonight because I was just like, I'm winding down for bed. But I'm like, I got to say something because it's just, I'm an upside down world. These guys are all retarded. We're dealing with retards.
Or, Chad, you're perceiving things incorrectly. Everyone's crazy but me? How is this possible?
It's the Imhold seething defense.
Yes. It's actually much more likely, Chad, that people are making fun of you because it's ridiculous. You need $8,300 to make a comedy special, and when asked what you were going to do with it, you go to Hail Mary. That's what he told Carter during the interview. He goes, I don't know, man. Maybe it'll get picked up and I'll become famous. It's my Hail Mary attempt. You're trying to Hail Mary at the age of 51 and stand-up comedy? That's pathetic. You should have a better plan than that.
And you guys are all retards that support him. I'm sorry. If you don't like me, that's on you. That's on you.
It is. If you don't like me, that's on you.
I've never been more proud.
What kind of idiot would like me?
Just saying, you don't have to, it's okay if they like you, but don't like Melton in return.
No, you can't like Melton. Here's the thing. You can't like Melton and not like me. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, listen.
Is that the dumbest thing anyone's ever said? I like Patrick Melton. I also have to like Chad Zuma. Interesting. Patrick Melton doesn't steal people's credit cards out of lockers.
That we know of.
He hasn't told a woman to off herself through multiple emails over days and time. He hasn't had stalking charges against him.
Didn't lie about the Kunia country thing.
Pretend to get beat up by every video fans. But we have to like Chad if we like Patrick. Oh, okay. Chad, invite me to your next event down there in Tampa that you're putting on. I'd be happy to perform.
Don't like either one of us, if that's the case.
See, this is what's so funny. He's like, you don't like me, fine. You don't want to like Patrick Melton either. No, he has way more fans. Sorry. That's just the reality of it. I'm good boy. I wanted to play from this. I found Phoenix.
I just smell salmon. I have to brush my teeth.
Chad, I'm not a fan, but I can't stand seeing you get constantly worked over. So stay up to sauce. You're better when you're sober. I know the world prefers drunk Chad, but go with your best.
I'm 2 days sober, 100%. I'm working at it.
Okay. to say that you want to go back in. You know, you gotta like, I don't know, build up something before you start saying like, no, guys, I've changed now. It's been a whole weekend.
He's broken out of booze.
Well, yeah, that's probably what it really comes down to. But Chad was saying he was sober before, and then he calls in the Cardiff show wasted. Well, I guess two. Chad, see, Carl's a liar. I didn't call into Cardiff. Okay, you're right. Rocco called you and then put you through, and then you talked to Carl. My bad.
I know. I had a bad week last week. It was just too much. Not only with the online shit and the fighting, but there was other things that were going on, and I just didn't want to deal with it. But now I'm back.
Okay. This is what's so pathetic, is that Chad wants to be the victim. So now, here's a guy who started the Korea Cup show, went after Chrissy and Frank so hard years ago nonstop, and then added everyone else into it, and just went after all of us nonstop. And then it's like, Chad, you abusing alcohol? Well, yeah, I'm having a tough go at it, guys. Anthony's making fun of me, and he came on the show and made me look stupid, and Cardiff made me look dumb, and...
What's a loser to do?
Yeah, it's like, Jesus Christ, dude, you can't be a crybaby, a thin-skinned bitch like that. You're going to go after people so hard. All these idiots, they all want it both ways. They all want to be the tough guy, hero, I'm the best, everyone loves me, and it's like, holy shit, you guys are, like, making me sad. You guys are hurting my feelings over here. Why would you do that? So anyway, that's what's going on with Chad. Fuck you, Chad. Striking channels is a bitch move. And, you know, when things go poorly for Chad after this, he won't learn anything. He'll just think, like, being victimized again.
I should probably drink about it.
You probably should. Hunter Duke, I'm wearing one of my Hunter Duke shirts right now. The shirt looks great, Carl, but you still don't look a big fat party animal. Wink, wink. Producer Chris and Kaylee rule. Drinks on the Dukes in October. See it in Royal Oak in October. Common Man coming out. Has anyone informed Marvel Comics about 70 Spider-Man? Do the Quad Cities DJs know this pudgy bitch uses their crap song to beg for money? You're not good! I know. Is it Chad doesn't use copyrighted shit on his show all the time, and all of a sudden he's like, whoa, this is too far. I gotta do something about this. Such a bitch. Duel XL. Down with Chad, he always opens himself up for the shit he's doing. Marine. George Captor says, Cardiff hinted on his show today that Chad may have a legal issue regarding the strike. So I text with Patrick, and we've been talking about this quite a bit, and yeah, I think Chad is going to have a legal issue for the strike. He's a fucking idiot. And Neelac says, who's the bigger liar, Chad or John? You know, that's tough.
Artie.
Artie Fletcher is the biggest liar out of all of them.
We haven't studied Chad as much as John because Chad is too boring. So if we had studied them equally, that would be a better metric.
Chad's lies are so ridiculous. He's so bad at lying. I guess they both are. I don't know. That's a tough one. Nan Crams is Kevin.
Okay.
PL says Cardiff brought up a good point. Can Vinnie Paulino hook Chad up with the comedy at the Carlson venue to perform? Then there was no backing out. Yeah, they have the cameras already there set up. They're built for putting on shows you can film a special with.
They charge $8,300.
$8,350. I think Chad's raising what he needs to make on the GoFundMe. I guess he recalculated it. Remember, he spent all that time researching it, talking to all the people he needed.
Came up with an exact amount.
Yep, and all the accounting figured out, and I was just like, oh, actually, there's going to be a little bit more money.
What? That's the beer money.
I also need to pay you rent.
Mastrote says, message from CWK. We will fuck with Chad now. I'm not saying to fuck with Chad. I'm just saying he's a bitch. Striking Patrick Mountain's channel. Clyde on supertip.gg/WATP.
Dear Chad, to grift means to obtain money or property through deceit, manipulation, or exploitation of trust, otherwise known as a con. A good example would be a prosperity preacher or card hustle. What would also be a grift is when someone posts a GoFundMe for a special, but in the description says that he is beating on himself while spending none of his own money. Also claiming sobriety while being seen drunk. That is deception, and emotional manipulation for money. A grift. Not producing a quality special or one at all would also be a grift. You're welcome.
Becky Monster knows. Becky Monster knows this shit better than just about anyone. Yeah, I forgot about. What did he say? Oh, he's betting on himself.
Yeah.
That was such a douchey thing. Listen, guys, I need you guys to give me this money. I'm betting on myself. First off, terrible bet. Chad, never bet on yourself.
I would bet on Melton for sure.
Right, not on Melton. But secondly, that's not betting on yourself. You're asking for us to fund it. Fucking idiot. He doesn't know how words work. He really is stupid. But I don't know if he's as stupid as this guy.
I love to eat peanut butter. I love to eat honey. And I also love to eat beans. Beans. I look great. I feel great. Beans.
You should make a version of that for Ethan Ralph. I love to eat Doritos. I love to eat tuna.
Bagged tuna.
Mayo. Make that mayo. Alright. This is a fun one. Jerry just posted this video. It says, can I turn my skills into a $10,000 a month local business? We know about the platform School that he's using, SKOLL, and that's where you can be part of his family. And when you're part of his family, you get to talk to him for 30 minutes. You can text him, he'll text you back. I forgot what the other perks are. Is there anything else? I'm not even sure.
You can go to his house.
Yeah, well, he did want to do a local meetup at one point. I remember that. So now he's got a new idea on how he's going to make this fortune back.
Used like, I have the $100 a month.
Hold on. I don't want YouTube accused of letting you get a video.
Can I turn my skills that I have online as a YouTuber, a business creator, somebody who's using AI a lot, can I turn these skills into a $10,000 plus a month local business online?
He's doing live streams now. So in the past, like he's talking about like churning out videos. He did these 5-minute videos, which are great for the show. Maybe 10 minutes. Now he sees it gets more views, and I guess the algorithm treats live stuff with a little bit more priority. So he's just going live on all these shows, which is funny because you have to watch it with script code and there's no editing involved.
That's what I'm here to share with you today. As for those of you that care about like vlog style updates, and for those of you that are trying to make money and use skills online, I have a theory here that I'll present now because that's what we're doing. I think that lots of times getting money is much easier locally and making a business with in person. I think there's a lot more big money potential there.
Okay. First off, wildly inaccurate. Do I want to focus on a small market with a finite number of potential customers or worldwide? Definitely. That's what the big box is. I'm going to just knock on doors around my house and just ask them for money. That'll make way more. So I don't even understand what he's talking about here.
Hey, babe, first on a live stream within the first minute. Let's go VIP.
Just one person watching.
I've started a business from scratch. Well, I was a YouTuber since 2011. I deleted everything online in 2025, including millions of followers. You know, I had over 1 billion views, etc. I burned it all down, got divorced, and etc. This year I restarted. I have 6 YouTube channels. I started 3 months ago. And I'm currently making about $1,000 a month from all that. My top monetization is now my school community at jerrybanfield.com, where you can go if you want to work on anything I talk about, any of my videos. I'm there for you. You can DM me. The blockchain pill went in and did a bunch of messages and stuff today.
Okay. So he's reminding me what the perks you get for the $49 a month. $49 a month. Is that in your budget, Lucy?
He's making $1,000 a month.
He said he claims to make $1,000 a month on YouTube. I don't know that he has enough subscribers to be monetized on YouTube.
They lowered it to 500.
That's true.
Yeah.
But you also have a certain number of watch hours. I mean, maybe he has that.
Yeah, even if it's true, is he bragging?
Well, no, he wants to make more than that.
Okay.
Is that his only income source?
Yeah.
How?
You know what his monthly rent is? $2,400. So
I should take all of his advice for sure.
yes, he's got it all figured out. But he keeps borrowing money against his credit card, so it's fine. When you sign up for this, $49 a month. You get a 30-minute Zoom call. You get the Jerry Banfield AI. Now this is, I don't think he's selling this enough. What he's done is he's taken ChatGPT and fed in all of his old videos and blog posts and books that he's written. And so if you want to ask a question and get it to answer the way Jerry would answer it, you could actually get that, which could be entertaining. Yes.
That might be worth the $49.
There's a weekly group chat. There's direct message me. That's what I was talking about before. Where if you DM him, he'll DM me
Would
back.
you want to do a weekly group chat with other people who were supporting him? I don't think I would want to be known.
I think I would for the first
I
time.
wouldn't want to out myself. I wouldn't want to out myself.
I want to call him and have him compose a song on the spot.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. He hasn't done that in a while. You get shout-outs and promotion. That's one that we forgot about a lot. He will promote your shit on his channels, which is awesome.
I mean, the community had most activity we've seen the first couple weeks of launching it. And first 25 members get a one-on-one Zoom call. So right now, I'm monetizing two main ways online. First is with YouTube, directly with ad revenues and memberships. The second way is then with my school community at jerrybanfield.com. Really appreciate everybody being in there. I'm really grateful that within 3 months, it went from $0 to over $1,000 a month. However, I'd really like to get to 10,000+ a month,
you know that,
within the next 6 months. Now the question is, at the rate I'm going now, with doing live streams on 6 different channels, which seems to be the best form of YouTube content that I can create uniquely right now. And if you want all my channels, just go to my channel page at jerrybanfield.com, and you will see that, you can see the channels. This is the Jerry Banfield Show channel. I have a dating channel, a games channel. I have old music videos, YouTube Coach, ICP Crypto, and Crypto Reviews. So that's my channels on YouTube, and I'm grateful those are making 1,000+ a month when combined with the school. However, am I really going to get to 10,000+ a month just online from live streaming on YouTube?
No.
Also have used AI to crank out a blog on my website that has
2026. You're talking about a blog? Is he retarded?
Check out his MySpace.
Yeah.
What's the dating, Carl? Dating?
Oh, you haven't seen his dating advice?
It's amazing.
It's his best content. It's so fantastic. So I'll give you a couple of hits on what he gives you for dating advice. One of them is never have a second date, never get laid, and if a girl tries to kiss you, run and hide. It's really good stuff.
Throw money at them.
Yeah, we do like that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've been 100 and something posts. I just turned a 100,000-word book right before this into like 30 blog posts. I just need to deploy.
Holy shit, one of the titles of his blog is ChatGPT for President. This guy's a moron. That's funny.
On my website on ICP.
Another one is called I'm Scared to Play Crusader Kings 3 again. Aren't we all?
And to update it, and then they'll all crank out there. I literally just cranked out 3 of my books I wrote before as blog posts, 4 of them, earlier today. So I'm getting really good with being able to turn AI into things.
Slop. It's what they call AI slop, Jerry. Churning out blog posts about you wanted to marry and have a wife again.
He's getting really good at it. I miss his stories about remembering his birth.
Yeah, I'll get back to it.
So, but I've been thinking, I'm like, okay, if I wanted to make $100,000 by the end of the year, is it going to be more reasonable, logical, and expected, more probable? Am I going to be able to do that just doing live streams on YouTube, or am I going to need to do something else? And I've been thinking, as I've been getting more connected in the local community, my skills are a big deal in the local community. Whereas online, there's lots of dudes like me online. Maybe not just like me, right, J-Babe? There's not maybe anybody just like me.
No.
But there's
not. But local? What's with the local thing?
I think what he's thinking is this internet thing's real competitive. There's a lot of fucking people on the internet, but here in St. Pete, it's a limited population. So maybe I have a better chance of doing something here. But he has no strategy at all. He's completely lost on what he thinks he's going to accomplish and what he's trying to accomplish.
Lots of people online that, you know, huge followings, huge influencers, and I kind of look small in the global world of online. But in St. Petersburg, Florida, you want somebody who's an expert at content creation. There's maybe 5-10 people in the whole city that would be on par or similar to me. If you want somebody who's actually using AI every day in a very meaningful way to just crank out a business, then I'm actually doing that.
Okay, you started this by saying I'm not making enough money and it's not scaling up. So I got to find something else. And then he goes, I'm using AI to start a business. Which business? What are you talking about?
I'm not scaling up. Instead, I'll scale down.
Yes.
Also, there are definitely more than 5 to 10 content creators in St. Pete.
Probably. But as good as Jerry?
We saw 5 that he met, and they were terrible.
That's true.
So I had this long, drawn-out conversation with ChatGPT.
Okay, this is my favorite part of this video. This is where it turns into Randy Marsh with letting the AI formulate his business plan for him. Long drawn out. Yeah. ChatGPT's like, it's hilarious.
So I had this long, drawn-out conversation with ChatGPT today, and you know, I'll show you some of that here in the background. A long, drawn-out conversation with ChatGPT about, you know, here's my basic idea. My basic idea is that I want to get out there more locally. I feel that there's some big opportunities locally that I can get in person that I may not have access to just trying to do stuff online.
Wow, that's amazing. That's a great idea, Jerry. And you have the skill set for it. You should definitely pursue that.
It sounds like he's describing getting a job.
Well, he's not going to do that. But you're right. You're right. He's like, I'm networking with people locally, and I want to use my skills for them to give me money. It's like, get on that thing you didn't want to do. Get a job in person. Do that.
And ChatGPT says that, you know, local is probably one of your biggest underused advantages.
That's what I was thinking.
That's got me really. I started thinking, like, I could use my skills. What can I do with my skills? Well, what I could do is crank out a website that was optimized for a local business model, and I could create local offers, and I know how to do that already. I know how to do Google ads. Boom. Like, that's all you need. You need a website with an offer and ads to get people to go to it.
So the best way to do local is to make a website online? I don't understand anything that just happened.
He's so lost on this.
It's led me to have the realization that, wow, all I need to do is come up with some offers and then crank a website out with those offers, then create ads in Google, target them locally, and send people to my website.
The funny thing about this, so these offers he has to come up, I have to do is come up with these offers. What he's describing here is the product. Kind of the most important part of a business. What are you selling? I haven't come up with that yet, but whatever. On offers, on a website, what else you need?
Is he suggesting that he's going to go flyer locally to direct people to his website?
No, he does Google ads. He's going to make
That's
Google
still
ads.
online.
I know, but he's going to target people in his area. Oh, it gets worse.
Easy, right? Actually, yes. So I've come up with 3 offers that I think will really clean up locally. At least one of them should be a really solid offer. Offer number 1 is to help with AI. Right now, AI is a huge term, but locally, how many people locally actually know what they're doing with AI? Like,
maybe 0. So I'm not seeing anything.
Who the fuck needs help with that?
Dude, this guy's insane. So he's churning out all of his AI slop. I mean, even the stupid backgrounds he has for all of these videos are just garbage. And he's going like, dude, you want to learn how to do this? Anyone can do that. Anyone can put in some prompts and make that happen. Yeah, but I'm churning out all these blog posts you don't know about. Right, yeah, I'm good.
right now, I have a Claude Code shell in Ubuntu running in the background that just took a 100,000-word book and turned it into blog posts. I use ChatGPT to do all kinds of stuff from image generation, YouTube titles, etc. I know which AI to use for which task. Like if I want very Google specific answers, I'll go to Gemini.
Jesus Christ. It's going to be more basic. If I want Google answers, I'll go to Google's AI tool. Oh, let me write that down. It's interesting.
Well, but not only that, if he was so successful at all of these things
Yeah.
and so good at AI, then he wouldn't need to go locally because he would be succeeding on the internet.
Right, but AI didn't tell him that yet. So I don't want
Not
to.
during that huge long.
It's still the honeymoon phase.
Yeah. I don't want to burst his bubble on that one just yet. AI's like, no, you're awesome at this. Probably the best in St. Pete's. Bye, guys.
Now, what's funny is I used Gemini earlier today to ask it about Google Ads, and it actually recommended Meta. I'm like, come on, man, this AI is a little too unbiased. This is Google's AI. It should never tell you to go to a competitor and use their ad platform.
If you're trying to promote something locally that no one's searching for, then yeah, you should use Meta to promote that and not Google it. So that was correct.
I'm not using Meta or Instagram, though. I can't stand those.
I'm in love with Google.
Do you know why you can't stand those? Because he used to have a business with Facebook ads, and Facebook kicked him out for claiming he was a black man.
Well, there's that.
So he's like, fuck you, man, I am black.
Kiss my black ass.
Yeah, it's just like that to keep the black man down.
Roland, nice to see you today. You have no idea what you're doing. AI, your sister's taking classes. See, that's what I'm talking about. Roland says his sister's taking classes. I mean, I could teach classes, at least to beginners.
All right. I love it. He's like, I'm not that impressive, actually, I guess. Do you ever know what AI stands for?
Roland, you sound like my ex-wife.
Class dismissed. So, literally what he's talking about now, which I'm glad you said this, Chris. He's talking about just getting a job. Like, do you want to just be a trainer and just have training seminars and show people how you use Claude and ChatGPT? You're not going to make any money doing that. It's the whole point of being on the internet and YouTube is that it's very scalable. It's unlimited how many people can watch and participate, all that kind of fun stuff. And this idiot's going, yeah, but if I could fill a school classroom with 24 people.
Because that might be the most success he's had when he was doing those things at like the Civic Center, not the Civic Center, but
at the AA meetings.
Yeah, well, there's that.
No,
but also if he could fill a classroom with 24 people, he could probably make more than $1,000 in a day.
Well, more than $1,000 a month.
Yeah,
So
definitely more than that.
There's that.
On how to do stuff with AI. Like I've used all three of these today to do heavy tasks. Like I went through and used I have the $100 a month plan on Claude, and I just ripped through like 80% of my usage in the last couple of hours processing books.
This is hilarious. $100 a month for Claude. He spends money on everything. He's no money. He spends money on everything. $100 a month on Claude. He used 80% of it just ripping these blog posts that no one will ever see or read.
It's not going to convert to anything.
No, you're taking a loss on that immediately. Like, why would you teach me about AI? You have no idea how to turn that into a business model.
That was a heavy task.
Heavy task.
Do you remember when Joey C's show was produced by his AI chatbot? Was it Uncle Bob? Because I'm getting vibes of that.
Oh, it's crazy to me how similar Joey C and Jerry are, because they're both like proud of themselves. Yeah. They're like, I'm letting this mystery machine control my life. Why aren't you?
Yeah.
They think their charisma is going to translate to something other than debt.
How businesses see how to integrate AI successfully into their workflows, understand the problems and limitations, rebuild their infrastructure on ICP. Yeah, I'm super fast. Like I just tear through AI. I have a higher level understanding about AI than the majority of people in St. Petersburg do. Which I don't have to be some world-class AI expert. I know much more about AI. And
way to sell yourself. That's what all you rubes.
Yeah, he doesn't think much of St.
Right. Hey, all you fucking idiots. I'm obviously better at this than you are, so sign up for my class. Are you like an expert? I mean, around here, I guess I can consider an expert.
Is he talking about the Insane Clown Posse?
No, ICP is a cryptocurrency he's very excited about.
Oh, okay, I'm the idiot there. Sorry.
No, it's a good question because he's got a whole channel dedicated to ICP, and he thinks that that's going to be his get-rich-quick scheme. He keeps rooting for ICP, which is hilarious because when he talked about how he lost millions of dollars in the past, it's because he had all of his money wrapped into one crypto coin that then failed. So he's learned nothing.
And then tried to sell that snake oil.
Yes, he couldn't unload it because no one wanted to buy it. So he was just stuck with hundreds of $1,000, well, $0 worth of whatever crypto it was. So anyway, not the guy that I want to take a training seminar from. Unless I'm in St. Pete's, because he'd be the smartest guy there, apparently. What an asshole. All right, we got Opie stuff coming up. We got the Opie Bird game and Is It Gay coming up. Thanks for being here, guys. Thanks for sticking with us. I'm going to go over to supertip.gg/WATP Nancram coming up. What I was trying to say is that wasted membership chat. Kevin wasn't trying to figure out how to be a villain when asking Chad about how he struck Big Sauce. He was worried because he believes he can't get struck while alive. Oh, but why was he asking for the tutorial on how to do it? You could be on something where Kevin's going, oh shit, I didn't know that people could strike me while I'm sniping them.
No, because he wouldn't need a tutorial on it.
Well, right, that's...
He wouldn't want to tell his viewers how to do it, which they did.
That is interesting, though, because that should have probably... I didn't even think about that part. Kevin's doing that all the time. And he wants to be immune. That's why he takes all his videos down immediately off of YouTube. He wants to be immune from these YouTube strikes and things. Oh, that's interesting. All right, thanks, Nathan. Good points.
Christian Vlad is the only single person who can benefit from my programs. He sucks all the cocks, even more than cockboy Eric Zane.
Thanks, Chad, for missing over a lip. If only I could get them to figure out super tip on who are these broadcasters. And Chad, because everyone could make fun of Christian with lots of different voices. It would that be great? It would be great programming. All right, let's talk about Opie.
Ba, 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 ba. Toast to rope.
Tony P put a fun post up on his social media. And,
yeah, Tony P is the horniest guy I've ever seen on a podcast. He's hard to find your
Okay, so he's got an arrow pointing to me and he says, I think this guy pledges himself to me. And then the clip of me saying, Tony P's the horniest guy on the internet. So Tony P's enjoying this new found fame that he has from being on the Opie show. I'm happy for him. Opie put out a podcast yesterday morning. Opie's getting better at labeling the show. The title is The Disgusting Truth About NYC Pools. I gotta find out what the disgusting truth is about these NYC pools. Turns out people pee at them.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Can you believe it? Never would have guessed. So, 547 views on this episode from yesterday morning. Adam Bush, who couldn't be here tonight, was in the chat quite a bit. And I guess there were two mods in there ready to battle Adam. As Adam was just asking, like, can we get Ron's Venmo total? He's saying he's not making any money, but we know all these people donated to him, so is he just not seeing it? What's happening? And most of the chat was with Adam the whole time. But there were like these super chatters these mods who were just like calling him a loser and like all this shit over again. And then there were super chats going in that never got read. Chris Primer posted this. But seriously, Opie, I gave Ron $250 and he says he hasn't broken 200. Where's the money? Great question, Chris Primer. We showed the receipts here on this program of that. And you can see that this guy, a drill bag, is sorry, Opie, this Adam Bush guy is annoying. And Adam Bush is like, sorry, Opie, drill bag is harshing everyone's buzz here. So they're just going back and forth. He goes, Adam Bush, Jesus Christ, you're a weirdo. Which could be true. But it's wild that Chris Perry put in this $20 super chat and a $10 super chat right after this. And Opie was still on the air for like 15 minutes and never put either of them up. Which is a real shitty thing to do. There's another super chat that he wouldn't put up as well. But first, I have to play you this clip because my buddy Andre sent this. And Andre's like, Opie acts like he doesn't watch these shows, but he's more in on the lingo than I think most people.
Bette Midler, hello, darling. Ron.
By the way, it's not mine. It's not mine.
Ron.
It's my roommate's. Hold on.
Ron, it's 2026.
Just do it. There's a lot of world out there. It's not mine.
Ron.
It's not mine.
Look at
Look at my mug. New York City, all nice, easy, right? That's all it is.
Oh my god, that thing fucking screams gift shop. Fucking that screams gift shop at Penn Station.
You know what your mug screams?
Am I crazy? Opie just used the term "just do it" to me.
You did?
Was that something that existed before I said it so effectively?
Stop taking credit for everything.
This one I had it. I'm sorry. They call me "just do it" key. So Opie sits there and he goes, "just do it" when he sees the Bette Midler mug. And then everybody calls him gay. He's not sure if he used the word gaydar or not.
That Midler.
There are people, if you say you like them, then, people's radar goes up. I'll call it radar today. All right, I think you can say gaydar. Your gaydar comes up.
Yeah. We know what you're talking about, Opie. It's fine. You don't have to pussyfoot around it. This is true. Carl, gay trendsetter. Thank you. Just wanted to be recognized, that's all. So then Opie decides, this would be a good bit in our show. Let's list the gay icons that are out there. If you like them, it means you're gay.
These are the names, and if you bring them up, people's gaydar will go up. Bette Midler, Cher,
Madonna.
Whoa. Did you see what just launched out of Opie's mouth?
Yeah.
I have a slow-mo replay.
He stole it from me.
I know. Opie's turning into John Melendez. How people just do it. Spinning. Like, look at that trajectory of this one. It's pretty impressive. If I was wearing 3D glasses, I would love it. Came right at me. All right, Chris, one more time. It goes back in, it comes out. And it goes back in. But we have a World Cup game to watch, so we got to move on with this.
Are they using the term gaydar correctly?
No.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
That's not what that means.
And aren't these references to these icons a little outdated? That, yeah.
A little bit. You think a little bit hack there?
Yeah, seriously.
So they continue on with if you like them, it means you're gay. And I mean, what Ron says here cracks Opie up, but I just do not get it.
Ricky Martin. Liza Minnelli. Right? That's
Liza.
Huh?
Lady Gaga.
Oh, Lady Gaga.
You like the Lady Gaga? You like to jump rope with the ding dongs.
I miss you, Roddy Pigs.
It's right there. Hold on. If you like Lady Gaga, you like to jump rope with the ding dongs. So I went to Grok because Barrett was teaching me about AI.
Dear Grok, I'm a gay man, and I don't get this.
I go, is this like a phrase people use? That you're jumping rope with the ding dongs? And Grok came back and said, this was used on Opie's stream yesterday, but I can't find any other reference to it. Grok, you fucking rule, man. Pretty good stuff. What could that possibly mean? That's awesome. Jump rope with the ding dongs.
Grok's pretty cool.
Opie loved it. Cracked him up. Lucy, I want to know if you have any thoughts on this. Ariana Grande gets brought up in this conversation.
Ariana Grande, like from even, let's say 7, 8 years ago, smoke show, and then year after year, now she literally goes around with no eyebrows.
I'm gonna tell you what happened.
Yeah.
Pete Davidson's big dick energy crushed her. That big dick energy just fucking ate her alive. Dude, hey, listen, they were actually engaged.
Yeah, they're both crazy people. No shit. Lucy, you think it was Pete Davidson's big dick energy? You would know more about this than I would.
That caused Ariana Grande. Yeah. I thought that we were not talking about these people because it makes you gay, and now Opie's like, let's talk about this person.
Oh yeah, they're all in on it. My gaydar is going off as I'm watching the segment.
Guys, do not think that that's the problem. Also, Opie should never criticize other people's eyebrows.
That's a good point. Or fishes, for that matter.
Yeah.
Well, as a lot of people probably know, there was an era where Pete Davidson was very friendly with Opie. Was on his show all the time. So when Opie was moved to the afternoons and was doing the afternoon show, Pete Davidson would stop by, and they were buddies. But that did not last very long.
Yeah, Pete Davidson. I think Pete Davidson practices the dark arts because that's also the time where my friendship ended with Pete Davidson. He started dating Ariana Grande, and he had no time for anybody else. And then it got like crazy.
And then he upped his game
Over and over again.
and went to a Kardashian.
A Kardashian who was using him, by the way.
Okay.
For what?
Yeah. God damn it, Kim Kardashian. Stop using me for a good dick. So mad at you. So Pete Davidson stopped hanging out with Opie because he'd rather spend time with Ariana Grande. What a weirdo. I know. Could you imagine?
Straight hang up.
What a dumb thing to do. You'd be hanging with Opie with fucking Ariana Grande instead. Moron. Any thoughts on that, Lucy? Boyfriend Pete? Dark arts? You know anything about this?
Listen, it sounds like Ariana Grande. That's where it started.
I would imagine that's true. It's so funny. She's on the show. I'm like, no. She's gotten very skinny, but anyway. So the banter on this show is brilliant. These two have been doing it for a long time together. Of course, Opie's been doing radio since he was 18, so it's just flawless and seamless.
What's that movie where Joe Rogan makes out like the girl just pukes in his front yard and he still makes out with her?
Joe Rogan?
Not Joe Rogan, Seth Rogen. There's a comedy where he makes forget. I don't
remember. And then I had a girl that gave me bad breath.
Okay, good stuff, guys. Well done. I don't know why my camera keeps stopping. It hasn't happened in a little while, but it's happening now. So Opie says that I had a girl that gave me bad breath. What do you think he means by that, Dan? Any thoughts?
I don't know. I want to hear the context of this thing.
Lucy, what do you think he means by Opie gave me bad breath?
I can't imagine that he was ever eating pussy. I don't want to imagine that, but that's where I'm
I think he's told the story before.
You are correct. She had a very stinky pussy. Correct? And they would get, well, we didn't mention that in this time.
Okay.
But,
in your head it was.
No, I think he told the story before.
Well, he did tell the story before. He's been talking about the stinky pussy story. I guess he was fingering this nice lady and then driving it on a long trip back to Long Island.
But my left hand smelled so bad that the whole ride I had it hanging out the window of my Honda Accord going from Geneseo to Long Island.
Watch Ron's face during this conversation. He wants nothing to do with this conversation.
and that's when I learned that girls can have a problem down there that they can't really take care of unless they get some medication, Ron. Do you understand? And that was one that gave me bad breath. And then I decided, you know what, I don't like that. I don't like doing that one act. And then guess what, Ron? Then I had a fresh one. I moved on and had a fresh one. And then I was all in. No more bad breath for the kid, Ron. No more bad breath. So how you been, Ron?
I regret bringing up Ariana Grande. We just went on a little this is your life moment. You have some serious issues with women.
What's so funny about this? How many times have we watched Opie scold Ron to bring up sex? Or anything, it's like, whoa, we can't talk about that. And then Opie's talking about stinky pussy going down on chicks. I was like, what are we doing?
I have so many issues with that. I don't understand. First of all, how did he not know before he dove in head first that it was stinky?
That's true.
Second of all, don't
Well, he's always stuffed up.
I don't like the term fresh one for vagina.
Right.
It sounds very youthful.
Oh,
that's
okay.
No, I don't like it.
We'll only use it behind your back from now on. So yeah, that was the stinky pussy story, which turned Ron off so much. Yeah, it wasn't great. Super chat comes in. got the ship.
Jared Shep just gave us $10 for his comments. Now we're putting on the big screen. Thanks for your $10. No, you know, it's.
All right, so I put it up on the screen for us. You notice how flustered he got right there? He like lost his train of thought. And let me explain why that just happened. $10 super chat says, "Hey fellas, I used to date a girl who, look, every time we date, I stopped paying for her dinners. Opie, would you say that you're the most accomplished live streamer in the Dabbleverse? Thanks." Because they were talking about bullying, and so this person's like joining in on the conversation, but just that word Dabbleverse won't show on the screen, which is a bitch move. It's like moving this bothers you when you do that. It's only going to get worse. I'm surprised that you'd be so afraid of just the word Dabbleverse. Who cares? It's a difference. All right, so Opie wants to go into the ocean. There's like the ocean in summertime, and he's in the Hamptons. So he asked some questions to his AI assistant.
How do I cover my baloney boobs? How do I cover the weird back hair I got? How do I cover my giant fucking long nipple hair?
Okay, I took that all out of context. He was talking about the mayor, Mom Donnie. Oh, Joe would do a cool suit. There's do a little press thing. So Opie was explaining that he has what kind of boobs does he have? Baloney. Baloney boobs? Interesting. All right. They talk about Mom Donnie's wife, whether she's hot or not. I don't know the answer to any of that. But because they're talking about that, Opie's got a joke that doesn't go over at all the first time. That doesn't stop him from trying it again. It doesn't go over well the second time either.
You see on social media the question with her face on it, is she the most beautiful first lady ever? What? Who said that?
No.
But
No.
I'm telling you, there's a PR campaign.
No. And the most beautiful first lady ever, as far as the presidency goes, is hands down Barbara Bush. Hands down.
Well, they're saying the first lady ever for New York.
No, I know. But then when I think first ladies, that would get me to the presidency. And the hottest first lady ever was Barbara Bush.
Oh, hands down. You know Barbara Bush. Had a bush.
Two idiots.
How fresh was it?
Opie thought the joke was hands down because he said it the same way twice. The joke was bad. Sure. And Ron didn't even react to that. Nope. No, listening, because Barbara Bush is hot. I don't know.
The latter.
Right. So he didn't respond at all. And I was like, you didn't hear me. I said the hottest chick is Barbara Bush hands down. Good stuff.
Rod's like, should I mention Bush?
Right. You like that, right? I'll make a giggle. How stinky do you think her bush is? Hold your hand out the window. So then they start plugging PayPals and Venmos. You'll notice that Ron's Venmo now scrolls at the bottom of the screen before we don't need to do it. Thank God. Someone had to do it. And so Opie starts asking for money pretty directly.
You have to have a lock and you have to have a app that will PayPal.
You know what, Ron? Because of you showing your intelligence at this very moment, look what's down below scrolling. Look. First of all, that's my PayPal. I would appreciate a donation today. There's my PayPal. And right after me is Venmo Ronnie.
It's like Christmas morning. It's like Christmas morning.
Listen.
It's funny. And some of the fucking comments is like, Ron, you're pathetic begging for Venmo.
Don't listen to those people.
I know, and it's hilarious.
No, I'll tell you why you don't listen to those people. It's a lame talking point, and I'm explaining. I find it kind of sort of. I'll be honest. I do find it a little embarrassing that you got to do it this way because the whole world has gone this way where the people that listen and support you give you money directly. In the old days, I've been around so long. Like you have a company that give you a really nice salary, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Nowadays, it's a hustle. You go right to the consumer now. The whole world has changed.
So Opie is justifying this begging for money thing that he started doing. Darren, do you have to hop off, buddy?
Yeah, I gotta go in a couple of minutes, but what a great fun pod. I really appreciate y'all having me on. Love the show, continued success, and I hope Chris can get more super chats in his voice. That's always my favorite part every week.
Well, Darren, no one's stopping you. Peltrocast is your podcast. Where can people find that? What are you talking about?
YouTube, broadcast TV, etc. Upcoming interviews with members of the Groups, Sabotage, Sandra Lurke, Mob Deep, etc. Thank you all for listening and supporting, and hope to see everyone soon.
Fuck yeah. Thanks, Darren. Thanks for checking out Peltro.
Thank you all.
Pulling some clips for us. Darren Peltro 212. He was why Adam Bush and I became friends. He's the one who connected the two of us together. So, Darren's a good egg. So, Opie is saying, okay, the way of the world now is you have to beg for money. There's no company's going to give you a base salary, so you got to go out and just beg people to give you money. Now, I'd argue you could actually offer something in exchange for that money. You could play with yourself with a dildo on Patreon. Something. Nobody. Do something for the money. Opie doesn't listen. He's begging for money. So, I mean, if people call you out for it, Ron, tell everybody, talk about it. That's what everyone's doing. There's no such thing as getting paid to be a broadcaster. And then he shits on his own point.
Go tell Howard Stern to go do his shit for free, because that's what you're basically saying. No one wants to do anything in life for free. You need
But Howard Stern gets a salary. Doesn't exist anymore. That's the thing. Like nobody's making a salary. Howard Stern makes a lot of money. Yeah,
he might offer superior product.
Yeah.
For free.
You know what it sounds like? So we don't make our salary with it. We don't have a base salary. Like in other words, it's not like we're making 25. We're not getting paid. Right. So in other words, we're like servers in a restaurant.
Right.
Our salary is based on tips.
Right. It's
because we're not getting. There's no more. By the way, you're not getting paid by WBCN. You're not getting paid by Sirius XM. No. You're not getting paid by WAAF. Those days are over. Right. You don't have that $500,000 salary.
He's insulting you, Opie. He's talking about all the places that money. Remember, you used to get a salary from this company and one from this company, and that company. That shit was sell. That's not going to happen ever again. Opie's like, yeah, I know. Wait a second.
And he's dancing with tips now.
Yeah. No, I think Rod's being a dick right there. So, here's my question. Rod goes, we're not even getting paid for this. Why mention it? Who's asking for it? Who's watching it? That's why I mentioned it. God, nobody wants to check this video in over a day's time. And they're like, hey, can you believe we're not getting paid for this? Yeah. A lot of YouTubers don't get paid for it. Most, actually, just go out and stream for very few people and get nothing in return. Enjoy doing it, and they think it'll turn into something someday. There's a lot of reasons people do this kind of thing.
Is this the first time that Venmo on that banner?
The first time that we've covered it, maybe we did it earlier this week. Yeah, I haven't seen that.
So I can officially say, fuck you, Rod.
Yeah, Rod, this whole thing where he would not come forward and explain to us how much money he's made. And I wouldn't ask for some of the defense because it was less than $200. And I know one person alone gave more than $200. I know Dr. Steve over $200, and all the other people who have reached out to me showing me how much money they've given to Ron. It's fucked up. And he's complaining for what they say. And so this is how they have to do it. They have to beg for money.
This is how everyone's doing it. You have to beg a little bit. You got to show your PayPal, link down below, or
give him Opie when you use the word beg right there. Beg a little bit. Oof. What is going on with this guy? Yes, ChatGPT. I'm not making money doing this thing. You should probably beg. You should beg once or twice. Opie should probably beg. Tell them it's never enough.
or Venmo Ronnie down below, and you hope a few people say, you know what, I'm having fun watching these every morning. I'm going to give the guys a few bucks.
I have a question. So someone like Joe Rogan or Jimmy Ball, are they getting a salary? Or are they making all their money with the podcast downloads?
I got
for broadcasters, all like the professional broadcasters. I love that. He's like, guys, I know I'm begging, so everyone has to do. And then Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan. And the guy's like, wait, is everyone begging? Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan? No, they actually never beg at all. And so, who's brilliant, has been in broadcasting for so long, explains the advertising model as if people didn't know about this.
For a lot of these big podcasters, you don't see them begging as much because they get so many downloads that the commercials that are playing is bringing in insane money. We're not at that stage yet. But, when people subscribe, download, and listen to a few of these, we make a few shekels, we make a few bucks.
What's the threshold for download when you start making money? What's that number?
Okay.
He's still asking Opie technical questions.
Well, because he wants to think that someday he'll make some money doing this, And so they did the network thing for him, so he's not happy about that. But this, the way that he explained, by the way, if you have a huge audience, then you can charge advertisers to be a part of it. Oh, no shit, Sherlock. But that's how it's always been. That's why when I ask you money, you shouldn't have to be begging. Not everyone has to beg. So that was a good question from Ron. What is the threshold? Let's find out the answer.
I honestly couldn't tell you. Like the real money, I don't even.
100,000? Like 100,000?
Oh my God, 100,000! You would be right next to me in a beach.
We'd be neighbors?
Yes, Ron.
More promises of getting rich. Opie loves dangling this carrot. Gonna make millions of dollars one day. And Ron gets all excited. Look how happy he is. You get 100,000 downloads? Not talking about sticky pussy, keeping your head out the window. But maybe. Opie even says at the end of the show, he goes, if you download more episodes, the begging goes away. It's like, oh, it's my fault. Yeah, obviously not all those episodes are down, so it's not my fault. You assholes. All right, let's get back to begging, Opie.
We went off track a little too long, but for people that say stop begging for money, it's a lazy, stupid talking point. This is the way of the world, unfortunately. And like I said, no one wants to do this for free. Howard Stern doesn't need another dollar in his pocket, so why don't you go bother Howard and go, why are you still making money doing this?
Jesus Christ. This hang-up with Howard Stern is ruining his life. He's still complaining about Howard Stern. Howard didn't get fired from SiriusXM and was able to negotiate multiple deals. And you were not. Get over it. It's time to get over it. And also the fact that he's begging them and saying, well, Howard Stern makes money.
Yeah, well, the begging is really annoying to me because he keeps saying, oh, everybody says that I shouldn't be begging. But maybe if you work hard, then you don't beg. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah,
Stop channeling your energy to begging and putting it hard.
Put on a quality product.
So stupid.
For people actually want to listen to a watch. What's funny is that Opie's complaining about Howard Stern a lot in this. Both of them are destroying their legacies. Both Opie and Howard, objectively, have just destroyed their legacies. People will never look at them the way they would have if they just got out of broadcasting. But Howard's getting paid millions of dollars to do that. Opie's making nothing. His legacy for nothing. Opie's got this really fun thing. This is research using his AI assistant. He wanted to know, we have 4th of July coming up this weekend. So he wanted to know, were the founding fathers going out celebrating? Celebrating the birth of the nation. And if so, what do you think they grilled? So he asked Ron some questions. See if Ron knows.
Oh, here we go. A little history lesson. I like history lessons. I was looking up 4th of July shit because it's right around the corner. And when they signed the Declaration of Independence way back in the day, you would think they would celebrate America because they had barbecue back then, Ron. You would think they would throw some hamburgers and hot dogs on the grill. You want to guess what the 4th of July food was back then?
Give me the date.
Give me the date? It's the 250th anniversary. Hey, he doesn't know 1776? I don't know, man. What are we talking about? The 20s? The 60s?
Was it in September?
What the hell did he give me the date?
I like that he still stuck his schnoz in the camera just to nod. He didn't even say anything.
Yeah, he's got to move. He's got to move. He knows. All right, you guys want to find out what they did grill?
Sure.
I mean, this is a great tease.
They celebrating with burgers, hot dogs, and beer. John Adams, to be specific.
Were they roasting up Indians?
How did they celebrate the signing of the Declaration of Independence? And it was a barbecue, but it wasn't hot dogs, and it wasn't hamburger. So when people say shit like
It was probably a pig.
huh?
It was probably a pig.
Oh, I wish it was a pig. It wasn't a pig, Ron. It wasn't a pig.
Was it one of those people from the boats? Was it one of those people that were brought on the boats?
Jesus Christ, what was that? Was it black people? That's hilarious, Ron. You're killing it today. Okay. You guys dying to know the answer to this question? I can tell you're both like, are we going to get to the fireworks factory? Good news. We do have the answer finally.
I'll say this. I don't think anyone has done this in well over 100 years. They have not put this on their goddamn fish.
It was fish.
No, people put fish on their barbecues.
I don't know, guys.
Turtle soup. They put a turtle on their barbecue to celebrate the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
I think that Rod Fire was just like, all right, how long are we going to fucking drag this shit out for your goddamn answer? I give you a real answer, I give them joke answers. Yeah.
Racism. Yeah. What do you want?
What else do you want from me? So, Opie goes on to say, turtle soup in silly voices. For a while, I'll spare you guys. Thank you. That. So, look at the chatter has an idea of how they can make some money. And, rather later.
But this is your challenge today from Spikes. I got 100. If Ron gets a big toe in his mouth, he will give you 100. Can you get your big toe in your mouth?
Is that like? Did he want me to get my roommate? Is that like a euphemism? What's the name?
All right.
Big
No,
toe?
you're not gonna take the challenge. You're not gonna take the challenge.
I could fucking do it, but I'm not doing that. What am I here to fucking amuse you? Huh?
Ron has dignity.
Beg for your money.
Did you notice that Opie surprised me? It's $100 though. Yeah, you're gonna do that? He's shocked. I think he said that he would at some point.
We've seen both of their feet.
Oh God. Opie doesn't wash. He doesn't bathe or do anything. Manicure his feet all summer long. Very proud of that. But I just love the fact that Opie likes to treat Ron like he's the sidekick, and then every now and then he realizes, no, he's just the stud boy that Opie has no respect for. That makes more sense. This is a funny thing that Opie says, and then we'll move on. But I like the realizations of how far he's fallen and how bad things are.
That just blew Joe Rogan and Bill Burr both. How crazy has life gotten? There was a time Joe Rogan and Bill Burr were doing our show at the same time, and we thought nothing of it. I would kill to have one of those guys on this goddamn thing.
Yes, you would.
I'll kill you, Ron.
It's so pathetic. I like it when the quiet part goes out loud. Everybody realizes that it's not going well. Pretty bad. So, yes, that's we'll keep an eye on it. We'll find out if Ron is ever going to reveal that he's making decent money. I bet he's drying up because he's being a dick about it. Not very appreciative, which is a problem. Is It Gay is coming up. We're trying to get out of here before the soccer game will move things along. The Inward coming out supertip.gg/WTP. I miss Adam. Me too. Dead Wizard coming out. I guess Opie lets Ronnie read the comments Opie gets. Because a millionaire begging is pathetic. Ronnie can beg. He's already pathetic and he knows it. Neelax.
Yes. Opie, come to the begside. Once you start down the begging path, forever will it dominate your destiny, consume you. It will.
That was a Star Wars reference. Well done, Becky Monster. Another $5. Opie is the thinnest skinned retard in the verse. Right shows. Won't show super tips. Great way to lose a paying audience. Good job. Yeah, he was leaving a lot of the super chats off the screen. And I wonder if he's unconsciously brought about that. Because, Rod's watching the chat. He knows he sees if there's some yellows and oranges coming in that aren't getting pulled up. Sources are pointing out the eating segment was execrable. Exceptional. Yes, it was exceptional. I agree. 44 guys, Rat Bass and Opie tricked us on the rain. He was putting it to super chats about a week ago. Interesting. Sounds like I showed it. Volsair became YouTube on Mondays and doing that. Volsair, we do 2 bonus episodes every single month on here. Last week, the episodes we do on Saturday afternoons. There will be an episode this Saturday on the 4th of July because, what else do I have to do? What else is going on? All right, let's bring some review girls on. Is it me or is it gay? What will Larry say today? Is it gay? Welcome, Megan. How's it going?
What's up, homies?
What is happening?
Well, hello.
Oh, hello to you.
Or what up? Oh, wow.
Megan, last week you brought us a Fox segment.
Yes, I did.
Aired, and Joe was back on X posted Kermit saying something that he was saying, I think this would fit very well into this new bit you're doing.
Somebody talked me into sucking dick. So I did it for about 6 months. And after 6 months of sucking dick, I realized, dick sucking is not for me. Somebody.
What the fuck was the context of that?
I don't know, but it's so funny.
Alright, we're going to play Is It Gay? This is the game where we have to figure out if Aaron's going to say something is gay or not. We're going to set up, and then Megan will ask us if we think he's going to say gay. Each round is worth 1 point. The final round is worth 3 points. So 5 rounds of 1, 1 round of 3. Let's have at it, people.
Welcome to the program. I am getting fatter. We don't need to talk about it. I'm sick. I haven't been in the gym since last Tuesday, I don't think. And I have officially gained 2 pounds. I've gained 2 pounds since I've been sick. It's wild that I work because I can't taste anything. So literally my eating is a compulsion to just, I want texture and fullness and
Is it gay to want to feel texture and fullness in your mouth when you're sick? Lucy?
I think that's gay.
Carl?
I'm going to go not gay.
Chris?
Gay.
Annie?
gay.
Alright, I'm the only one.
And there's really no other way to explain what's going on with me without sounding gayer. There's so much to talk about.
Doesn't make sense. This guy doesn't even fucking make sense. Alright, I didn't get a point. Everyone else did. Round 2.
I mean, the working class dispensary is almost becoming like the Native Americans. We have no choice but to scalp you. Like, we're going down. What are we supposed to do?
To Saline Township in March. I spoke with residents, board members. I spoke to the developer, Related Digital, as well as OpenAI and Oracle, and even
plastic surgeon.
DTE, which is providing the electricity.
Down to eat. That's what I am. I'm DTE.
Is it gay to be concerned for the environment when your town is building a data center? Annie?
Not gay.
Chris?
Not gay.
Carl?
Everything's either weird or gay. It's not weird, so I'm going to say gay.
Lucy?
I'm also going not gay.
She's the only one. Alright. I suck at this.
Residents are really concerned about things like water, the environment, fags.
What a bunch of gay guys.
I stand corrected.
Alright, I got a point. I'm back. We're all tied. Going after that. She's sad.
I gotta clip that.
Alright, $2 for him. On the wall with $1, just puke face emojis. $1 from Joey Caravello says, Aaron put ice cream on SP's box and eat it off. Trust me, you'll like it.
Is it gay to eat ice cream off of your girlfriend's box? Lucy.
I think it would be gay.
Carl.
I think it's gay.
Chris.
It shouldn't be gay, so I'm going not gay.
I think he thinks it's gay.
All right, Mr. Aaron saying not gay. You shouldn't eat a sweet to enjoy pussy. It's gay.
Yeah, but what would Opie say?
Extra. Great, let's be gay in front of hundreds of people. All right, there it is. That is gay.
I'm glad I lost a point on that.
Okay, you say so.
Because I made a point. Cope. Another win for Chris.
Can you fix my headphones again?
Oh, no, pull it out again? Yeah. Yep. Where did I put it?
Very gay over here.
My feet work as well as Johnny Clutches, I guess. I'm just unplugging everything as we go. All right, this is round 4. Is it gay? If I'm her husband, I'm a little worried at how long this interview's taking and how many questions she's asking about nitrogen. Honey, I saw you at your show today. Great job. Anything you want to tell me about the nitrogen?
I was looking at her credit card statement, and you went for the additional life insurance policy.
I just wanted to ask because, I want to support your career.
So, first of all, I don't call it hypoxia, I call it nitrogen suffocation. Hypoxia.
Stupid bitch.
Is using the term hypoxia instead of suffocation gay? Lucy.
Not gay.
So it's gay.
Chris.
Not gay.
And
Gay?
All right, we're split on this one. No one's real sure. Actually, I don't call it hypoxia, I call it suffocation. You're gay. This show is ridiculous. He only has one joke. This could be a skit. This would be actually a very funny skit. The talk show host only has one joke. All right, round 5. This is the last 1 point round, and we'll be on the final round after this. Hey, Steel Toe Morning Show, Steel Toe Media Incorporated. We want to ask people. So, what do you, Reagan? What do you cunts think about this guy not wanting to hire any clan? What do you think about you gals being left on the outside like dogs, and them hiring only swinging dicks?
is it gay to the reference? You don't get the reference, but is it gay to only hire male servers at your restaurant? And
Yeah, sounds gay.
Chris.
I swear we're due for a not gay.
Carl.
I know, I feel the same way. I'm going to say not gay on this one, even though it is.
Lucy.
Not gay.
Do you peer pressure to do that one?
I feel very unsure.
You're
I
pained.
feel very unsure.
All right, let's find out. Oh, shit. I can't help but like that guy. But he's fucking retarded. He's really stupid. All right. The not gay have it on that one. Chris, what are the scores leading to the final round?
No, I hate to say it, but you're leaving 4.
Why did you say that? How many bucks?
We'll talk about it later.
There's Andy and now you.
LT and Andy got 3, and I got a losing 2.
All right. Well, everyone's still in it because this one's worth 3 points. A little different. The final round. It's not, is it gay or not? We will have multiple choice options to go. You know, middle schoolers are vaping now. Like they're vaping weed. Now, my daughter's school is like a middle school, high school together. But like she'll have these stories. She's like, oh my god, they had to shut down the bathroom the other day because somebody was vaping. 3 kids were vaping in there, and I'm like, I'm like, you mean like the high school kids? And she says, no, kids in my grade. And I'm like, oh god, just gotta be like. Now you understand why parents scare their children. Like you know you go to hell if you do that, right? Like you're just like,
Lean on that. Just lean on. You know you're going to hell if you do any drugs.
Aaron is concerned for his daughter as she reaches the age where kids start rebelling and experimenting. Who does Aaron not want his daughter to end up like if she starts vaping like the middle schoolers?
Kayla Ricada. Oh, sorry.
I should have put that as a choice.
Is it too late?
It's not too late. 1, a raspy old whore. 2, the Somali immigrants infiltrating her school. Or 3, her stepmom, Lucy.
I think I gotta go Somali immigrants too.
Carl.
So the April reference, that seems, yeah, that sounds like what he would do. Because April's forever a drug addict in his mind.
So what?
3, stepmom.
Thank you.
Chris.
Well, that sounds logical, but I'm going to go with the raspy thing.
Andy.
Raspy old horn. All right, 2 raspy old horns. That's fine.
You'll go straight to hell. You just go, remember your stepmom?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. I knew it.
Well, maybe she was a raspy old horse.
That is true. All right, well,
It's time for a victory lap.
I think it is time for a victory lap. We'll get the USA chants in there, obviously. You guys ready to play a different game, the Opie or Blow game, brought to us by Simon?
Yes.
Me too. Did I put it on the board? Of course not.
Oh, I got something on the board. Another little nugget from Megan. I call it Aaron's affirmations.
Okay.
I'm a dick. I'm a cunt. I'm retarded. I'm gay.
Well played.
Guys, this is gonna be sweet. It's a musical edition of Opie or Burr. I'm your host Simon from the Lowstakes podcast, and here's how the game works. I read a quote from either Greg Hughes or Bill Burr, and then you guess, is it one of those guys? Let's join the Jerry Banfield family for round 1. Rihanna, music. See if it comes up. Umbrella, Ella, Ella, A, O, O, E, E. Come on. Loading, slowly loading. I'm running out of shit to talk about. Time to register those votes.
Did I make it super noisy here? What did I do?
You made it super noisy. Okay.
Hold on. Is that going to work? Crank the volume somehow. I was fixing the headphone jack that I kicked out for the 3rd time today.
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm killing it.
All right.
Killing it. All right. So I believe that would be Bill Burr. What do you got, Lucy?
I also did Bill Burr.
Megan.
Opie.
Annie?
I think I remember this being sung by Opie, I think.
Okay. And Mr. Chris?
Sure.
All right. Let's find out.
And here's the answer.
Rihanna. Music. See if it comes up. Umbrella, Ella, Ella, A, O, O, E, E. Come on. Loading, slowly loading. I'm running out of shit to talk about.
You could talk about your pending divorce. Print that email before you come over because it's time for round 2.
All right. So Bill Burr was the answer. I don't know what's going on. I broke all of our headphones in the studio just now. I apologize for that. I'll figure it out. It's okay. The answer was obviously Bill Burr on that. I don't think Opie ever researches stuff on the show. I think he only has that one device in front of him, but I could be wrong.
Joe Cocker's version of With a Little Help from My Friends features Jimmy Page. Epic guitar work. That is absolutely true. There's one of those songs right there. Did you know that? No. You did not, did you? Time to register those votes.
Chris, we got.
I got Opie.
What do you think, Lucy?
I think that's Opie.
I'm going to go Opie as well. Megan?
Opie.
And Annie?
Opie for the sweep.
We're all going Opie.
And here's the answer.
Joe Cocker's version of With a Little Help from My Friends features Jimmy Page. Epic guitar work. That is absolutely true. There's one of the songs right there. Did you know that? No. You did not, did you?
That Ron didn't know that either, little bitch. Claim that novelty record deal you got for round 3. There was one album that Norton told me to get, and it actually fucking scared me when I listened to it. That one where Ozzy's going to hell, and he's going, "Oh no, God, please help me." And it's just like, time to register those votes.
That seems like a trick one. Annie, what do you got?
I think it's a trick too, so I'm gonna go Burr.
Yeah, what do you got, Bruce Chris?
Burr.
I'm going Burr, Megan.
Billy Burr.
Did you type box? Yeah, why not? So let's see.
And here's the answer.
There was one album that Norton told me to get, and it actually fucking scared me when I listened to it. That one where Ozzy's going to hell, and he's going, "Oh no, God, please help me." It's just like.
But is it scarier than the James Webb Telescope? That's shit in the lake for round 4. And they're fiddling and fiddling and fiddling, and they're adding more instruments, and then all of a sudden they start really getting into a rhythm and a groove, and you're like, I don't know, but this is great. And then 20 minutes into the song, they go playing in the band, and you're like, oh, I know this song. That's the Grateful Dead in a nutshell. Time to register those votes.
What do you got, Lucy?
I think that's Burr.
Okay. Megan?
Burr.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Burr on this one as well. Producer Chris?
Burr.
Annie?
Opie.
All right, we got one Opie. Let's go.
And here's the answer.
And they're fiddling and fiddling and fiddling, and they're adding more instruments, and then all of a sudden they start really getting into a rhythm and a groove. You're like, I don't know, but this is great. And then 20 minutes into the song, they go, playing in the band. And you're like, oh, I know this song. That's the Grateful Dead in a nutshell.
The only band more boring than Fish. Why play a guitar when you can play a fucking vacuum in round 5? If you know your rock and roll, there was this guy, Terry Reid, that everyone said had the greatest fucking vocal voice, but he never really made it on his own. Everybody wanted him in their bands. Time to register those votes.
What do you got, Annie?
Burr.
Lucy type box?
Opie.
God, this is a tough one. Producer Chris, what do you got? Burr. I'm gonna go Bill Burr. Megan, what do you have?
I'll choose Burr also.
All right. What are the scores right now, I should ask?
Carl, you got 3. LT's got 2. Annie with 3. I got 3. Megan with 2.
All right, let's find out.
And here's the answer.
If you know your rock and roll, there was a guy, Terry Reid, that everyone said had the greatest fucking vocal voice. But he never really made it on his own. Everybody wanted him in their bands.
Opie's ready for failed Celebrity Jeopardy. Congratulations to this week's winner. You've suffered enough. I'll be here next time, and maybe you will be too. Until then, goodbye.
Great job, Simon. What's the final score? What's the verdict on this one?
4-way tie. Sorry, Megan.
Megan's left out in the dust on this one. We're running a little behind, so I don't know. Do you have a couple comments for us, Megan? Some highlights from Spotify?
I have one that I was personally given today by my bestie and yours from the Black Cast, commenting on episode 739. It was an almost perfect episode because it featured 2 goats of WATP, Corey Feldman and Artie Fletcher. Of course, it helped that the episode featured Christian Blatt from my favorite podcast, who are these broadcasters, Tuesdays at 1 p.m. Eastern on this very channel. I just wish that one day he would be on an episode with the very funny and incredibly talented review girl Megan. That's the sort of pop culture crossover I can celebrate. Hashtag Ruth Condo forever. Sincerely, Christian Black.
This is what pandering is, Chad Zubak. Are you watching? This is no pandering. You need to know the definition.
He signed it sincerely.
Unreal. Any new reviews, Annie?
No, but I did have a comment I've been sitting on from Castbox. Ryan Henderson comments on episode 732, which you covered, the quartering, MLC versus Bush, Stud Joe, Opie, and Andrew Santino. And he says, did you compile the most annoying people to review on purpose?
That's the whole point of the show. Florida 49er fan coming in says, I should have been more specific. On today's TSN rated Opie. He was putting new super chats up on a replay. That's gay. Oh, that's cool. I want to see rating Opie. What else is Sugar going to steal from me? Of course, Lucy's the answer to that. Michael C. Never tell Carl about your bowel movements. Creep. Yeah, I definitely fantasize on my own. Thank you very much, Michael C. Is this Aaron's cup holder daughter? That's the one. Chad's missing up a lip. Even Black's reviews are long-winded. Jesus Christ, there's never a period. Never quite a fucking period. We got some voicemails brought to us by
Wait a minute. Rock and roll up. Last show on Friday. Just do it.
I will just do it. Thank you very much for that. Dude, Corey Feldman calling the show. I get excited when Corey calls in. He's kind of a big deal. You know, he's a celebrity in his own right, but also
Hey, WACP. This is Corey Feldman. Listen, I listened to the last episode of me doing an interview with Jamie Kennedy, and you have to delete that episode. You have to delete it. It does not follow my protocol, okay? I'll sue you for every dollar that you're worth, every penny. You know, you could be out cruising the coast, drinking some lake, down in some brews, but no, you did not follow protocol. Fuck Jim and them, fuck the Wolfpack, and fuck the Indians. I'll hang up and listen.
Okay. I said that on the gym. I'm like, this guy just a pretty spot on Corey.
Carl, fuck the haters. I love the Jerry Seinfeld segments. They're amazing. The most recent one where he's talking about time. It's amazing. Like, I personally love it because I was working with somebody, a Venezuelan guy, who couldn't, he defied the concept of time existed. He would act like, oh, time isn't a real thing and everything, but then every time I tried to push him on it, like you were talking about with light years, about how, you know, how the planets were carried by Banfield, like you're constantly accepting time as just a constant, you know, as repetitive as that sounds, because you're referencing things like speed, which is measured in time, you know, stuff like that. It's concepts that couldn't exist without time, and they use those concepts, except they go, well, time doesn't exist, and this is the same fucking shit I was at, the conversations I would have with my roommate, and they were fucking infuriating when I was by myself.
Yeah, no, it's very annoying. 45 seconds is the limit on the voicemails, everyone.
Hey, Carl, James in Vegas. Hey, on the topic of cover songs better than the originals, wanted to say you're exactly 100% right about Watchtower, Hendrix version better than Dylan. And then somebody else said Johnny Cash's version of Hers better than Trent Reznor's. Even Reznor admitted that one. But I wanted to add two more onto that list. First one would probably be controversial. I believe Billy Corgan's Smashing Pumpkins version of Landslide is better than Stevie Nicks' original one. And then the one that should be automatic, Manfred Mann's version of Blinded by the Light is way better than the Springsteen original, because Manfred Mann goes out and says, wrapped up like a douche. And that should be a no-brainer there. Anyway, good
I agree that one is better. It's usually sucking. Springsteen blows. Oh, this is an amazing voicemail right here. I think this might be Chad's missing up a lip, because he's excited about this voicemail coming up. So this is fun.
Hey, Carl. I'm not going to say my name because my 13-year-old might listen to it, but a garbage man for 50 years. I'm currently a heavy equipment operator for 3 years. not only have I beat off at work multiple times, in both jobs, but the shitting at work. As a garbage man, I would crawl into the back of my truck where like the garbage is stored to take a shit and use shop rags to wipe my asshole. So I know I might be a little late to this party, but just a little food for thought that if you see a garbage truck parked somewhere, maybe the garbage man's taking a shit in front of your house.
That's foul.
I bet it's just you, man. I don't think that's happening.
What do you think trained him to do that?
That's wild. He's jerking off and shitting at work. Good for him, I guess.
Hey, it's Joe from Pennsylvania, calling in before the emergency show. Maybe about a half hour. Who knows? Because I'll get bold. Maybe it'll get delayed on Wednesday. Who knows? Anywho, want to give a shout out to Carl. Doesn't happen very often. But from the creep up this week and then Saturday's episode, Carl's been real funny lately. He's got like a lot of good singers, a lot of good one-liners. Hopefully, producer Chris is teaching him well. Specifically, unscathed off joke on Saturday had me rolling. Got me out of nowhere. So Carl, keep up the good work. Finally, you're a funny guy. Don't call me back.
Since only took 10 years. I appreciate it. By the way,
Listen, Carl, you can gain a lot listening to Joe Matarese. Like, I don't think you told us about any of your parents' vacations. Since your dad died, what does your mom want us to do? Get her new walking habits to change? When Jen drives somewhere, would she rather, make 2 right turns or just wait to the left? Just kidding, women shouldn't drive. When you get new rewrites, you don't even ask us if you should get the 550, the 505, the 251, whatever. You don't ask. You don't ask. You don't care. When Chris makes you get in a gym costume, what color is leather? Do you call this a podcast? Really? All right. Chris, October 2nd.
see you there, buddy. And yeah, I should learn. So interesting.
Hey, Carl. Brian here. Calling from about 2 miles south of Maiden Flank. I'm not usually one to brag, but check this out. If you step out onto my front porch and look a little northwest, you will see an actual drive-in theater. Not the memory of one, not the remnants of one, an actual drive-in theater. I know, crazy. Mind blown. Anyway, fuck Joe Matarese and wish my family. Don't call me back.
Fair enough. People liking that Joe Matarese podcast. I was completely off the rails. He's no idea what he's doing.
Hey, this is 3WATP. I was just wondering, remember Mom mentioning a while back that her asking if his Venmo would be direct deposited into his bank account, and I think Opie said yes. So just throwing it out there. Do you think that he doesn't know he needs to check his Venmo app to transfer the money? I don't know. Just a wild thought. Anyway, all right.
I think that's very possible. Although he said he gets the notes that people send him. So he must be looking in Venmo to see the notes where people are like, fuck Opie and that. Because he laughs about that. He was reading some of the dope in the show. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on.
Hey, Carl. I just want to thank you and Rick Pringles for not having any children. The world's got enough ugly people. We don't need any more. Speaking of that, whatever happened to that quarter face bitch? The chick with the nice face and the ugly face?
She was blown up in Iran. At least I was hoping that's what happened to her. Dating some chick who want to have beautiful children. Whoever she got to.
Oh, hey. It's been a while since I called. I haven't listened in a while because I started a new job. I've been busy as well. But I've been catching up on the past couple months' episodes. But you guys are still doing well. I did not expect you all. I thought it'd be gone by the time we got back. But I really hate what happened. A lot. Like, it's just all I see on YouTube, on Reddit, on everything. Everyone is always hating on Adam. I never did personally. I mean, he's a queer, but there's nothing wrong with that. But I finally did come to realize he's a good guy because he loves Bob Dylan as much as I do. So he's a queer still, but a queer that likes Bob Dylan. So I love him. Yeah. That's all I basically called for. Carl, stop calling me to watch your cats. I can't. I'm here in Arizona. John lives a mile away from me. That's that fat, dumb fuck. Anyway, later, Quiz.
I'd rather murder my cats than let John watch them. Last one.
All right, so as I state, there are two possibilities concerning Opie and this call from Joe Rogan. First is that he's lying, obviously. The second is that this is a kind of Amy Poehler scam where some fucking Russian bot account contacted Opie, claiming to be Joe Rogan's booker, and they're going to try to string him along and steal his identity. I wouldn't wish for that to happen, but it would be really funny. I didn't sell him stuff, but I mean, if Opie is stealing all this money from Ron, I kind of hope it happens to him. Thank you, Lucky Bye.
That's interesting. Is it possible that he's getting fished, and that's why he thinks that Joe Rogan reached out to him? Probably just lying. Makes a lot more sense. Anything to promote? Anything to plug?
I want to promote Lucy's channel, Once Over with Kaylee, because I imagine soon we're going to be hearing news about your lawsuit, Carl. So go check her out and keep your eyes peeled for that coverage.
Yes, and when that happens, I'll be able to talk about it. It's very exciting. Yeah, Lucy is at Once Over with Kaylee and everyone else's channel as well. She makes the rounds. You have anything coming up you want to promote?
Yeah, I do actually. July 19th in Rochester, New York, I will be hosting a live screen of the movie Street Fighter, the movie. It's going to be super fun. I'm going to be there with Detective Movies. It's in connection with the Rochester Comedy Festival, so you can get tickets at Comedy at the Carlson. And it's going to be super fun. It's going to be like Mystery Science Theater 3000 style. We're going to be having a lot of audience interaction, and I will be dressed up as Cammy. So.
And for people who are not familiar with Cammy, she wears a lot of clothes, or how's that work?
Yeah.
Well, we'll be definitely checking that out. I will be there for sure. Everyone will be there.
You know, now that I think about it, actually, that will probably be the first event after there's a decision on your lawsuit.
Yeah, it's a lawsuit.
I'm just saying, if people want to come and talk to me about it while I'm dressed as a horse, they can do that.
You can do that any day. As long as you're the shoeless. This chick. All right, let's get the fuck out of here.
I gotta go. Bye. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go.
Okay, bye.
Deal with it, almost.
Go USA. Bye, everybody. Oh, wait, did I have super chats in again? The chemistry here is just fantastic. He brings on Tony Michaels and then goes into an ad read. And this is how you do it, people.
Another great guest to the show. Tony, I gotta just do a little ad.
Go ahead.
Are you a betting man?
No.
Really?
No. Couldn't get me to bet on shit. I work too hard for my money. Huh?
Not even the Cardinals?
No. This is going great.
When is John going to learn to not involve his talentless guests in these supposed ad reads? They never yes and. It's like, all right, before we get into that, I want to talk about my sponsor. Hey, do you like sushi? No, I fucking hate sushi. Oh,
why would you ask me that, asshole?
This is the dumbest thing. Are you a betting man? And then John not reading the room at all. But what about the Cardinals, though? It's like, no, I don't.
It was a pretty hard no there.
Yeah, this isn't a Cardinals hat. It's a Tony Michaels hat. All right?
I bet on one guy.
And by the way, John's asked Tony Michaels where he's from. Every single episode he's ever been on with him, and every time he's like, I'm from Missouri. Every fucking time. Finally, John remembers for the wrong reason. Finally,
where am I from?
He remembers and it backfires on him. All right, so John wants to talk about his interview with Radio Duck. This is the day after the Radio Duck interview that we covered on the last show.
Fresh.
And boy, did we cover it. What a long segment. I had Opie stuff. I had Patrick Michael stuff.
I know.
We're not getting anything anymore. God damn it, Senator John. And they're like, oh, Carl only makes his living on with Senator John. It's because it's so fucking amazing what you do. I have other things to talk about.
For a guy who hardly does anything, he's like really flooding us with
I
content.
know.
So.
It's insane.
I did a show yesterday, and it was for a friend of mine. And yet, the questioning was all about what the trolls are saying and all. And Kevin is
Kevin, yeah.
Kevin, why do I podcast? I kept using your line, and Kevin wanted from Why Do I Podcast? I just love that line, though.
Why?
So clever.
Yeah, what's so funny about that? Kevin from Why Do I Podcast. Kevin was our co-host.
And why do we podcast?
Because it's how I make my living.
Oh, yeah, right.
I don't know what else you need to know about
Let's
it.
answer why.
Why do you podcast, John? Should you be substitute teaching? Oh, you're off this week. Maybe that's what you're up to. Maybe that's what it is. I love how he says, I just did a show with my friend. Monique's your friend like I'm your friend. Okay, Monique is also just trying to get content from you, John. And Chewy broke that down brilliantly, too, where she's just like, yeah, everyone else just wants to see you crash and burn. No, Monique, that's literally what I have on the show. As if he drives a limo or is a substitute teacher. Like, you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Monique's a lot of things, but not a dummy.
Everyone knows what's going on except for one particular guy.
Yeah, and by the way, that's the theme of this entire episode. They're all chuckle fucks with each other, talking about, like, oh, these idiots, blah, 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 blah. They don't know anything that's going on. They can't be bothered to do any research into what they're making fun of, so none of it makes any fucking sense.
Yeah.
It's like if they were fucking movie critics. Like, I haven't seen the new Top Gun, but I'm pretty sure the special effects suck, and the acting's not very good, the dialogue blows. Like, well, so you don't even know. Like, why are you criticizing
So we're doing a Patrick Michael segment now? Or?
Basically, yeah. Well, they're not even reading my wiki page.
Okay, all right.
Oh my god, it's so fucking stupid. All right,
roll them.
So let's find out what Tony has to say about us. This is, by the way, starting right off was just not understanding what's going on at all.
Oh, yeah, how did you find out that they were mad?
Someone tweeted that shit at me. I don't know. They tweet shit at me all the time. They're like, Tony Michaels is on, like, breaking news. Tony Michaels is on Stuttering John's podcast. And I'm like, yeah, breaking fucking news. Like, what are you talking about? Like as if you're trying to hide it or something. Like it's something fucking secret. Like, this shit is on fucking YouTube and sometimes on Facebook, depending on the day. But it's on YouTube and Twitch. I mean, it's not a fucking secret when people are on your show. Like, you're tweeting it out. I don't understand.
No, you don't understand. Thank you. You guys are completely out of it. These two assholes are not in on the joke, and they're so smart. Like, John's so smart right there, acting like he's smarter than WATP listeners. We literally have doctors, attorneys, PhDs in the audience.
Let me break this down for you. He doesn't know what he's laughing at, and Tony's up his own ass with this.
Correct. They're just so proud of themselves, and they think that they're in their little clique right now, and they're like, oh, yeah, I get these tweets from them. From who? From who? From Muttering Jay? Yeah. Muttering Jay is not associated with one of these podcasts.
How did you find out they were mad?
Yeah, how did you find out they were mad?
Pass me a note.
I got a tweet I didn't understand, and I was copied on that I assume was from Kevin from Why Do I Podcast. Oh, it's a good joke. Say it 80 more times. Keep going. They fucking can't stop themselves. They're so impressed with themselves. All right, let's find out how much of a pussy I am. Okay. You ready for that?
Kinda. I found it hysterical that you were able to, just call this pussy out for all that he is. And, my favorite line that you said, Tony, and I was thinking about it today, was just when you said, I don't know why he wants to take you down. If he does, he'll have no show.
Yeah, he won't have any content. I don't know if anyone's, paid attention to these fucking idiots. Probably not.
Isn't the whole premise they're pissed off that we have a big audience and make a lot of money on Patreon and do live shows in Nashville? Isn't that why they're angry? It's like no one's even paying attention to these guys.
It was a recent premise.
Which is it?
Yeah, I don't
Which
know.
thing are they goofing on me for?
Moves on pretty quick.
Yeah, I guess so. So anyway, Tony, because you guys aren't listening and you don't know what's going on, which is fine. I don't expect you guys to be fans of WATP, but don't fucking comment on it like you understand anything that's going on over here. I have said multiple times, I love Stuttering John, even though the guy is very violent towards me and brings in legal threats quite often. I make it a point to say that I want him to broadcast forever. I hope that he does. If not, I might have to downsize, which is okay.
Why are you looking at me?
I don't need this house. I can downsize. It's fine. But anyway, my point is, Tony, you made that point. John's like, oh my gosh, that was the best point you ever made. If anyone's listened to me for the last 4 years, that's all I've been talking about is I love John. I love the content he puts out. I don't want it to ever stop. This is not a good observation on your part. And then this is more of them just like speculating about who we are as people. When literally, if they wanted to know, and I'm not saying they do, but they spend hours talking about me now, they could just watch some of this shit and figure it out.
I know. And I don't understand, like I like to come on here and goof at you. Like, I goof on you. I don't understand why they have to create a whole YouTube channel, take your content, and then goof on you like there's some kind of tough guy or something. I don't understand that.
Do I come off as a tough guy? That's the funniest thing I've ever said to Chris.
Mercy.
And it's great, too, because Tony goes, I enjoy goofing on you, John. Oh, then you get it. Good.
Yes.
We're literally on the same page
For a
here.
second, you were on the same page.
He's like, but these guys are tough guys. I'm known as a smile talker.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, a tough guy? Remember how good Greg Giraldo was at the roasts? He would just make fun of everyone who was there. That guy must have thought he was a real tough guy. Goofing on jerks. Yeah. What a tough guy he is.
Well, this is just one of the stances that they take. So
yes,
it
bounces around.
Yeah, very much so.
They're like an unfun pinball machine. It's bouncing every which way.
Tilted backwards.
So, yeah, they're literally on tilt.
Now I'm sideways. Now I'm sideways, people.
And also, you think they're telling the truth about not knowing anything about you? Like,
no. I mean, because then they let it slip. Like, don't talk about specific things that we talked about.
Sure.
In the show.
Before.
Right. So they act like they don't know what's going on. They're like, yeah, there's that Nashville show. He pointed out blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, so you watched the video. All right, good. It's fine. I appreciate you do the research. You don't have to like it. But I watch their show. I watch every fucking second. So that's what makes it fun.
Yeah.
You're going to know what you're talking about. All right. So let's get into some John math. Now, this clip starts off with he's already lost his train of thought. They just kicked off this segment, and John's already like, oh, what am I talking about? And then he brings up a really good point.
I don't understand.
No, I'm glad that you called him. You know, but, you know.
Yeah, sure.
But he's just, you know, like, but the point I was trying to make is this.
Could you imagine if I did a show? I was like, yeah, I'm glad, but you know.
Right.
What I was going to say.
I would ask if you would break out with some blow also.
Right, exactly.
Regarding all of it.
It's the person who interviewed me was asking me all these things about the trolls, and there were 2,000 of them, John, that are on this hate site on Reddit, and I'm like, I go, you know, let me ask you a question. Okay, let's say there's 2,000.
Mm-hmm.
That is like 0.000000009 of the people who know me as being an entertaining guy on two of the most successful TV and radio shows in history.
So I says to Monique, I love when he's reenacting this interview we just did yesterday. You know, she asked me this, and guess what I said back to her? I hit her with boom, boom, and I said this. It was so great. You should have been there, Tony. I was king of the world.
He is 14 mentally.
Yeah. It's funny because was it Tab who brought that up? Tab said he's like a 14-year-old boy, the way he thinks about popularity and just everything in general is like a 14-year-old. And Tab brought that up. And that really resonated with people. I saw a lot of people comment on that, like, holy shit, that really is what this is. This guy is still like a freshman in high school trying to like be the cool guy.
What really
brings
him into focus?
Throw the ball farther.
Yeah. What brings him into focus for me is how he always wants someone so bad to be just on his team.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
No matter who or why.
Like, you get it, right? You think they're assholes, right? Like, we agree on that, right?
Yes. Very much like a 14-year-old.
So John says, if there's 2,000 of these people and Dad was anonymous, which he doubts, you know, there's obviously a lot more than that. Yes. It's 0.00009% of the people who know him from all these amazing shows. That would mean, I realize he's exaggerating, but I'm just going to point it out. I did the math. It means he has 2.2 billion fans. All right? Now let's say the stuttering John Melendez has 2.2 billion fans. Do you think he would do well at a comedy club in Florida? Do you think he'd do a little bit better with his name on the marquee, knowing that there's 2.2 billion fans? I'll tell you this. You know, it's very widely reported that Joe Rogan has 11 million listeners to any given episode. I was in Vegas when Joe Rogan was performing stand-up comedy. There was a line through the entire MGM Casino, out the door, around the block, and down into another casino to get into the arena because he's very popular. Because people know and like him.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Stuttering John was on the bill with him.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I was confused. I was there to see Shuli. I'm like, "Are you guys in line for Shuli? Is this the line for Shuli? You guys, no, you don't know who Shuli? What? Are you sure? Okay. I didn't know he had so many black fans. Cool. All right. Oh no, it's not that. Oh, okay. So this is where they start goofing on me for doing a live show at what was a pretty sweet venue in Nashville. It's a pretty nice place. A little too classy for us.
Hard to rip on, but I am ready.
Okay, let's find out.
See what they got.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh, here's the best, Tony. So this is the best. So Kevin from what is it again?
Why do I podcast?
Why do
I believe that's what his show is. Yeah. Why do I podcast?
Oh my God, keep saying it, guys. We're coming from what? Why do I podcast? Wait, what is it?
Ass, dick.
They're fucking Tom Myers in 4th grade now.
Again,
Why do I podcast?
Why do I
believe
podcast?
that's what his show is. Yeah.
Oh,
Why
shit.
do I podcast?
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
you know what?
right.
So he does a whole show in Nashville. I think you told me this.
Yeah. So he had a venue, and they did a live show, and me and you were, of course, it was you that were the headliner, of course. But I'm the second fiddle, and Gabe, they make fun of him as he's like the third fiddle or something. I'm like, you motherfuckers rented a stage to goof on us. Like you rented a fucking stage to goof on us.
There?
Well, I mean, there was tens of people probably, but
The balls. I'm stuttering John Melendez. His first thought is, was it poorly attended? John. Are you fucking kidding me right now? You're going to goof on me for a show that's poorly attended?
That's all he wants to hear.
That's your go-to?
So there's like two zit-faced girls.
Yeah.
Teenage girls that just.
They just want to hear the quarterback's dick is small.
Yeah, nothing's going on Saturday night. They're just going to rip on everyone in the yearbook.
Yeah, right, exactly. Oh, yeah, Kelly's got double D's, but I don't even know if Drew really loves her for who she is.
He's so happy he's got someone on his side.
These guys are losers. So this idea that Tony Michaels thinks I rented a stage.
We actually got paid.
I had a contract with the venue with a guaranteed minimum. I didn't rent a stage. I didn't put up money ahead of time.
Minimum, you say?
Yeah, right. Should I put that in my writer? Yes, John, you should.
Who is this minimum?
So this idea that we're renting a stage is incorrect. Also, I'm going to play later on in the show. People have been uncovering what Tony Michaels has been up to over the last 4 years.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
really
apparently.
cool shit, right?
Yeah, apparently he's like a vlogger, and he does this fast food drive-through show.
Oh yeah.
Where he eats like McDonald's and stuff.
I heard a tease about this.
We'll get into it. We'll get into it. I'm just wondering how many people would come to that show live. How many people want to come and watch him talk about his double cheeseburger at the City Winery in Nashville, Tony? That's not the angle. It's the wrong angle. If you're going to goof on me, great. I always invite it. This is a roast. I want you to roast me. We'll roast you back. We'll have fun with it. That's the wrong angle. How many people were at the show? Did you rent a stage?
Yeah, this shows how bad you guys suck because Carl's actually an easy target.
You're not lying.
I'm not.
You're not lying at all. There's so many things.
I'm trying to lay off on him a
There's
little bit.
so many things to goof on me for. And the fact that our podcast is successful is not the one.
No,
not even close.
Start somewhere else.
All right. So now John starts the doubling down on us goofing on him claiming he beat Shaquille O'Neal at basketball.
Oh, God.
And John is so proud of himself. Like I said, he posted the video. It's a 13-second clip. I have it. We'll play it. It's a 13-second clip from the Tonight Show. They devoted 13 seconds to the Centering John bit that night.
Oh, I thought it was a 2-hour special.
5 nights a week. No. So, it's not... It wasn't Jock Jams. Remember that on MTV? They would have like the Rockin' Jock. That's what it was. Rockin' Jock. Yeah. You'd have like the bass player from Pearl Jam chucking up 3-pointers. It wasn't that. That's for sure. All right,
The show has reached a new low.
So basically, what's happened here is that I could have gone a couple of different ways with the thumbnail that I did for this episode. Because if you remember, John had that guy on Twitter, they called him Stupid. And then John's like, he called me stupid, and then he called me stupid.
Yeah. What Michael Cohen did this morning, before even 9 a.m., was call me stupid. Was call me, let's see. We just kept insults. insulted me. I forget now. Calling me stupid. I forget. There was another disparaging comment.
He's like, I never go to name calling. It's like, that's the only thing you do.
Sure.
You have nicknames for everyone. Mitch McDickless isn't name calling. What are you talking about?
Gums.
Yeah, Gums. Yeah, every single person. What's he called? Kumia, Crater Face, whatever the fuck he calls Kumia. And he's on here going, oh, Carl says I beat Shaq. That was just one quick thing. I just picked that as a thumbnail because I thought it would be interesting, you know? Right. Show a picture of Shaq next to John, like this guy thinks he beat him at basketball. So John's really laying into this.
But here's my favorite thing, Tony, and is he started calling me delusional because I said I beat Shaq in basketball. Now, he does a whole show with the title starring...
Wait. He says you said that you were gonna beat Shaq in basketball. I don't know this. I think someone's tweeted this shit at me before, but
I'm telling you the story. He is claiming that I'm delusional for making the claim that I beat Shaq in basketball.
That is what I'm claiming. Yes, correct.
You did or you can.
I did.
Okay. Now,
okay, so of course he's...
Even Tony thinks this is retarded. He's like, yeah, why are you saying you can beat Shaq in basketball? He's one of the best players of all time. Why are you saying that? No, I did. He's like,
Wait,
okay.
you dreamt this.
Yeah, right. And you're like, what are you talking about?
I'm saying I'm delusional. It must not be true. What do? He doesn't realize, the dumb fuck, is that it was on the Tonight Show.
All right. If it was on TV, it must be true. Obviously, there's something on TV that isn't true. So again, I hate that I have to explain what our angle was on this. It wasn't that I didn't think you made a lucky shot against Shaq. I totally believed that part. What I thought was ridiculous and ponderous was the idea that you were going around saying that you beat Shaq at basketball, making one shot that's not even defended. Is that beating someone at basketball?
Yeah, I ran around, stole the ball, and I suck at basketball. I take a shot from way beyond the three-point line and switch it.
So you got fucking lucky. This isn't like Stuttering John is a great basketball player.
Yes.
And he whipped the shit out of Shaq.
Right.
I got lucky.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're playing the three, apparently.
So Tony understands this right away. Did I ever tell you how I beat Floyd Mayweather in boxing? What? Yeah, I did. For real. So what I did is I challenged him to a boxing match at my house. And I said if he didn't come, he'd lose by forfeit. So I won. I beat him at boxing.
That's pretty good.
That's not how boxing works. No. This is not how basketball works. Let's watch this amazing video that John is so proud of. And I'm sure he had to reach out to someone at the Tonight Show to like get the video clip so he can post it and get permission. Hey Jay, is it cool if I can't be bothered with this, John? You gotta stop calling me about these clips, John. I'm a very busy man. I'm doing another show now.
Enough about Kevin.
All right, so that's the entire clip. And I thought it was really funny when Shuey's like, does he believe the edited version of his life? Like, what does John think happened in this? Like, yeah, they edited it to show that he grabbed the basketball. Shaq got way the fuck away, was not playing defense at all. John chucked it up.
This is live action The Ringer.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But it literally reminds me, if you watch how Shaq's demeanor was there, it's like when you're 10 and you beat your dad at basketball and you bragged to all your friends. Right. I beat my dad at basketball. It's like, your dad lets you win.
You gotta take it for a couple seconds, and then you're like, all right.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
We go to a bar. Like,
so then John, because he's played this video, is explaining that we're obviously just lying.
They conjure up these lies, and they sell these lies.
Oh, hold on a second. This is actually something else that we have to get into.
Okay.
But I'm wondering, though, if Tony's watching this. Like, you starting to get it now?
Yeah.
Do you see what's going on here? John literally just came in here and goes, these guys don't think I beat Shaq at basketball. And he's like, well, you did. You know that, right? And this idea that he's, like, chucking the ball from way past the three-point line, he wasn't that far out. And it didn't swish. It wasn't even that great a shot. But anyway, I guess we're the liars.
It's like they conjure up these lies, and they sell these lies.
John posted this video on Twitter.
Okay.
The one with Shaq.
Oh, yeah.
It has 12 likes. And he wrote in there,
1 like for every second.
Some loser claimed I was delusional to say I beat Shaq without knowing that I had a video of it. Like this was his big gotcha moment.
Yeah.
And he's all proud of himself because he's constantly talking about like, oh, Shuli doesn't have any engagement. He buys all of his followers on Twitter. He posted this video and 12 people fucking liked it. It's so pathetic. And he's doing that to make me feel bad about it.
Every single thing that this guy's insecure about, he's going to accuse of other people thinking it's some sort of clever deflection. And it's something, again, a 14-year-old would do.
Well, he goes, these guys are conjuring up lies about me. He told Monique my wife is cheating on me. He's got inside information about my personal life with the woman I'm married to. And Jeff, these guys are just conjuring up lies. It really is uncanny how he's able to do this. I would be embarrassed.
I am embarrassed for him.
You're embarrassed for him?
Yes.
All right, well, Tony's got me all figured out, which is good.
But they'll probably clip the shit out where, they really don't like what I'm saying. Because it is tough to, when you actually rent a fucking stage in Nashville to goof on John and goof on me and Gabe goofing on John, it really is kind of fucking pathetic. That's your only shtick. Like, you can't create content other than that. Like, that's the only way that you can create content.
Where do we begin?
Okay, so I'm pathetic?
Sure.
Tony, I'm the one who's pathetic. You've done no research on me at all. You don't know anything you're talking about. You're making shit up. Oh, the only way you can actually create any content is by goofing on Sonny John. Look through my podcast. I have over 300 episodes. They're all about different podcasts. Every episode. We've done whole episodes that are just music that I've created, that I've written myself and performed. This fucking asshole does no research.
It's a roast. You've pointed that out a couple times.
He does no research. He's on here just going, oh, this guy's so fucking pathetic. You know what I think's pathetic is that Tony Michaels eats his boogers before every single episode, and then he screams into the mic, and everyone calls him booger breath. Everyone calls him booger breath Tony because he's constantly eating his own boogers. And you want to talk about pathetic?
I don't know. We got to conjure up some better lies than that, man.
I thought that was kind of funny.
All right.
Because look at his microphone right there, and that picture that just smells like boogers. That's kind of fun. That's what you guys are doing, Tony. That's literally what you guys are doing. You know nothing about me. You saw one video on YouTube, and now you've got my whole fucking life story figured out, and how pathetic I am. All right, so then they start talking about Shuli again, and Shuli, he's buying bots, buying followers on Twitter.
He's too funny. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. So then Tony actually admits that everyone has fake Twitter followers. Everyone does.
Which in reality, most people who have a Twitter account, a lot of them are fake, right? So I think
I wouldn't even know how to buy Twitter followers.
Yeah. No shit. No shit. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't be able to. You don't have the means to buy Twitter followers. I love that John's saying he doesn't know how to do something. You don't know how to do anything. And also, this guy who's just calling me pathetic for doing a live show in Nashville, his buddy Gabe is watching along live. See that little chat right there?
Oh, yeah.
Talking about Shuli is butthurt. Gabe, you're watching your friend on another person's podcast and commenting on it? And this is, like, pathetic. This is the definition of, like, losers.
That's the Gabe.
That's Gabe Sanchez. Whoa. He's actually there. We do a show where over 90% of the people who are there came in from out of state. These guys are watching each other on their own live streams and commenting on it. All right, now you win. You got me there. Oh, this is interesting. I'm gonna choking on my own rage. Anyway, okay. So this is the thing that they took issue with was when they said there was a clip that John did with Eric Swalwell that has over 10,000 views. And I went, John doesn't get 10,000 views on anything. So we literally pulled up his YouTube page and showed he had like 300 on one video, 600 on the other. And, obviously we do a lot more views than that on our YouTube. So then they go on to explain that they were talking about a video clip that was up on Twitter that had all of these views. Not a YouTube clip. Oh, okay. All right, so let's find out about that.
the other great great lie they tell is you had Eric Swalwell on your show, I think.
Yes.
And I retweeted the clip that you played.
Yeah, it was
And
awesome.
you claimed on the beer on the balcony, I think that's where it was. You claimed on the beer on the balcony when we were talking that you had over 10,000 views on that video. And they kept posting screenshots with me tagged on it. I'm like, what? Stop fucking posting screenshots of John's YouTube. I know where it's at. I know where his fucking YouTube is at. You do not have to show it to me. But these dumb motherfuckers would post a screenshot and it'd be like, oh, it's got 3,200 views or something like that, or I don't know, like, oh, not even anywhere close to 10,000. What they don't know is if you go to Twitter, you dumb motherfuckers, and look at the clip that John posted, it's got over 20,000 views.
I know.
Really?
Okay. So I didn't realize they were talking about a clip that's under 2 minutes long on his Twitter that no one watches with the sound turned on because you don't watch videos on Twitter. You're just scrolling through your feed. So anyone who's watching that, they see it for a second, it counts as a view. So people just scrolling through their feed. And dummy John doesn't even have captions turned on because he's a fucking idiot. So when you put videos on social networks like Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, you put captions on it because everyone's watching without the sound on because they're in a meeting. They shouldn't even be on Twitter right now.
Yeah.
The last thing they're going to do is have the fucking sound on and embarrass themselves. So these guys don't understand how social media works, and they're all excited that they have 20,000 views of this video. Yeah, but there were 600 on YouTube, which means all those 20,000 people who saw it didn't give a fuck. Less than 2 minutes, and they weren't even enticed to see any more of it. So that's not a good sign. That's not impressive. Also, Eric Swalwell, just real quick, had a spy working for him, who's a spy for the Chinese Communist Party, working for him for years, and he's on the House Intelligence Committee. So it's a great get. Good job, guys. What a great politician that is.
And now, here, check this out, dude. You see that one?
Yeah, what's the video count on that one?
Okay, 19.9 thousand.
God, almost 20,000.
Yeah.
You claimed 10, I think, is what you
Yes,
said.
I did, but it's gone up since then. So, here's the thing. I don't lie, though. I mean, it's like, how could you lie about something that can easily be looked up? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, how could you lie about something like fair use and how it has nothing to do with your paywall? You know, something that's like really easy to look up and understand how it works. Why would you lie about something like that over and over again and threaten legal action?
Sure.
And act like you have a case. But it's so easy to just look these things up. So then John asked Gabe how much it costs to buy Twitter followers, which is a weird question. Like, why? Who cares? What's the point? What do you mean?
Gabe or Tony?
Gabe.
You're brilliant.
Oh, yeah, no. Gabe was in there watching the show, and they're like, do you want to be on the show with us?
Oh, could I?
Oh, shucks. Mom, I'm doing a show now. When you're done with your friends, we have dinner, okay?
I'm playing with John and Tony.
I'm just talking about your brilliant Twitter research to find out.
Oh yeah.
That Shuli bought half his followers. How does one do that, and how much does that cost?
John wants to up his following.
Yeah.
No, hey, my word, I would never do that.
I considered us buying 1 million followers if I could afford it. Why not? Elon Musk has 13 million.
I mean, you can easily track this kind of stuff, but I mean, like on average, you could probably buy Twitter followers because they do them in buckets.
Yeah.
So you could do, let's say that you wanted to buy how much, like 25,000?
Yeah. Yeah.
It would cost you.
The auction them, huh?
$659.70. That's how much it cost you. For 25,000. How many fake followers does he have? Let's see how much it would cost.
Who fucking cares?
It's exhausting thinking about. Like, why?
They've already determined that he bought these followers.
Look at him. Look at his lips with anticipation. If I had real money,
I know
I'd
Shuli.
get fake followers.
I know Shuli well enough to know that he's definitely not pulling money out of his pocket for Twitter followers or dinner.
Yeah, right.
Or that drink. So I'm not buying any of this. So then John goes on to talk about how he doesn't want to goof on Shuli because he doesn't punch down and Shuli's a nobody. Right?
Of course.
I don't know if you've heard that before.
Never.
But then they explain, and this is my favorite angle that they go with. We can't goof on John for failing in DC because they already did it.
Oh.
So
they got in front of it.
They got in front of it, so there's nothing that we could do, obviously.
Glad you guys are here because you get me primed for the next show I'm going to do where I'm really going to tear into Shirley. But I will say this, even though it's a nobody, and I don't usually punch down, but I'm enjoying it too much. But all three of us did my show after I went to DC.
Yeah.
And we all goofed on it. We all goofed on me. We goofed on the camera crew. You know, we all did our own trolling of our, at least, including myself. We all trolled me on that one.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
I mean, we just goofed on the whole fucking, you know.
John, you hired a Craigslist porno crew. Yeah, of course we.
So the whole thing, we made it funny.
Right.
And then Carl does this. I mean, Kevin, he does a show to say that my DC trip was a big failure. Yeah, we already said that, dummy.
So what? We're reporting the news too.
We made it way funny, John. That's the difference. Does John understand the difference between having Tony and Gabe on his show compared to Anthony Cumia, Shuli Egar, and Kaya Orson? We might be playing the same sport, but we're in different leagues, my friend. You have to understand that. There's a reason why our show has way more views than your show about your DC trip. We made it entertaining and funny.
I don't know. He called you dummy. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. He also called me by my real name, which is funnier than Kevin at this point because it's unexpected.
Roy.
I don't think John understands what's going on here.
That's the thing. I think that's the funniest part. Is like, and Tony said it on the weekend show, which was how much they rely on your content. If you don't produce content, they have nothing to talk about. Because I've not seen anything where they're like, "Hey, so we're gonna make original content." It's them just trying to rag on you.
Right. It's mostly every once in a while they do one on what's his guy's name? Opie. Yeah, Opie. They do one on Opie every once in a while.
So they have no idea what they're talking about. Well, they think everything that our show is our YouTube channel, which our YouTube is an afterthought.
Yeah.
We have a podcast.
Yeah, I mean, the irony here is when he doesn't have content but still insists on going on the internet, it's fucking hilarious.
Right.
When he does political shows and he's got some boob talking about whatever, it sucks.
That's true.
So, yeah, we don't want him to have content.
Well, no, he's saying that we don't have content. All we do is goof on John.
Yeah, but they're calling his content.
That's a great point. That's a very good point right now. It's like having Hal Sparks do the Hal Sparks show on your show.
Right.
It does not make you a great podcaster in any way.
Right.
As hot as that lesbian is. I don't want to.
I miss that lesbian.
I know. She's pretty hot. If only John had his boner pills when Hal Sparks came over that one time.
No, there's oregano. Fuck.
Anyway, guys, if you're listening, just check out our website or our podcast feed. You'll see that there's a lot more to the show than centering John, but he is our most fun subject.
Yeah,
for sure.
And I think Tony and Gabe know that.
I think they do too. Yeah. I think these guys.
I think that they'll be on our show not too far down the road.
You're getting ahead of us. Tony wants to be on this show so fucking badly. Gabe has such low self-esteem. He's not even offering that up. He's like, I know they wouldn't have me on their show. No, Shuli.
Tony will be the next Croge. Gabe's the next producer, Chris.
The next Croge. How dare you? All right, so let's get back into some Shuli talk here. It's always fun.
Poor Shuli. You guys picking on Shuli. You know, John.
Wait, Tony, before you go there, I don't think he started it with me. Not the other way around.
Oh, I'll goof on Shuli. I don't give a shit. I goof on Gabe every day. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me.
We all goof on each other.
I mean, I would go on Kevin's show and goof him goofing you.
I'll goof the fuck out of him.
So, Tony, I don't know if you know this, but I have like funny people on my show that I enjoy talking to. I'm not looking for Tony Michaels to come on and goof on John with me. Although, maybe I'll put out a little poll or something. Okay. People can vote on whether we should have Tony Michaels on the show or not. Because I'd be open to it. He wants to come on. This is the first time he mentions it, but it's not the last. And I just want to point out that John says that Shuli started shit with him. That's patently false.
Yeah.
that is so untrue.
Widely documented.
Yes! I mean, the video that you showed, John, where Shuli can't engage with you because he works for the program you're goofing on. And John's going, oh my gosh, Shuli came after me out of nowhere. No, he did not. Shuli came on my show, didn't talk about you for a second.
Exhibit A. Oh, wait, this doesn't make me look good at all.
Yeah. Exhibit A for alcohol. I was wasted.
Hey, man, don't you think it's funny that the guy that coined the frame, coined the phrase jump the shark, now works for the show that jumped the shark?
So, anyway, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about there, why he thinks in his dumb wet brain that Shuli started this thing when obviously John did. And then Gabe is just fucking clueless. I don't know why he even feels the need to talk. He doesn't know what he's talking about at all.
This is one thing I do want to point out. I sincerely, before this whole thing happened, I did not know who Shuli was. Now, you could also say, I don't know who you are, Gabe, and I could be like, yeah, I don't know who I am either.
Right.
And that's the joke. I'm able to make fun of myself, but Shuli and probably others like who do that podcast are like, yeah, I take it so seriously, and I take it so butthurt, and then it's like, you know what? I'm sure, I guarantee they're gonna clip out that one thing right there and make fun of me, and I don't really care.
Gabe, my point to you is this. We don't take ourselves seriously. This is the thing that you're not understanding is we do this live show, we goof on Stuttering John, and everyone's smiling and laughing and hugging. We're all having a great time. John is threatening lawsuits against me for years. You want to talk about someone who takes things seriously? You're on his show. Talking about how we take things seriously.
Yeah.
He's threatening legal action. He has Michael Popak on his show to talk about suing me. He explains how much my house is worth, and he thinks he's going to take it.
What a fun show.
What a fun show. I'm going to live in this guy's house. He'll be out on the streets.
That's what's amazing about our fans, that we met in Nashville and in Chicago is like, we all got together because it's a roast and it seems mean and they're the nicest fucking people. And
surprisingly,
these guys right here are trying to be, we're all jolly and everything, but what they're saying is not quite so happy.
No, they're pissed off about it, obviously. Which, and that's why Tony assumes that I'm mad at John. I want him to fail. It's like, no, not in any way, shape, or form. Like I've said many times, I think 3 or 4 shows a week is not enough. John needs to produce way more content than that. And actually, Shuli had a great point. John should just be documenting his life.
Absolutely.
All day long. From the morning, the minute he wakes up in the morning to when he gets blackout drunk by that afternoon. There should be a GoPro on his head and cameras following him around.
Real drunk world.
It'd be amazing. And then John can watch the show and find out what happened. What happened last night? Oh, that's right, it's on Twitch.
I have to admit, I would actually like an app to recapture what I did.
That's the last thing I want to do. Sounds horrible.
Whoa, so I went in for more Doritos.
Well, that explains the case of the missing Doritos.
Frosting? Holy shit. The wax fruit.
All right. Oh, this is me deleting Grubhub, and this is me reinstalling Grubhub. Damn it.
So true.
I had my sense to me for a second there. All right. So, let's figure out why guys like myself, producer Chris, Croge, trucker Andy, why are we goofing on Stuttering John of all people? There has to be a reason, right? And it can't be because he's a talentless hack who keeps embarrassing himself on the internet. That can't be the reason. It's got to be something else.
Have layers.
He's fucking gay.
But that's the thing, Gabe. Like the whole thing, nobody knows who Kevin is. Nobody knows who Julie is, and they can't stand that. A lot of people know who I am, and that's what. And therein lies the basis of everything.
Yeah.
They hate. Even though I got lucky, Tony, playing Shaq, I beat him.
I'm even jealous of his a miracle shot against Shaq. Wow, I'm jealous of everything with this guy.
I can't believe he brought that back.
John.
Wait, Tony and Gabe, why are you agreeing with this guy?
I don't know. That's the thing. Right there, they should have been like, hold on a second, John. You really think they're jealous of your fame?
No.
Everyone's laughing.
You're in our sights because we're fucking jealous.
That's insane. I mean, I know he needs to tell himself that. Yeah. It's fine. He can tell himself that all he wants, but that's a crazy thought to have.
John, if that's part of your affirmations, you might want to change that.
There's thousands of people on the internet who are creating hilarious photoshops of you in mafia movies because they're just so jealous.
Those
of
are the
you.
people we're jealous of.
Those are the people I'm jealous of. Yeah, like that's a pretty sweet art. Can I use it? God, the Dabblers. I know I talk about it a lot, but it's just endlessly entertaining.
Yes, go there.
So much great stuff. When John was talking about how he knows people in New York who aren't too thrilled with that Kevin guy. I mean, he's literally threatening a mob hit. So, of course, the Dabblers, I love these guys, just put together amazing photoshops.
Look at anyone in New York who's not thrilled. Even Broadway actors, homeless people.
Our mayor. Who knows? All right. So, Tony here, because we haven't really seen Tony be funny ever.
No.
You know, he's a political guy.
He looks like a guy that'd be kicked out of a bar for ripping on the IPAs that are available.
Yes, pretentious beer snob. Yeah. That's actually a really good way to describe him. But I like, he's a great guy. All right, so he finally comes up with a joke here because they're talking about John's going, you know, I borrowed my brother's suit. Who cares? I'm the same size as him. I'm the same size as him, which, by the way, that suit did not fit you, John. I mean, even the photos that you took of yourself.
Different.
Yeah. Your arm length is definitely different. Anyway, inseam probably is a problem.
Please continue.
So, Tony's going to stick up for his buddy John here.
Okay.
He'll learn eventually, but whatever. He's sticking up for John.
He's having fun with it.
And so he's explaining that what you wear is not important when it comes to podcasting. Even though what John was doing was interviewing Congress people outside of the Capitol, which it is kind of important what you're wearing for that, but whatever. Tony's going to try to give him an out here.
I mean, definitely go on Craigslist and find one. Here's what I'll tell you about clothes and podcasting. Listen, Kevin, if you want to take a clip, here's where you start the clip. Put your mark here for your editing.
I got it, Tony.
I rarely even wear pants when I'm podcasting. Yeah. I rarely even wear pants. Breaking news on Stuttering John's podcast, Tony Michaels. Now I wear shorts, but I very rarely wear pants. And I don't even hardly wear shoes even. I just don't. Why would I? You don't see anything.
He did the
Tom Myers
the
joke.
Zoom without pants thing. And producer Chris, I'm glad you said that because I know Tony's out of it. He won't know what we're talking about. Tom Myers is the world's worst comedian. This is well documented. Are you familiar with a show called Come Town? Tom Myers, Nick Mullen, do you know who that is? Probably not. These guys are out of it. Go ahead and look them up on Patreon. $96,000 a month is what Come Town makes on Patreon. Come Town has pointed out many times that Tom Myers is the world's worst comedian. To the point where it's anti-comedy. And we just documented in Nashville in our live show, we were talking about Tom Myers, a joke that he told on a Zoom call, and he got made fun of by other unfunny anti-comics for doing a joke about not wearing pants. And it looks like this.
I tell you what, for those of us, comics who by nature are antisocial, just staying in our own houses is a lot better. Because I mean, you can do stuff on Zoom comedy that you can't do live anymore. Like,
and the parking is great.
and you can also do stuff like forego putting on pants. You know? So it's like, fuck that shit. You know? Why bother?
I was just thinking today, there's always, in this age of Zoom, there's always one person who makes a joke about not having pants in every meeting, and that's you, Tom Myers. So